I didn't have the audio in there at first. I had to replug my mic in after the Indy 500 earlier. Welcome everybody to tonight's live commentary coverage of the Coca-Cola 600 on the channel as we pull off the double 1,100 miles of racing on this Sunday afternoon Memorial Day weekend, wrapping up the Indy 500 coverage a little over a half hour ago, and now on to the Coca-Cola 600 tonight, NASCAR's longest race of the season. As we get into the 600 miler on this pre-race portion of the show, we will have predictions for who I think will run well, not run well for the race today. NASCAR trivia that we always do on these NASCAR Cup Series race live streams as of the start of this season. We'll go through the Fantasy League and then the starting lineup, how the point standings have shaped up through the first 12 races leading up to the drop of the green flag. You can see some other statistical analysis based on how the season has gone so far. Scrolling across the top of the screen, that will be there for the entirety of the race. And you can also vote for who you think is going to win this year's Coca-Cola 600 in our chat poll. 20 votes have been casted already before the start of the stream, and that voting poll will stay on until the end of stage 3 tonight, because again, it is 4 stages of racing, so a little bit extra time to vote compared to most usual races on the schedule. We're going to kick things off with our NASCAR trivia for this weekend. We have 20 minutes, and this weekend's quiz is anybody who has ever led at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. I tried to look up specific stats for the Coca-Cola 600, or not stats for the Coke 600, but quizzes for the 600, and there weren't really many that I liked. We like to do these longer quizzes on the channel and try to eat in more of the pre-race. So this week, 170 drivers have led at the Charlotte Motor Speedway in a NASCAR Cup Series race, and we have to name all of them. This was last updated in 2017, so there's probably going to be quite a few drivers modern-wise that will probably not show up on this list. So I'll try to name them. You know, even if we're wrong, we don't get docked any points or anything like that. Yeah, let's get into this. You can play along in the chat down below. I will be looking there. Quick shout-outs to those of you that I see in the stream watching before we get started. Marcus Villarreal, Crispy Grubbs, Joe Rochester, Mike Goff, YT Goat, Doug Cash. Welcome to the stream, everybody. All right, so before the predictions, let's get this quiz underway. Get anybody who has ever led laps in a cup race at Charlotte. Going to start things off with Richard Petty, David Pearson. They probably up there at the top of the list. Jimmy Johnson probably led the most. Oh, Bobby Johns. Got Larry Pearson for the David Pearson also. Johnson. Jimmy is second. Jeff Gordon up there towards the top of the list. Yarborough number 1 then? Nope, Cale is not in the top 5. Allison? Bobby Allison has led the most at Charlotte. There we go. Who else has definitely led a lot of laps at Charlotte? Tony Stewart's going to be on the left side of the screen. Thinking of other guys on the left side. Ricky Rudd? Nope, not quite on the left. Earnhardt. That'll give us junior and senior. Well, we would have got Kyle Petty with the Kyle Petty, Lee Petty as well. Actually, no, Lee Petty is not on here, surprisingly. Jamie McMurray. He's like quite a few laps at Charlotte. Got his first career win here. Sterling Marlin was quick for a while. Now I'm just jumping all over the place. Derek Cope, Harry Gant while I'm at it. All right, screw the strategy. We're just going all over the map. Ernie Irvan, Elliott Sadler, Dale Jarrett, the Burtons, Jeff Ward, Labontes, Terry, Bobby, Hamlin. The Bush brothers are both on the left side of the screen. Ryan Newman, Matt Kenseth, Danica Patrick might be on here. Yep. I was just thinking of SHR off the top of my head. Almirola on the list. Mark Martin. Biffle. I already got Kenseth, my bad. Edwards. Bain not on here. David Reagan. David Rudimann's won a 600, so he's definitely on here. McDowell. There you go. Michael McDowell's led. David Stremme. Some of these guys have probably led under caution. Reed Sorensen, green flag pit stops. Scott Riggs. AC Mears is 1 of 600. JJ Yaley is probably on the list. Jason Leffler. Nope. Trying to pull hard right in the beginning. Frank Powers, welcome into the stream as well. Alex Bowman. See, it's not fully up to date. Bill and Chase Elliott. Dave Blaney's on the list, but Ryan is not. So that means Bell's probably not on the list either. Byron's probably not on the list. Nope. It's too recent. Larson is on here. Allmendinger. AJ. Hornish ever lead here? Yep. Scott Speed? Yep. Oh, Lake Speed, not Scott Speed. Quite a few names so far. Stacy Compton. No. Oh, I didn't spell it right. Hang on. Stacy Compton's not on here. Jimmy Spencer is probably on here. Yep. JC Spencer, I don't know who that is, but he's on the list too. Fireball Roberts, former winner of the race. Coke 600. Weatherly. AJ Foyt's probably on here. Andretti. You got John Andretti. Morgan Shepherd. Got 64 of 170. Didn't put the wall trips yet. Give us Michael and Daryl. Bonnet. The Bakers. Buddy Buck. Montoya. Ambrose. Casey Kane. This one at Charlotte. Ted Musgrave. Mike Skinner. Tony Raines. There's a poll. 28 laps led for Tony Raines. Bobby Hamilton. Got Pete Hamilton on there as well. Rick Wilson, thank you in the chat. Got Hamlin already. Truex. Boyer. Harvick. Let's try Jerry Nadeau. Ricky Craven. Johnny Benson. Bodine. Todd, Brett, Donnie. Or sorry, not Donnie, Jeff. I was looking at Donnie Allison on the left side of the screen when I said Donnie. I put Ambrose yet? Yeah, I think I did. Mike Bliss. No. Jack Sprague. No. Jeff Green. Yes, Jeff Green's on here. Johnny Sauter? Nope. Brian Vickers. Joe Nemechek. Regan Smith. Jack Smith's on here. Justin Allgaier? Yep. Probably Gordon. Gordon would have popped on here when I put Jeff Gordon. Same last name. Yeah, Rusty Wallace. Kenny Wallace is on here too. No Mike. No. Tiny Lund is not on the list. Bill Rexford's probably just before his time. Charlotte, what, 60 or 61 was the first year? Talk about Harrison Burton. He would have popped up on here if he had led a lap. That's only Hut Strickland I do have now. Thank you for that. 95 of 170. Named so many names, and there's so many more still to go. Chris Buescher. Buescher's not on here. Keselowski. Logano. I didn't put them yet. I'll try more modern guys. Briscoe Reddick. It's too soon. It was last updated in 2017. Bobby Isaac. Yes. Thank you, chat. Former winner of the 600. SDL Mark, welcome to the stream. Thomas Forbes, Jimmy Clements, thanks for tuning in. Steve, welcome back. Thank you for playing along. Again, we're naming every every Cup driver who has ever led a lap at Charlotte Motor Speedway in a Cup race. Last updated in 2017. David Gilliland. I put Sadler on here. Kenny Irwin. Trying to think of guys who raced at Robert Yates Racing. I haven't put on the list yet. I tried David Reagan. Oh yeah, Paul Menard. There we go. Buddy Arrington. Arrington's not on the list. Definitely going to be a lot of old timers on here. The machine. I know my NASCAR. 101 of 170. You guys have helped me out with a few of them. Benny Parsons. I got Phil Parsons on here. He's led a lap. Literally one. Gets us to 103. How about Unic? Nope. Did I put Marlin? I think I did early. Who else has driven for Ganassi that I might not have put yet? Chastain? Probably not. Yeah. Too recent. Suarez. Eric Jones, no. See, if it was updated in 2017, it's only May of 2017. So I don't know if that's going to be before the 600 in 2017 or not. Dave Marcus, yep, that's going to be another one. Wood, nope. None of the Wood family has led a lap. Tried to put Childers in there. That didn't work either. Oh, Alan Kulwicki. Surprised I didn't name him yet. Frank, nope. Fligerman? Nope. Think of some truck guys. I got Skinner, Bodine, Hornaday. Ah, didn't spell it right. Hornaday. Nope. Hornaday's not on here. Yeah, I got Petty already. Nemechek. I got Edwards. Yeah, I got a lot of the Roush guys. I did get Danica Patrick on here already. She had 7 laps led. So many names that I have named. Trying to circle around to ones that I might not have put. I tried Sauter and Sprague already. Oh, Quapple. Travis Quapple's on here. Brendan Gaughan on here at all? No. Brendan Gaughan's not on the list. LaJoy? Nope. No Randy, no Corey. Probably not DiBenedetto. Nope. Too recent. There's definitely got to be some active drivers I am missing. I would assume so, at least. Austin Dillon. There we go. Former winner. Knopfsinger. See, I don't even know who that is. You're coming in handy there. Brad Knopfsinger, 1 lap led. That was rare. I tried Stacy Compton. He's not on here. Casey Atwood. No. Jeremy Mayfield is on here. Didn't name him yet. Matt Allmendinger. Just kind of circling back through Penske, and I think I've gotten pretty much everybody. Hornish I got already. JD McDuffie. No. JD's not on here. Hamilton Sr. was on here, but Hamilton Jr. was not. Got Harvick, yep. Tried Trevor Bayne already. Ricky Hendrick? Probably not, because I don't think he ever yet. Rick Hendrick didn't make it either. Joe Ruttman's definitely on here. I always forget about Joe Ruttman on these lists. 1 lap led for Ruttman. 111 of 170. We got a little less than 5 minutes left. Jimmy Means. There we go. Got a few more. Is there a guy with the last name Davis? No. Davis' son. Dave. I'm stretching here. No. Stretching. Mark Donahue. Make sure I spell that right. No, Donahue's not on here. Got McMurray. Kimmel's an oh yeah, Frank Kimmel's on here. That was an interesting poll. I wouldn't have thought Frank Kimmel because I think Frank Kimmel and I only think ARCA, but he is on here. He's led 6 laps in a cup race at Charlotte. Good poll. Jane? No. Dick Trickle I didn't put yet. There we go. 6 laps. Who else is maybe a modern driver? Wouldn't have named yet. I got Yaley already. So glad to be doing something. Don't have to pay extra to watch. Yeah, there you go. I mean, we'll be here for the next several weeks on the channel. Well, I'll actually be at the Michigan race. It's my home track. Chuck Bone. Chuck Bone is not on the list. I got Biffle. Eric Jones was too recent. I'm stumped that, I mean, we have 114 names on here, and I can't think of anybody who I haven't already named. There's probably some that I've skipped. I tried McDowell. He was on here. Just thinking of more recent guys. I do have Ernie Irvan already. I got the Wallaces. Morgan Shepherd, I do have Morgan already. Yeah, I already have him. Rick Mast. Boom. There's another one. I was just thinking Indy qualified on with the Indy 500. I'm like, oh yeah, he qualified on the pole there. He's probably led a lap at Charlotte. Yep. There's got to be some truck guys in there still that I'm not thinking of. Like Rick Crawford or something. Like they ever get to Cup and lead a lap under green flag pit stops or something. Tried Sprague already. Skinner. I do have Andretti. Got cheating running out of. Oh yeah, Tim Richmond. We have not named Richmond yet. There we go. There's a couple really big ones. 804 laps led. There's some guys from the 60s I definitely have not named yet that I think of guys from way back when I haven't named yet. Tried Lund already. Who we got Fireball Roberts, Joe Weatherly. I tried Unic. Unic wasn't on here. I got AJ Foyt. Come on, Keegan. See, I get to the point of the quiz now. We're in the final minute. My brain's fried. I do have Jared on here already. Yeah, there's always some big names that you just forget when you name 116 of them. '62 team from Vegas. Yeah, I got Brendan Gaughan on here. He wasn't on the list though, but I tried him. Well, who did I miss? Leroy Yarbrough. I put him on a lot of these kinds of lists. He was the 804. I didn't circle around to him. Steve Park. Dang it. Yeah. Who else? Oh, Ken Schrader. Gosh darn it. I'm missing guys from my lifetime. That's tough. Marvin Pants was another one from the 60s. Fred Lorenzen, Jim Paschal, Curtis Turner. I just didn't circle around to those guys yet. Paul Goldsmith on the list. Charlie Glotzback. Earl Balmer. Lenny Pond. Bud Moore. Bobby Hillin Jr. Speedy Thompson. James Hilton. Obviously, a bunch of names I've obviously heard before and know of. Bob Wellborn. Greg Sachs. Jimmy Hensley. Nelson Stacy. Tom Pistone. Brad Teague. Who else on there? Joe Milliken. Paul Lewis. Butch Hartman, I have no idea who that is. Dick Brooks, I've heard of the name. I have no idea who Connie Saylor is. Herschel McGriff on here. Johnny Allen. Earl Ross, I don't know who that is. Richie Panch, we would have gotten that if we had Marvin. Ricky Stenhouse Jr., there's one of the active guys I was missing. Scott Wimmer. Kevin LePage. These are guys from my lifetime. Steve Grissom. Mike Alexander. Tommy Ellis. Jody Ridley. Rex White. I thought I put Johnny Rutherford on here, and I guess I didn't. Joe Frazen, Bobby Brack, John Anderson, Eddie Bierschwell. I don't know who that is. Patrick Carpentier. Landon Castle's on here. Michael Annett led a lap. Scott Wimmer. It's another one I forgot. Jeff Purvis. Well, we definitely got the average score. Oh, wow, we barely got average. We get average every time in these quizzes. I barely got it here. 68%. 65 was the average. Well, we beat it. Now it's time for the quick pre-race predictions and highlight the Fantasy League on the channel before we get ready to go green for today's race. So who do I think is going to run well, not run well? Maybe some underdogs who could compete for the win or at the very least get a very solid finish in today's race. You can join our NASCAR League, Fantasy League, that is, on the NASCAR.com website or the NASCAR mobile app. It is free to join. And the name of our league is KRC League, KRC in all caps, space, capital L on league. And if you're new to the channel wondering, well, why should I just join a fantasy league that's already halfway through the season? Well, we crown two different champs for one. We have a regular season champ, and then we'll reset the playoffs, so that way if we get any new viewers throughout the course of the season, like we've done the last 2 years on the channel, then they can play in the playoffs. Again, two separate champions. If somebody wins the same one, then you double down, which we did have in one of our prior 2 years of having this on the channel. And if you win those championships, you get 2 tickets to any NASCAR race if you're choosing the following season. The only other thing you have to do outside of winning the championship, you just got to be a subscriber of the YouTube channel. So be sure to hit that subscribe button if you haven't done so yet. And play along. You pick 6 drivers every week. You start 5. You have until the end of stage 2 to lock in your starting 5, and you can only play the same driver up to 10 times throughout the course of the regular season. And when we get into the playoffs and have that separate championship, you can only pick the same driver up to 5 times in the playoffs. So, again, 2 separate champions there, KRC League, in all caps, space, capital L on league. As you see on our screen right here, I'm on NASCAR.com. There'll be a fantasy tab. You'll want to click that and then click the fantasy live. So NASCAR Fantasy Live. My team for this week, I've got Denny Hamlin, Kyle Larson, William Byron, Chris Buescher, Christopher Bell, and Tyler Reddick for this week. And on the head-to-head picks, which are bonus points, 10 points each, I've got Tyler Reddick over Ryan Blaney, William Byron over Christopher Bell, Kyle Larson over Denny Hamlin, and Alex Bowman over Kyle Busch. So pretty much going with the favorites for the most part on that side of things. All right, so I got 2 drivers for each category. The don't-haves for this weekend, who you do not want to have on your fantasy team. And we'll start things off there. Joey Logano has failed to finish in the top 10 in his last 5 Coca-Cola 600s. I would steer clear from him. Ford was very off in practice, especially Penske. Yesterday as a whole, they didn't look quite as quick. If there is going to be a Penske Ford to have a good day, I would expect it to be Ryan Blaney on the long runs. There should be a decent amount of tire fall off. He won the 600 a couple years ago in a next-gen car, and on the mile-and-a-half tracks, he's pretty much had the best long-run car on a week-in and week-out basis. Not really the case at Kansas, but he still had a top 5 finish. So if you are going to have a Penske Ford, I would lean towards Blaney, but stay away from Logano, even though he won on a mile-and-a-half at Texas a little earlier this season. That was much different. Very good on the restarts, a lot of cautions after cautions there, which obviously helped him. He hasn't been as good on the long runs this season, especially on the mile-and-a-half. That's still his only top 5 finish of the year. 29th overall in practice, qualified 16th. So I think he's going to basically run about where he qualified, that 11th to 15th, 16th range for most of the race. And he might break in the top 10 here and there, maybe get some stage points along the way, but I'm predicting him to not finish in the top 10 for the 6th consecutive year in the Coke 600. Brad Keselowski, now he has had speed in recent weeks. North Wilkesboro with qualifying on the pole. He ran well in the beginning of the race, but had he not had the track position, I don't think he would have really remained up at the front of the field for a large portion of that race. Much different racetrack, obviously. He did have speed at Kansas the week before that, a mile-and-a-half. He was second, so that might lead you to believe, okay, he may be quick. Well, he qualified 35th this weekend. On top of that, he was 13th in practice, but he didn't have nearly as much speed as Chris Buescher. I do think Buescher had the most speed of the Fords in practice yesterday. So not only the Blaney and the Penske side of things, but if you're looking to start anybody in your fantasy lineup that's a Ford, Chris Buescher. He's probably not a guy you're gonna use all 10 starts up this season. I've only used him once so far this year, and I'm using him again this weekend. So he could be maybe a sleeper pick. But again, stay away from Brad Keselowski, Joey Logano. And I try not to pick the same guys every single week. That's actually only the second time I've had Keselowski and Logano on the don't-haves list. Try to circle it around to different drivers specifically on a week-to-week basis. Sleeper picks for this weekend, AJ Allmendinger. He's got 2 top 10 finishes on mile-and-a-half tracks this season. He was very fast yesterday in practice. He was top 5, and he was actually second fastest in the 5, 10, 15, and 20-lap averages in practice as well. So very good on the short run. And he's been good on the long run. The low grip mile-and-a-half tracks, Las Vegas, Homestead were the 2 top 10s he had earlier this season. He qualified 5th. That colleague Chevrolet's got quite a bit of speed. He has finished top 5 in the Coke 600 before, though that was back in his Penske years in 2011, where he finished 5th. He does have several top 10 finishes in the Coke 600, 6 of them total. We'll see if he can get one here today. The other pick on the sleeper side of things, Ty Gibbs. Ty Gibbs qualified on the pole and finished 6th in last year's race, although that was range short. And he does have a lot of speed again here this weekend for the Coke 600 as well. He was 2nd overall in practice. He was the fastest on the 5-lap average, so he should have good fire-off speed, good short-run speed, and that showed in qualifying because he also qualified in 7th. Joe Gibbs Racing, in particular, hasn't been great on the 1.5-mile track so far this season, but I have Ty Gibbs as an underdog. They look better this weekend than they have for most of the 1.5-mile tracks this year. Denny Hamlin was top 5 in practice also. Same for Tyler Reddick. Christopher Bell qualified in the top 10, and on pole is Chase Briscoe. So Ty Gibbs, another one of the sleepers, along with AJ Allmendinger for this race. Again, try to circle it around. I've only put those guys on the sleeper picks twice so far this year. And picks that you should absolutely have in your fantasy lineups. I'll start off with Tyler Reddick. He's not my pick for the win today, but he's finished in the top 10 in all 5 of his prior Coke 600 starts. So he's never not finished in the top 10. And the last 2 years with the next gen car in 2024 and 2023, he finished 4th and 5th. He should be a contender for the race win today. Just like with Joe Gibbs Racing, the 1.5-mile speed for Reddick this year down from a year ago. He hasn't really contended for many top 10s, but this weekend this track is just so good for him, and he was top 5 in practice, so things look better on the upside leading into the race. We have to wait for the race itself to play out, but I think Reddick at the very least gets a top 10, scores quite a few stage points. He's a good starter for your fantasy lineup. I've only used him 4 times this year in the first half of the regular season, so why not burn up another one here today? William Byron is going to be my pick for the race win today, and taking him because of these reasons. Qualified in the 3rd spot. He was 8th in practice, but most notably, he was fastest in Group 2 of practice yesterday, which was noticeably slower than the drivers who went off in Group 1, which is usually the case on a week-to-week basis. He had good long-run pace and good short-run pace. He was top 10 in all those statistical categories. But better yet, again, qualified 3rd. He's starting at the very front of the field. And although we're going to see quite a bit of tire wear, track position still matters a lot, especially with this next-gen car, because of how tight the field is from front to back. 140 laps combined led in the last 2 Coke 600s for Byron, and last year's race was ranked short and just past halfway, where he led 49 laps. He led over 100 laps the season before that. So look out for William Byron. I think he's going to be very, very fast today. He's had great finishes in the Coke 600 as well. He's finished 4th or better in 3 of the last 4 Coke 600s, including a runner-up 2 years ago in 2023 behind Ryan Blaney. So Byron, my pick for the race win. And if you're wondering, well, okay, taking Byron's an interesting pick. Maybe you have some better picks out there. Let me read to you how my predictions have been lately. I took Alex Palou to win the Indy 500 earlier. He won. I took Christopher Bell to win the All-Star race last week. He won. I took Karsten Hocevar to win the Open last week. He won. I took Kyle Larson to win at Kansas. He won that as well. The heat races, I picked Joey Logano in the first heat at the North Wilkesboro Speedway. He finished 2nd. I took Bell in the 2nd heat race. He won. Joey Logano, I took Kyle Larson at Texas. He finished 4th. I took Blaney at Dega. He wrecked out early. So that's really the only down spot that I've had in the predictions of recent weeks. Before that, I took Larson at Bristol. He finished in I took Denny Hamlin at Bristol. He finished 2nd. I took Byron at Darlington. He finished 2nd. I took Chase Elliott at Martinsville. He finished 4th. I took Larson at Homestead. He won. That's how the predictions have gone recently for me on the channel this year. My average finish is a 7.6 on the NASCAR races this year. So if you're looking, for somebody to root for or somebody to pick for your fantasy team, take William Byron. The stats are there. In my luck this year when picking drivers to win races, they're in contention for the very most up until the very end if they're not already winning. And this is just a wild streak I've been on. The fact that they finished 1st or 2nd in all my predictions in the last 6 races, including the Indy 500 earlier today. So definitely be sure to vote for who you think is going to win the race in the chat poll. Again, that will close at the end of stage 3, usually stage 2, but we have an extra stage today. 53 votes have been casted, and so far Kyle Larson at 42% is majority of the pick to win the race today. Byron only at 8%. Again, he is my pick. Although Alex Palou only had 13% of the votes in the Indy 500 poll earlier, and he ended up winning. Just saying. Tyler Reddick only 2% of the votes. Surprised about that. That's very low. Somebody other than those 3 to win at 50% is leading even ahead of Larson. So, again, that voting poll will change throughout the course of the race today as we get closer, not only to the drop of the green flag, but even when we get to the middle portion of the race, again, we'll have all night for the most part up until 100 to go for you to vote for who you think is going to win. So those are my pre-race predictions for today's Coca-Cola 600. We'll highlight the point standings real quick coming into the race today. Last week was a non-points paying race at North Wilkesboro Speedway. So the last points race we had was actually at Kansas where Kyle Larson won. He took over the points lead for the first time this season after William Byron got into trouble early with a flat tire. First race, Byron has not led in points since the third race of the season. Ryan Blaney led in points after the first two races at Atlanta and Daytona. Those are the only three drivers that have led in points in the first 12 points paying races. 26 races are in the regular season, so we'll be exactly halfway through the regular season when the checkered flag falls at the end of the night. Kyle Larson and Christopher Bell tied for 3 wins apiece on the season. They're first and third in the standings. Bell is sitting third, 85 back. Chase Elliott is fourth in points. He's the highest in the standings without a win. And then you got Ryan Blaney and Tyler Reddick, who also don't have wins, who are fifth and sixth right there behind him. They've been very consistent this year. They've had good speed. Between the three of them, they just haven't broke through the victory lane. Denny Hamlin, who's been on a slump as of late, does have 2 wins on the season. He's sitting 7th in points. Alex Bowman is 8th, Joey Logano 9th, and Bubba Wallace having arguably his best season of his Cup career, 10th in the point standings for him, entering the 13th race of the season. As far as the top 5s this year go, Kyle Larson with the most, 8. Next closest Bell was 6. 3 of them at 5. That would be Blaney, Hamlin, and Byron. Most laps led on the year by a large and wide margin, Kyle Larson. The races he's won this year, he's dominated. 817 laps led. He can get to 1,000 tonight in just the first 13 races of the season. He's got 23 playoff points with a lot of stage wins on top of those 3 race wins. 8 stage wins this year for Kyle Larson. 386 laps led for William Byron. Third is Denny Hamlin with 318. Then Joey Logano and Austin Cindric mostly on super speedways. And then Logano winning at Texas as well. 292 for Logano, 226 for Cindric. Blaney 199 laps led would be 6th on that list. And surprisingly, Christopher Bell with 3 wins has only 142 laps led. He's been running great, obviously, because he's got 8 top 10s on the year. So he's getting good finishes. And he's winning races. He's there at the end, just maybe not there in the beginning portion of the event. But look out for Bell, too, because he is the defending winner of this race, and he won at North Wilkesboro, so momentum is riding high for him coming into this weekend. Definitely could be a pick. He's starting up in the top 10, as well as many of the other big favorites for the win in today's action. On the playoff point side of things, 7 drivers are locked into the playoffs with a win this season. Kyle Larson, Bell, each with 3. Hamlin with 2, as mentioned. Byron's lone win still in the Daytona 500. And then Joey Logano had a win at Texas, as I mentioned already. Austin Cindric at Talladega. Josh Berry at Las Vegas. So 9 drivers would be qualified for the playoffs on points if it started tonight. Chase Elliott, Ryan Blaney, Tyler Reddick, Alex Bowman, Bubba Wallace, Ross Chastain, Chase Briscoe, Rick, well, you got Stenhouse and Parise, who are having a phenomenal start to the season, especially Stenhouse in a single car team for JTG Doherty Racing. The fact that he's 14th in the standings, very, very good this year for Stenhouse. He only has 2 top 10s, but he's just consistently, finishing races. For one, he doesn't have a single DNF this year, so that's huge. Not like Stenhouse usually. He had the most DNFs, last year or the year before that? He had almost a quarter of the season, 9 or 10 DNFs, something ridiculous, but 0 this year. He's done a great job cleaning it up, making it to the finish, and he's just consistently top 15, top 20, even though he's only got 2 top 10s. He's 15th to 20th. He might not be scoring a lot of stage points, but he's finishing races compared to those around him in the standings. Parise, Berry, 3 DNFs. Busch surprisingly only has 1, but we've seen him get into other incidences this season. He's ahead of him. Carson Hocefar's got 3 DNFs. That's in the top 20 in points, so that's why he's ahead right now. As far as Ryan Preece being the last driver in, he's only 7 points ahead of Kyle Busch. He's only 17 points ahead of John Hunter Nemechek. And he's only 21 points ahead of Carson Hocevar. Michael McDowell and Austin Dillon are only another 3 points behind Hocevar. Also 3 points back is Zane Smith, Todd Gilliland from the top 20. So very, very tight in the points battle, really between 15th all the way down to AJ Allmendinger in 25th, 26th even. Ty Gibbs, who has climbed himself out of an early season deficit, is really not all that far back. They're all within 1 race where the points mathematically they can actually jump into the top 16 in the playoff standings after tonight. So especially with the extra points on the line because of the extra stage, 71 points tonight would be a max points day compared to 61 on most weeks. Sid Vick, welcome to the stream. Shane Richards, welcome back. Tyler Burbeck, good evening to you all. Our like goal for tonight's stream will be 100, and we're at 30 already. Awesome to hear. Give Stenhouse time, might have just jinxed him. Maybe. I said something in the Indy 500 about Larson making it to Charlotte on time, even if he finishes the race, and then right after that he got in the crash and turned 2 on the restart. Go figure. They have just given the command to fire engines for today's race. So lastly, the only thing we have to go through now, we've gone through some NASCAR trivia. We highlighted the Fantasy League, the drivers who I think will run well, not run well, in the race predictions, and the season up to this point in review. It's time to go through the starting lineup. So I'll pull up my statistics on, well, not on screen, but on my phone, so we can go through the starting lineup for the 2025 Coca-Cola 600. I pulled up the wrong page. Give me a quick second. Alrighty, so on the pole for the first time in his Cup career in the Coke 600 will be Chase Briscoe. Back-to-back poles for Joe Gibbs Racing in this very race. We'll see if Briscoe can get the win. His best finish in Charlotte Motor Speedway in his Cup career will be 4th in 2022. Kyle Larson, the 2021 Coke 600 winner, and of course doing the double today, was just at Indianapolis earlier. Unfortunately got caught up in an incident and was not able to make it to the finish of the race, so he won't complete all 1,100 miles, but looking to complete all 600 in the Cup Series tonight, and he should be one of the favorites for the win. William Byron, my pick to win the race, will start inside of row 2. He's never won the 600, but he's finished 4th or better in 3 of the last 4, including 2nd in 2023, his best amongst them. Chris Buescher has 4 top 10s in the 600 in his last 6 starts in this race. He starts outside of row 2 alongside Byron. In row number 3 is A.J. Allmendinger and John Hunter Nemechek. Nemechek looking for a 3rd straight top 10 on the season. And for A.J. Allmendinger, his best in this race, 2011, where he finished 5th. In row number 4, Ty Gibbs, who was 6th after starting on the pole a year ago. And Noah Gragson, who is making his 4th career Coke 600 start. In row number 5 will be Hendrick Motorsports' Alex Bowman, who has scored 5 top 10s in his last 7 Coke 600 starts, and Christopher Bell, the defending winner of this race. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. inside of row 6 mentioned how good of a start he's had this season. He's also got a great track record here at Charlotte. 4 top 10s in his last 7 Coke 600 starts, looking for another here tonight. And Tyler Reddick has had nothing but top 10s in his Coke 600 career, 5 for 5, looking to go 6 for 6 tonight. Justin Haley will start inside of row 7. His best finish in this race, 15th in 2023, and Austin Cindric, 20th last season. Row number 8 will be Michael McDowell, who has a best run of 8th in 2022 in this race, and Joey Logano, who's a runner-up in 2019. 4-time Coke 600 winner inside of row number 9, Jimmie Johnson, making his 700th Cup Series start, and Josh Berry, who had a top 10 in this race a season ago. Ty Dillon alongside Denny Hamlin, the 2022 Coke 600 winner, make up row number 10. Behind them in row number 11 will be the 2023 600 winner Ryan Blaney, and Chase Elliott, who has never won this race, but he's finished runner-up 3 times and does have 1 points-paying win on the Charlotte Oval. Zane Smith with Kyle Busch will make up row number 12. Zane Smith has the best finish in this race of 10th in 2023, and Kyle Busch is a former winner, one of many in the field today. 2018 was the lone 600 win for Busch. In row 13, Daniel Suarez looking for his first top 10 in this race, and the 2017 600 winner Austin Dillon. Eric Jones, who has the best finish in this race of 9th in his Cup career, also making his 9th Coke 600 start on the inside of row 14, and Ryan Preece, who has the best finish here of 13th on the outside of Jones. And row 15 will be Cole Custer and Shane Van Gisbergen. This will be the 2nd Coke 600 start for SVG. He ended up finishing 28th a year ago. Riley Herbst will be making his debut in the Coke 600 on the inside of row 16, and Bubba Wallace making his 8th Coke 600 start on the outside. His best run 4th 2 seasons ago. In row number 17 will be Connor Zilisch, the rookie, making his 2nd career Cup start, his first on an oval in the Cup Series. Todd Gilliland making his 4th start in the race today, as far as the Coke 600s go, of course. Our last defending winner in the field, Brad Keselowski, the 2020 winner, will start inside of row 18 alongside Cody Ware. In row 19, Derek Kraus making his 7th career Cup start, his first in the 600, and Josh Bilicki making his 4th start in this race. And in the last row, row number 20, Carson Hocevar, who was fastest in practice but wrecked in qualifying. I shouldn't say wrecked. He spun out in qualifying. He saved his primary car, but that's why he's starting at the back, as he spun out off of turn 4. And Ross Chastain did crash in practice. I believe he is in a backup car to start this race here today, bringing up the rear. 8 former Coca-Cola 600 winners are in the field for today's race, and amongst them, 11 combined wins. Jimmie Johnson's the only driver in the field who has won more than one Coke 600 that is running this race today. A lot of one-time winners and a lot more drivers who are still looking for their first win in NASCAR's longest race. Visual purposes, this race will be on Amazon Prime Video, the first of which in NASCAR history. For the Cup Series side, they've carried a lot of the practice and qualifying sessions so far this season, but this will be their first race, 5 of which will be on Amazon Prime Video for the next 5 weeks, and we'll be here on the channel for all of it except for the Michigan Cup race. I'll be there, but we'll still have practice and qualifying the day before live on the channel, as well as the Truck Series race that weekend. Xfinity will actually be off from the Michigan weekend, but we'll have the truck and we'll have the Cup practice and qualifying streams. As usual, I usually only go to the Cup Series races when I go to races in person, and I try to stream the other races in the lead up and then leave late. But luckily for myself, Michigan's barely over an hour drive for me, so I'll be able to leave Sunday morning in plenty of time for the race and get a full night's sleep in my own bed, so that'll be great. Again, thank you to everybody who has tuned in throughout the course of the live commentary content this weekend. This is our 6th and final live stream. We had not only a doubleheader today, but we had a doubleheader yesterday, with the Xfinity race, Cup practice and qualifying earlier on that Saturday afternoon. Friday night, we had a doubleheader. We did the ARCA and we did the Craftsman Truck Series race, and here we are to complete 1,100 miles in one day. Our Indy 500 stream topped off at just over 4 hours with the roughly 45 to 50-minute delay. And with the pre-race that we usually have for these Cup Series race streams, doing every NASCAR race on the schedule, unless again, but yeah, this is going to be longer than 4 hours, I think, for the stream itself. The race itself might be about 3.5 to 4 hours, but as far as the stream between the post-race and the pre-race, we're going to be on the air for a while today, about 8 to 9 hours maybe total of action on the channel on this very busy Memorial Day Sunday. On the broadcast call for the race tonight, Adam Alexander, Dale Earnhardt Jr., and Steve Letarte will be in the Amazon Prime booth. And in the pre-race build-up, as well as some of the mid-race reports coming from Alex Weaver, Carl Edwards, and Corey LaJoie. Pit Road, Marty Snyder and Trevor Bayne will have reports throughout pit stops in this race. Can't wait to get things started. So again, Chase Briscoe will be on the pole, and he'll lead us to the green in the Coca-Cola 600. Yep, Dylan does have a Coke 600 win. 2017. Trying to look to see Jamie Casa, welcome back into the stream as well. I don't know, Matthew Dorter Bruno, thanks for tuning in. I'm not sure if there's anybody that I haven't shouted out that's been in the chat from the very beginning of the stream to where we're at right now, and if I did miss you, I apologize. I try to shout you out as much as I can. A lot going on, especially when we get into the race. It's hard for me to really check the chat during green flag conditions. I try as much during cautions and commercial breaks to catch up with the chat. So if there's any super chats or anything like that, I usually try to catch up during the commercials or cautions, whatever comes first, because I'll just usually miss it as it happens live. Going to be fun to watch Ross Chastain come from the rear of the field after crashing in practice yesterday. His crash was a result of low air pressure in the left rear tires, similar to what we saw several times at Kansas Speedway on 1.5 miles with not a lot of grip and some bumps on the racetrack there, a little bit of tire wear. So that will be something to look out for here today, especially on the short run. Chastain was actually 20 laps into his run before the lap gear went out, which is pretty normal with this next-gen car, about 15 to 20 laps having too low of air pressure before the tire finally starts to give out. Each of our stages tonight are evenly split, 100 laps apiece, and we do have one extra stage, so more points on the line in tonight's race than what we would normally see on a NASCAR race weekend with 3 stages. Strategy will be pretty much cutthroat right down the middle. A lot of these teams will try to split these stages in half, maybe depending on where they're at track position-wise. They'll try to run long, catch a caution if we do have long enough green flag runs to have green flag pit stops in the race today. But each of these stages pretty much the length of a final stage on most mile-and-a-half tracks, but that's going to be the case for every stage tonight. Usually we see about 80 to 85 laps in stages 1 and 2, so a little bit longer here, making up, obviously, the longest race of the season. Very few 500-mile races on the schedule anymore. Outside of super speedways and crown jewels, most of the races are 400 miles in length or less. All the mile-and-a-half tracks on the schedule are all 400 miles in length, except for this one, which is an extra 200 miles. We always talked about this being a war of attrition kind of race between man and machine in the yesteryears of NASCAR, and I think that is still going to hold true to this day, knowing that the races nowadays, relatively speaking, shorter than they used to be at the Cup Series level on tracks like this. But tradition remains the same here at Charlotte. Mr. STL, Mark, and JoJo, yeah, thanks for tuning in. Sorry if I missed you again. I see you in the chat, trust me. It's tough if somebody like pops out and then pops back in after a little bit too. Plus, we had a stream earlier today, so I saw many of you during the Indy 500 coverage. That's awesome that you guys are here on the channel for, 8, 9 plus hours in one day. Kind of reminds me of when we were doing the Rolex 24 coverage this winter for the first time. We streamed all 24 hours, and there was many of you that were in the chat for at least half the race. So greatly appreciate it. Or maybe watch the first few hours and then the final few the next day. That was cool to see, too. They will be going green this time by. The field has already got the one-to-go signal. Chase Briscoe and Kyle Larson on the front row. The inside of row 1 was the control car for most of the weekend. That will be the same for Chase Briscoe for this initial start. Crowd on their feet, nearly sold out at Charlotte Motor Speedway for the 4th consecutive year in the Coca-Cola 600 at Charlotte. Over 100,000 fans in the grandstands alone, and more in the infield camping area as well. Briscoe launches, green flag is in the air, and the sport's longest race is underway, the Coca-Cola 600. Chase Briscoe with an easy lead into the first turn. Kyle Larson from the outside of row 1 quickly jumped to the bottom of the racetrack in line behind Briscoe entering the first turn. Side by side for third between William Byron and Chris Buescher down the back straightaway. Larson will try to take to the outside of the racetrack. And he will get there on Chase Briscoe exiting the 4th turn, looking to lead the opening lap of the race from the 2nd starting spot. Briscoe side drafts him on the front stretch, trying to get a pull back at the line. Couldn't do it. Larson leads lap 1. Briscoe with a nose out in front on the bottom of the racetrack. His car bottoms out. He shoves up wide. Him and Larson very tightly together through turns 1 and 2 as a result. Big run coming from behind from third. William Byron looking to the bottom. 3 wide for the lead on the 2nd lap of the race in turn 3. Byron not wasting any time with that huge head of steam. He's going to try to get by both of them, and he does. What a move. William Byron out in front. 3 wide pass for the lead down the backstretch. Entering turn 3. Didn't clear until the exit of turn 4. But William Byron is now out in front here in the early laps of the 600, while Briscoe and Larson are still side by side as they have been for almost 3 consecutive laps now. Larson clear for 2nd off the high side. He had a great run from the exit of turn 2. Same for Chris Buescher on the outside. Briscoe hopping back to the top through 3 and 4. Briscoe got underneath him for a brief moment for 3rd before having to wash up behind him again. That failed pass attempt for Buescher will allow for John Hunter Nemechek in the 42 for Legacy Motor Club looking for 4th. He's not going to be able to successfully make that pass. Very tightly door-to-door battling for position behind is A.J. Allmendinger and Noah Gragson. Bell goes 3 wide to the bottom of the back straightaway, trying to pass both cars just as Byron did for the lead a few laps ago. So Larson leads lap 1, Byron leads laps 2 through 4, circuiting lap 5 right now, and our pole sitter Briscoe, who didn't lead a lap, has fallen to 3rd. Nemechek completes the pass on Buescher with a slide job through turns 1 and 2. He's clear. Highest running Ford is Buescher in 5th, with 2 Chevrolets leading 2 Toyotas in front of him at the beginning of the pack. Bubba Wallace got up against the wall on the opening lap of the race in turns 3 and 4. Showed a replay of that. I don't think there's any major damage to the 23. Hasn't had to pit. Wallace back in 27th right now. Half a second separating the top 3 positions on the leaderboard. The top 9 are within 2 seconds of each other as the front of the field is very tight together. Race starting in the daylight hours. It will finish in the night. Overcast skies, just as we saw for the Indianapolis 500 earlier today. Means relatively cooler track temps. It was also overcast skies throughout practice yesterday, so similar track conditions to what we saw through practice and what we're seeing now in the beginning of the race. When they get into the nighttime and the track continues to change, will the drivers we see at the front of the field now continue to be out in front, or will we have newcomers by that point in time? Battle for the lead, Kyle Larson, William Byron for Hendrick Motorsports. Even though Larson didn't complete 500 miles at Indy today, the fact that he was there, ran half the race, flew to Charlotte, and is out here trying to lead the early going and has a reasonable shot to win this event. He's been very solid on the 1.5 mile tracks this season. I'd probably say the best on the 1.5 mile tracks this year. Blaney has been close on the speed side of things, but doesn't have as good of results as Larson has had. 2 of Larson's wins of the 3 have come on 1.5 mile tracks this season, including the last one at Kansas. He had a 4th at Texas, and Las Vegas he was quick as well. Larson to the inside, a little bit of a wiggle through 1 and 2, but he still stays alongside the door, the 24 of Byron. Side drafts the left rear corner panel down the back straightaway and shoots off to the bottom of the track and will pull clear through 3 and 4. 3rd lead change of the day already. Kyle Larson out in front of the field in the Coca-Cola 600 for the 2nd time after leading lap 1. Byron led laps 2 through 8. Lap number 9 led by Larson. Briscoe's still right there after starting on the pole, a half a second off the lead. Byron fired off good on the short run. Larson a little bit better on the medium run as they trade the lead back and forth. Nobody's getting away from one another yet. And again, Briscoe is still lurking. Tyler Reddick quietly has moved up to 4th place. He's on the move. Buescher, Nemechek have fallen to 5th and 6th. Christopher Bell up 3 spots from the start to 7th as well. Qualified 10th. Only 2 Fords inside the top 10. Gragson in 8th. Buescher in 4th. Fords were lacking speed in practice yesterday for the most part. Very few of them up in the top 10. Buescher performed very well in qualifying, and he has had good runs in the 600 in years past. He hasn't scored a top 5 finish in his career in the Coke 600, but he's had 4 top 10s in the last 6 races here. Both of our sleeper picks who qualified top 10 are still up there as well. 9th and 10th, Ty Gibbs, AJ Allmendinger. Hanging on in the early going, while the must-haves of Reddick and Byron run 2nd and 3rd. Reddick just made a pass on Briscoe. Byron is in hot pursuit of that of the car behind him, Tyler Reddick. Reddick shoots to the inside. Reddick is the quickest car on the racetrack right now. Last lap, Tyler Reddick ran a 29.8. That was 0.2 quicker than our leader, Kyle Larson. Couldn't make the pass through 1 and 2 that last time by on Byron for 2nd place. Still getting clean air on the nose to the bottom of the track through 3 and 4. Can't quite pull alongside of him yet. While Byron and Larson run the middle and upper grooves of the racetrack on both ends of the speedway. Once again, your top 5 as they go to commercial break for the first time on Amazon Prime Video. Kyle Larson leads with William Byron in second, Tyler Reddick third, Chase Briscoe fourth, and Chris Buescher rounding out the top 5. We are through 13 of 100 laps in stage 1 and 400 laps, 600 miles for our scheduled distance tonight. Pit road speed also 45 miles per hour for when we do get to pit stops, which nobody obviously has pitted yet. And the fuel window is just over 60 laps, so we may see pit stops open up for the first time today when we get to about lap 40, because mathematically they'll be able to make it on fuel to the end there, but with the tire wear involved, you probably don't want to pit too early. We've seen a decent amount of fall, about 7/10 over the first 14 to 15 laps of the race. So as we get closer to about 40 to 50 laps in, we should see about a second and a half or more of fall off on these tires. Not as much as, say, a Homestead, but quite a bit still. Last time this track has been repaved, 2007. So 18 years on this surface of having 2 races a year. Although most of which, since 2018 in the fall, have been on the road course configuration, but still having cars on the track will add wear, as well as just the overall seasonal changes and erosion over time. Byron not losing a ton of time to Kyle Larson yet. The gap between first and second that last time at the line was about 0.4 of a second. They're separated by, I'd probably guess, 4 or 5 car lengths. Byron to the top of the racetrack, Larson to the middle of that time through 3 and 4, Reddick down on the bottom. All 3 getting clean air on their nose as they stay within about a half a second of each other at the front of the field. Byron had a pretty big upswing in momentum down the front stretch, was able to close about a car length and a half to 2 car lengths or so on Larson. But now being in the dirty air, both on the high side through 1 and 2, Byron will give that time right back up again. Larson will go to the wall in 3 and 4. This time Byron does not. He runs the middle. It does seem like Byron is a little bit better through 3 and 4 than Larson, but 1 and 2, Larson gains all the ground that he would have lost and maybe then some in 1 and 2 on the other end of the track, beating the 24. 24 struggling on that end of the track enough is really where Reddick is making gains and has really been putting a lot of pressure for second place for quite some time now, just hasn't been able to make the pass.
Five on point now. And back in the field, a whole lot going on. Well, look at what happened while we were away to the 41 of Cole Custer.
Yeah, the air's dirty back there. We talk about how cars can get on the inside. That's Bubba Wallace to the inside of Cole. It's going to make Cole really tight off the corner, and he's going to get into the fence pretty hard there. Tyler Reddick as well, just a little bit of contact right here. That's a little bit harder than I'd like to see. Actually, that's Herbst.
Yeah, Riley Herbst in the 35, rookie driver from Las Vegas.
Well, the air back in the back of the field is so tough, and it's unpredictable where the driver in front of you is going to go. Sometimes you're just going to find yourself in bad air on corner exit, deep in the field. Talk about bad air. That's the challenge for Reddick right here. I believe it's faster than the 2 Hendrick Chevrolets in front of him. He just moves 1 lane down, really, to make the downforce in these next-gen cars. The field in center, 50% of the car. You want to gulp that air underneath the car, run it across the floor, and sit underneath the diffuser. It vacuums the part of the track. There you go. Offset down the racetrack. Try to not overdrive the center. Pick up the throttle. This is an inch-by-inch sort of pass.
Let's get some updates now for Pit Road. What's happening down there, Kim?
Kyle Larson at the point, and what makes it even more impressive, the fact that he just got back from running in the Indianapolis 500, is that the preparation for this looks very different than other drivers. Christian Cliff Daniels told me they are not in constant communication while Kyle's in Indy, but that is a normal thing for them. They do not talk throughout the week. Cliff told me when he's off racing sprint cars or any other series, he is very much on his own. Then Larson shows up for the Cup race. Cliff gives him bullet points. They talk through everything. Then they go out and race. And that's very much the strength of their relationship, Trevor.
Crazy. Byron grew up here in Charlotte, North Carolina. Got his first win at this racetrack last night in the Xfinity Series. Right now, we see him under attack at 45, but he's been very quiet in the 24 car. Looking at that entry, though, he's getting beat just a little bit by the 5 and the 45 behind him. We're able to drive in just a little bit deeper. Tim.
As you see Tyler Reddick running in the third position right now, just pretty happy with the race car. The main thing is balance migration is what they have fought all season long, keeping up with the handling of the car throughout the whole run. So we'll see where they trend. Marty.
Into Jake's fall prediction. Chase Briscoe not able to hold on to the lead after winning the pole today, now slipping back to fifth on the running order right now. And we've talked about how Joe Gibbs Racing was so strong on the intermediate tracks last year, but this year they came into the year and they weren't very good. That was a surprise to everyone at JGR. So they really focused, Trevor, on this 4-week stretch with 3.5 miles to improve that program.
Well, Legacy Motor Club feels like they've been improving on the 1.5 miles. We've seen John Hunter Nemechek with a couple top 10s in a row. His teammate, Eric Jones, had to start in the rear of this field after a steering change yesterday in practice. That power steering went out. But he's up 14 positions right now at the start of this race. Just fighting a little bit tight. Steve? That's the balance. You know, the trouble with this racetrack in general, and you heard Kim mention it, balance migration. What is, it's just like it sounds. You start tight, it feeds loose. You start loose and it feeds tight. Now throw into a track that's going to change just as much. It's kind of like throwing a dartboard at a moving target, which can be very, very difficult. Another thing's difficult trying to get a hold of this racetrack. Ryan Blaney has had his hands full. You can watch either camera. I watch the steering wheel. Watch right here through 3 and 4. Big bumps right there at the top of the racetrack. He kept that out of the wall, but you see how much speed he lost. Running that high line, really smooth right here in 1 and 2, but in turn 3 and 4, that old corner is just bad. Lots of bumps, especially at the top of the racetrack. The center to the exit of that corner, really rough.
I'm looking at this Penske running order. Austin Cindric, 14th. Talking about Ryan Blaney back there, 21st. Joey Logano, 20th. Josh Berry, who's with that group outside the top 20 as well. It's been a tough start to this race.
Tough start to the month. Let's remember, Team Penske, the same organization that ran in the Indianapolis 500. Big news story all week about the trouble they got in up there, some firings of the executives. And I believe this is going to affect the Cup team. I know if I'm up to chief in the Cup guys, right, as we're on board the Ford Performance camera here, you know, I have no more mulligans. It was used in the Indy crowd. And I hate to say it like that, and I don't expect anyone in this garage.
All right, Larson with about a half a second lead still over Byron, pretty much managing that gap. Tyler Reddick has fallen off a little bit, so maybe firing off on the short run and burning his tires up a little early to drive up to third place. He was putting a lot of pressure on William Byron for second, but now he's over a second behind Byron, and he is slipping up. So he was about 2/10 faster than the leaders to get there, and that last lap he ran a 31.1. It looks like both Byron and Larson were about a 10th quicker. So 10th quicker lap might not seem like a lot. That's a second over the course of 10 laps. He's losing on average to the 5 and the 24. And that might gradually grow more and more if he starts to fall off the closer we get to the halfway mark. We're only at lap 29. So I don't expect to see our first drivers on the pit road until about 10 laps from now, maybe more. And most of the drivers at the front of the field are going to try to get to as close to lap 50 as they can. Top 10 in the running order has Kyle Larson in the lead. William Byron is 0.6 of a second back in second. The interval to third is a 1.5 to Tyler Reddick. Chris Buescher's 3.3 seconds off the lead in fourth. Chase Briscoe in fifth is 3.6 seconds off the lead. John Hunter Nemechek 4.4 seconds back in sixth. Seventh is Christopher Bell, 4.8 seconds back. Noah Gregson's in eighth. He is 5.3 seconds off the lead. Ty Gibbs, 6.6 seconds back in ninth. And A.J. Allmendinger in 10th is 8.2 seconds behind Larson. Reddick has gained 9 positions from the start of the race. He qualified 12th. Also gaining a ton of spots, Ryan Preece is up 10 from 28th to 18th. Chase Elliott's up 7 spots from 22nd to 15th. 17 positions gained for Carson Hocevar, started 39th after a spin in qualifying. He was fastest in practice yesterday. So look out for him as he is up to 22nd place. It's going to be a slow, methodical move through the field for Hocevar, but he's definitely working his way there. Chastain, who started in the last row, is up quite a few spots as well, but he's only up 12, so Hocevar definitely pacing quicker than him, though Chastain in a backup car after wrecking his primary yesterday in practice. Keselowski up 10 spots to 25th after a poor qualifying effort. All alone, he ended up 35th yesterday for the starting grid. Daniel Suarez is back 10 positions to 35th. 14 spots lost for Jimmy Johnson from the start of the race. He is now 31st. And I believe he has lost the most positions of any driver from the get-go. Ty Dillon, Josh Berry, both back 8 positions from the start. 6 for Logano as he's back to 22nd. 5 spots lost for Stenhouse after starting 11th. 5 spots lost for AJ Allmendinger after starting in 5th. So those are the biggest movers upwards and backwards through the field in these first 33 laps of the Coca-Cola 600. We'll take our first break of the stream. You're listening live on KRC to our full flag-to-flag coverage. Atlanta Falcons 89, welcome to the stream. Tony, only driver to complete 1100, yep. In the same day. Thanks for those stat lines, Jimmy. Brad Knopfsinger, Knopfsinger, 1988, he got the 1 lap lead in the Coca-Cola 600. That was definitely a big pull. That was a big pull. Connie Saylor died of cancer in 1993. Yeah, I've never heard of Connie Saylor. Race car driver. Curious to know when exactly he raced. Probably back in the 60s, I would imagine. Part of our pre-race quiz. We'll have 2 diecast showings for today's stream. We'll have one at the end of stage 2 per usual. We'll also have one during another stage break today as well. Either stage 1 or stage number 3. Haven't decided yet how we're going to space things out. Probably stage 1. Just for that way we get into the final 100 laps of the race and we're fully focused on the race. And nothing else. 3 lead changes so far. No cautions. 18 minutes in. 36 laps down. Tyler Reddick has caught... No, sorry, that's not Reddick. That's the other Monster Energy car, Riley Herbst, who has just gone a lap down. I was going to say, I didn't think Reddick caught Byron. He was slipping away from him. So Derek Kraus, Josh Bilicki, and Riley Herbst have gone a lap down already.
NASCAR on Prime live at Charlotte Motor Speedway. It's the Coca-Cola 600. Kyle Larson continues to lead. But while we were away, a little kiss for driver 5.
Yeah, down into turn 3, we talk about how bumpy it is. Look how loose, man. Sideways into turn 3, up into the fence.
That was a moment.
Watch the hands on the steering wheel. What? Okay.
That was a pretty big hit.
D- to the crew chief seat. That's not a little kiss. That's hard contact.
Yeah.
Okay. Last command. All right, he thinks he's all right, but let's look at lap time. Just about a tenth slower than Byron and Reddick behind him the last couple of laps. We have 362 laps to go. You know, we talk about the test of man and machine. Let's just keep it clean for a little bit.
Good box.
He's recovered. He just ran a 35.23. Nobody in the field's running that right now.
I feel like we should grade on a curve, and I should go up to a C now. Okay. Hey, look, bottom of your screen, racing for position. Couple of young drivers from the Toyota camp. Christopher Bell, 2042. John Hunter Nemechek, that's for 6th.
And that's what I was talking about with the inside car being on the left side on corner exit. It's a real odd thing that happens with the next gen. Sometimes it makes that outside car really tight.
Whoa!
John Hunter Nemechek sideways off the corner. You see the exhaust? That means he's jumping out of the gas.
And right behind this group, little love for Noah Gretchen. Qualified great yesterday. Yeah. Hanging in the top 10 in that 4 car for front row.
Yeah, Noah needs a great run tonight. He's got the speed to do it.
What do you have down there, Trevor? Pit stops. This is Austin Dillon on the pit lane.
Yeah, Austin Dillon, one of the first to come to pit road here.
That lap 40 mark.
Too tight up top, losing the nose, so they're going to get adjustments to get this thing better.
Josh Berry on pit road making stops here. They can easily make it to the end of stage 1 with Rich Five dominating the Coca-Cola 659 to go in that finish. Staying on the front end. A little bit too tight for him.
Ryan Blaney, Ross Chastain are also in. Sid goes around. He's off of turn 4 as he slides to the infield. Second time he's broken loose. He barely keeps it off the inside retaining wall. As he goes through what is luckily turf and not grass, he does not tear up the splitter of his race car, and he will live to see another lap. But Larson, who broke loose, got against the wall several laps ago, now spins off of turn 4, and the caution flag again is out for the first time today.
Straightaway's been replaced with that turf, and so looks like he got through that pretty unscathed, Steve. Let's take a look.
Pretty unscathed. Same thing. We saw the big save earlier that ended up in the wall some. Another big moment. Just gets loose. Kyle, do you see the smoke? That's him wide open, driving it down there. He wants to not back it in. Then he gets it straight. He loops it because he sees the grass, which is actually turf here at Charlotte.
Oh gosh. Yeah, it's just loose. It's so rough up there. You watch him bouncing, his head bouncing around the headrest. You can tell he's going through a series of serious bumps at the top of that racetrack, and it just gets out from under him.
One thing at Charlotte Motor Speedway, the ball field, the grass here in the middle isn't grass, it's turf. Great news for the 5. If this is grass, you could easily damage the underneath. You see right there at the back behind the rear tire, that's that carbon fiber diffuser. I didn't see a lot of damage. What you see flat down, that's the diffuser clap. That happens when you spin. Let's listen to Kyle Larson.
My toe might be barely off. I obviously didn't hit anything there, but I did hit the wall of 3 pretty hard and not square. But yeah, just checking over, please. Oh, sorry.
So toe barely off. Talking about the rear, I believe he's hit the car with the back, getting that right rear tire pointed the wrong direction. We're not talking even like quarter or an eighth of an inch. You know, hundreds or even thousandths, 10, 20, 30 thousandths of an inch is the type of adjustment they make on exactly where the rear tires are pointed. He feels the right one has been bent a little bit. As I mentioned, the roof flap you see up right there, that's no big deal on the top of the car. They can reset that. On the back of the diffuser, the flap's down. That's a safety measure. I don't see any other damage, but then again, the big speed in these race cars is what's underneath. I'm not sure we will know until we see this kind of rejoin and see what kind of pace the 5 has. But man, what a big day for Kyle Larson.
All of this happened as other cars were coming to pit road right kind of in the middle of the pit cycle. So that's going to kind of throw some of these guys into a tough hole to climb out of.
Few cars that made pit stops. The one of Ross Chastain, 84 Jimmy Johnson, and Ryan Blaney in the 12, all on the pit lane where the caution came out. I was just going to hit you, Steve, on what do we expect as far as green flag pit stops. We saw them unfolding, boom, caution comes out. And now once we get pit road open, everyone cycles around. I'm sure it's going to be busy down there.
Oh, it's going to be packed. Everybody's going to be on pit road. And this is concern, right? 40 cars here. There's only a few on the lead lap, 32 on the lead lap. So it's going to be busy on pit road.
Riding on board with the HinderCars.com camera. Kyle Larson will be carrying with us tonight.
Yeah, I love all these partners that bring us these great views. BuiltSomeMarines.com is going to give us a great look up the front bumper of Keselowski.
Saw it earlier. You see it more tonight. NASCAR's most popular driver, Chase Elliott, the prime onboard camera.
Denny Hamlin's got the National Debt Relief camera on his car tonight.
Love that look. You can see that rear view camera right here on board with Blanket Ford Performance on board.
Pit road is open. Here they are, Trevor.
Now you're going to see William Byron come down to get 4 tires. He felt like it took a little bit of time to adapt back to the Cup car on the exit. Just getting loose off the corner. Chris Buescher in the 17. He's got some 4 tires and air pressure here for adjustments, Kim.
As you see Tyler Reddick, bottom left of your screen, he said, I'm a half number here now, maybe a number and a half if I push too hard. Cruisy Phillies got things will tighten you up. Barney.
Kim, thanks to winning the pole, Chase Briscoe has pit stall number 1. We'll see if the 19 team can use it to their advantage. He said, overall, just too tight, and I don't have the confidence I need to have to be able to roll a little bit longer stuff for the 19, and a tire hits away. Kyle Larson in front of you, Kim.
Kyle Larson before that spin said he could help. He needs some help laterally, and they said they're going to tighten you up at the end of this stage. Well, obviously, 2-3 there, got that spin. Now you're seeing the road crew that's over the wall. Before we went to this shot, it was the pit crew over the wall to change the 4 tires. That went back over the wall. Now the road crew is out there checking on the car, making sure there's no structural damage and no damage on that suspension. You see the rear of that car where it kissed the wall and up under the hood. but Larson said it felt pretty good. He kept the tires up, so they were able not to lose the lap.
Busy day for Kyle Larson. Gonna be a busy night for his team. Under caution for the first time, leading this race. Five goes for a ride down the front straightaway. The restart when we come back. It's NASCAR on Prime.
Byron trying to sweep his portion of the weekend after winning the Xfinity race yesterday. He'll, well, was in the lead for a brief moment. He didn't win the race off of pit road. As it looks like Chase Briscoe will actually be the leader. 24 team cycled pretty deep in the field here. We're going to wait for our leaderboard to cycle back out again. I think Jimmy Johnson got the free pass for being the first car lap down at the time of the caution. There were a couple cars that had hit pit road already. Chastain, Austin Dillon, Ryan Blaney, Josh Berry, they all hit pit road. So they're going to be trapped a lap down because of the caution. Or at least would have been. They'll take the wave around, but they're definitely going to lose a lot of track position. Chastain was working from the rear of the field at the start of the race, so now he's right back at the rear again. Ryan Blaney was in the top 20. Now he's outside the top 30, and same for Austin Dillon. Josh Berry, who was outside the top 20, has lost about a dozen spots or so as well. So they were on the wrong side of the caution. They were the only 4 cars that actually hit pit road before the yellow came out for Larson, spinning from the lead off of turn 4. Again, he was able to save it. It doesn't seem like there's enough damage, obviously, that's going to take him out of the race. He does remain on the lead lap, so we shall see. Kyle Larson can make his way back through the front of the field. If there's not a lot of damage, he clearly has the speed to do it. He's led the most laps so far. Byron's led for a little bit. Now he's leading again. He did win the race off pit road. The graphic was a little wonky on our end. So for this next race there, you're going to have William Byron out in front, Tyler Reddick in second, then Chris Buescher third. Christopher Bell fourth, John Hunter Nemechek having a strong start in fifth. Noah Gragson in sixth, Denny Hamlin seventh, Ty Gibbs in eighth, AJ Allmendinger ninth, Chase Elliott rounds out the top 10, 11th and 12th, Chase Briscoe, Michael McDowell. So our pole sitters already fallen out of the top 10. Regine Huddleston, thanks for tuning into the stream as well. Pete Creamer, thanks for watching. 24 in DraftKings. Yeah, he's a good start for fantasy this weekend. I've used him a bunch this year, and he's second in points, probably why I'm towards the top of the Fantasy League point standings. Because he's scoring a lot of points every week. Might as well use him. I'm only going to have, I think, 2 or 3 starts left for him the rest of the season. The regular season, that is. And we're only halfway done after tonight, but it's another strong night for him. I picked him to win. 500 and the Coke 600 in the same year. Was it Jimmy Johnson? It wasn't Jimmy. Unless it was Jimmy in 2006. But he didn't win. No, he didn't win in 06. Never mind. He won 03 through 05. Off the top of my head, I'm not sure. I'll have to look that up. How's Gragson doing? He's been solid. He qualified top 10, and he's currently 6th. He's been pretty much top 8 the whole race, right where he qualified at 8th place. Steady job early on, but again, daytime track conditions. Although the sun's not out, the track temp will still drop as the ambient temp drops into the nighttime skies. One to go signal given to the leaders this time by. They'll be going green on the next lap. And we'll be almost halfway through stage 1. We'll have 51 laps left to get to the end of the first 100 laps. And the end of stage 1, Chase Briscoe back on pit road.
So much made about track position starting up front. Number 1 pit stall. Well, a little bit of a slow stop, which was going to hurt. Right side looks pretty normal, but if you look, everything looks good. Slow getting the round range, but then on the back, he throws this right rear tire. The crew member goes and gets it. So it's not like it used to be uncontrolled tire and all this, but if a tire gets away completely outside your pit box into what could be a, into a lane of traffic or could interfere in another pit crew, it's a penalty. Either way, both the 19 and the 6 tail of the field penalties.
Oh, there you go. Briscoe didn't get to lead a lap from the pole, and now he's at the tail end of the field for a penalty. Brad Keselowski, who made his way up over 10 positions from starting 35th in the race today, is now back at the rear as well because of a pit road penalty. First 2 penalties in the pits after our first pit stops of the race. Again, 4 drivers did take the wave around at the tail end of the field as well. Those 4 drivers were Josh Berry, Ross Chastain, Ryan Blaney, and Austin Dillon. I had to scroll down the leaderboard. I almost forgot about Austin Dillon. It's a long race. Yes, it is. Onto the race. Oh, they've had another lap of caution. False alarm. Oh, we got a tire rolling away. Whose tire is it? That's why they added another lap of caution. 66. That would be Josh Bilicki this weekend in the 66 car for NBM. His right rear tire has come off under yellow as they did not get the lug nut secured tightly, so that has added at least one more lap of yellow. And our safety team will go out there, collect the tire, retrieve it, bring it back into the pits, and then we'll be going green again. A lot of parts and pieces dragging on the way back to pit road. Not good for a small team like this. Open entry, one of the 4 in the field today. A full 40-car field for this year's Coca-Cola 600. Nobody had to go home. We didn't have more than 40 entries, but 66 team Josh Bilicki, one of which, and that'll be a 2-lap penalty. And a suspension for a couple of crew members whenever the 66 team returns to the track. Those guys are going to be done for a couple of weeks. I would assume it's races run that they'll be suspended. Because if they're just not participating in the next 2 weeks, I don't know that that would count. Yep, 100 laps, all 4 stages. Halfway through stage 1. He has to wait in the next restart. One more lap of yellow. They'll be getting one to go again this time. So 2 more laps are added with the 66 of Josh Bilicki's right rear tire coming off. Chance for a couple drivers to try to top off on fuel at the tail end of the pack. Even though everybody will be plenty good on gas to make it to the end of the stage. Even those that pitted and took the wave around and did not get to pit for the upcoming restart. And then as soon as that window opened to be able to make it to the end of the stage. But they are on a slight tire disadvantage. So now we shall see if they'll be able to stay on the lead lap to the end of stage 1. I would think that they will be able to. There were only a few drivers, that fell off the lead lap early on. 3 cars are off the lead lap that either didn't take the wave around or went from 2 laps down to 1 lap down. Derek Kraus, Riley Herbst, and then NBM's Josh Bilicki, his right rear came off, so he'll be losing 2 more laps anyway. All right, so lap 51 restart upcoming. Pace car does pull to pit road this time. Firing on the inside of row 1. Green flag back in the air. Tyler Reddick a little slow to get going on that outside lane. Bell hit him from behind, causing a slight accordion effect. Outside not really going anywhere, but stacking up and maybe some of them going backwards into the first turn. Chris Buescher on the inside of row 2 is able to pull clear for second in front of Reddick with that stack up, and Reddick not getting going in the right direction there quickly. A couple of cars 3 wide, a little further back in the pack. Carson Hocevar, Kyle Busch, Shane Van Gisbergen, as well Justin Haley, Eric Jones, Joey Logano were 3 wide right in front of him. Reddick zings by the outside to stay in front of the fellow Toyota John Hunter Nemechek. Christopher Bell still rides in fifth, single file, top 5 or 6 positions, entering turn 1, second lap following the restart. Chris Buescher to the inside of the racetrack, trying to get to the race leader, William Byron, who's out in front for the second time today. Buescher has not led yet. Bell to the inside of Nemechek on the backstretch and entering turn 3. Lower tire pressure earlier in the run. Bell's car bottoming out on the inside lane of the racetrack. Up through the bumps on the outside, though, Nemechek will try to pull past him here. And does just that. Just past start-finish line, he's clear, but Bell will take to the inside yet again. Big moves for Michael McDowell. He's up to 8th place in the Spire Motorsports number 71 Chevrolet. He's just inside the top 20 in points, so looking for a solid points day in what is the biggest points night of the NASCAR season, most awarded throughout the course of the race. Fastest lap of the race entirely was just ran that last time by. William Byron on lap 53 dropped a 29.638. Bonus point will be awarded to the fastest lap of the race, as it's been all season long across NASCAR's top 3 series. AJ Allmendinger, a couple spots gained in the pits and also a couple more in the restart battles for 5th with John Hunter Nemechek to the bottom. Noah Gragson just in line behind him. And that Spire Chevrolet of Michael McDowell is on the move right now. He's putting together some great laps, and he's catching in on this battle between the 42-16 and the 4 just in front of him. Regular suspects at the front of the field, but then like 5th through 8th right now. A lot of underdogs up there in the early laps. Qualified well, but they seem to have decent pace in the beginning of this race as well to counteract with that. Gragson down on the bottom of the track underneath of AJ Allmendinger, looking to get by him for 6th. Gragson not quite going to be clear yet, and they'll still be side by side in the exit of the corner. Denny Hamlin quietly sneaking up through the field in 9th place. He's got a big run off the outside from turn 4, and he'll get to the right rear corner panel on the outside of Michael McDowell. Should be able to make the pass through 1 and 2. So Denny Hamlin working his way through the field. He has won a next-gen race here at Charlotte, the 2022 Coca-Cola 600. Can he get his second Coke 600 win here tonight? Still 37 cars remain on the lead lap.
Some of the drivers trying to get the lift front tire down there. I've been impressed with the transition of the crew chief with this 11 of Denny Hamlin. I was a little surprised when I heard Chris Gabehart was going to be back. He moved to be the head of the competition department over there. Joe Gibbs Racing. Chris Gale stepped right in. Already got a couple wins. We talk so much about communication. I would have this race circled as one that you would have to really work on it and be on top of it. But when you already have 2 trophies, I think you've proven the communication's great already. Jimmy Johnson, 7-time champion, racing Connor Zillage right here, making his first 600 start.
Oof.
Those two get to a little bit of an argument off the corner. You think they're going to frame that next to the picture they took together? They took a picture together before the race. They'll probably get that one added in there somehow. Jimmy had a great qualifying effort. Had him not driven a mile and a half in a long time. Doesn't run this car hardly ever, maybe a few starts a year. Very impressive to go out there and lay down the lap he did. The team has improved, so we should see the results for this guy here when he gets behind the wheel improve as well.
Not just a driver tonight, he's an owner, he's a leader for some good young drivers. We talk about the success of Nemechek, Eric Jones, and Dunlap. He's got a vision for the future, making a successful race team at a Legacy Motor Club.
They're struggling right now in the back of the field in 32nd. You see Blaney, all the cars that had to get the wave around the free pass actually because of the caution coming out during the cycle. So a lot of good cars trapped back here, the back of the pack.
What's up, Marty?
Great progress for Denny Hamlin. You guys were chatting about him a moment ago. Started 20th up to 7th, kind of a signature weekend so far for Hamlin. Does very well in the race. Normally practice is a struggle for that 11 team sometimes. But as we ride on board, Dale Jr., you and I had separate conversations with Denny about the same thing and at just how rough this Charlotte Motor Speedway is. In fact, he told me not even close. Charlotte is the roughest racetrack in terms of mile and a half. And he said, what happened is his head will literally buffet between those 2 headrests you see. And he said you kind of lose your vision almost for a second. How tough is that for a driver for 600 miles, Junior, to keep the concentration all night?
It's not fun at all. It's just bad under caution as well. These cars just ride very rigidly.
Wow.
And that's great. That's great information from Denny. We'd love to hear from the drivers. You see, look at that. You see his head bouncing off of that headrest. He's slamming against it. There's railroad track style bumps off into turn 1 at the top of the racetrack. There's several of those as well entering 3. And your head just bounces back and forth and there's no way to control it.
Scan the QR code to save on gaming products by Logitech G, the official wheel and pedal of eNASCAR. I didn't realize how bad those bumps were until we did that pace car ride yesterday. And it was real. And that was in a car that is comfortable on the road and anywhere. We were really getting banged around out there. Nice perspective.
Yeah, I agree. It was a lot of fun and helpful for us to be able to get back out there and be reminded by some of the tricks and issues and character this track has, and it's really smooth through 1 and 2. Usually, if the bumps are bad in 3 and 4, you would go to the top of the racetrack to escape them. Well, that works up there. So I'm impressed by anyone who makes time at the top of the racetrack in 3 and 4. You see a lot of drivers on the bottom at 3 and 4 because it's just a little bit smoother and there's a little bit of grip on that painted strip.
77 of Carson Hocevar.
He's on the move. 16th. Started 39th.
I didn't get to complete his qualifying lap. It's going to look very similar to Kyle Larson today in the race. Exact same location of the racetrack. He's actually going to spin down the road course as well of the Roval. Started last on the field, plus 21 positions. We talk a lot about the personality of Bill Gregson. He reminds me a lot of Carson Hocevar. Young driver, big personality. A lot can be said about how he drives. One thing that cannot be argued is he can push the pedal. Hocevar can find pace.
Race lead for William Byron, 9/10 of a second now over Chris Buescher in the second place position, 1.1 seconds to Tyler Reddick in third and 1.4 seconds to Christopher Bell in fourth. Fifth place is John Hunter Nemechek, AJ Allmendinger in sixth, seventh for Denny Hamlin, Noah Gragson eighth, Alex Bowman ninth, and Michael McDowell rounds out the top 10. 11th for Chase Elliott, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 12th, Austin Cindric 13th, Justin Haley 18th, Shane Van Gisbergen 19th, and Ryan Preece 20th. 21st for Daniel Suarez, Kyle Busch 22nd, Joey Logano 23rd, Brad Keselowski 24th, and Todd Gilliland 25th. 26th place is Ty Dillon, Ross Chastain 27th, Kyle Larson 28th, Chase Briscoe 29th, and Ryan Blaney in 30th. Connor Zilic 31st, Cole Custer 32nd, Austin Dillon 33rd, Jimmy Johnson 34th, Bubba Wallace 35th, 36th for Josh Berry, Cody Ware last car in the lead lap in 37th. Lap down for Riley Herbst in 38th, 2 laps down Derek Kraus in 39th, and now 6 laps down Josh Bilicki still on track, right rear tire came off of his car during the last caution. He's in last. That rounds out our 40-car field in the Coca-Cola 600. We're 2/3 of the way through stage 1 and still in the first 20% of this race here in the Coca-Cola 600. Long ways to go in this 600-mile event. Christopher Bell, that last lap, making a pass for second, or at least putting a battle to which of that of Tyler Reddick. Reddick is currently trying to hold him off, but Bell is putting a lot of pressure on him. In that last lap, both of them gained quite a bit of ground on our race leader, William Byron, who had just over a second lead a moment ago. So I wonder if Byron might have had a little bit of a mishap also. His teammate Kyle Larson was riding really loose in the outside lane, and that's why he spun off turn 4. Byron, a lot of pace in his race car. Obviously has the fastest lap of the event so far. Lap 53, again a 29.638. And out in front, he's had pace this weekend. He was fastest in Group 2 of practice yesterday overall. He qualified third, and he's been quick at Charlotte. Again, 4 here on the oval. But he did win the Xfinity Series race yesterday and looking to double down by winning the Cup race here today as well. So after that slip up a couple laps ago, Tyler Reddick actually a little bit quicker than Byron again that last lap. Reddick ran a 30.783. Bell ran a 30.759. Our race leader, William Byron, 30.928. Now remember that Byron, although he was in second behind Larson, Reddick was putting a lot of pressure on him for a while in the first half of that last tire stint to begin this race. So that could be the case here again. We'll see if the 45 and 20 maybe fade a little more on the long run if we stay green to the end of this stage. Yeah, Carson Hocevar, I think he's one to look out for. He looks legitimately quick this weekend. 16th after starting in the last row in 39th. And he's just passing cars, which we haven't seen a lot of guys do in the middle of the pack, at least to the amount of success that Hocevar has had. I think he's going to finish top 10 the way he's running right now, assuming he makes it to the checker. That's obviously going to be a big if for him. He does have a few DNFs this year in races where he has had pretty good cars. Good points day could go a long way for him too. Maybe break him into the top 16 where he's hovering just behind entering the day. We'll take another ad break here while they're under a side-by-side commercial break. 6 lead changes already in the first 72 laps of the Coca-Cola 600. You're listening live on KRC. Reddick closing the gap even more on William Byron, only about 2 to 3 car lengths behind him on the exit of turn 4. Say right through turns 1 and 2, Byron staying to the outside of the racetrack. Reddick charges hard down on the bottom, trying to keep those left side tires on the painted white and blue line on the inside of the track for that extra grip. A little bit of a wiggle by Reddick. Byron's got to run off of the wall, though, this time because Josh Bilicki, the lap car, was up there. So he goes to the bottom of the track through 3 and 4. And you can definitely tell he's struggling to rotate the second half of the corner through 3 and 4 in the same line that Reddick was running behind him. And Reddick gets some of that ground back yet again. Byron definitely struggling with this car at this point in the run with 25 laps to go in stage 1. 2 Toyotas of Reddick and Bell closing in from behind, trying to get the stage 1 win, playoff point awarded to the stage win, as well as 10 regular season points. 1 point per position all the way throughout the top 10 will be paid out at the end of each stage and at the end of the first 100 laps, at the end of lap 200 and lap 300.
25 laps to go, stage 1. You're watching the Coca-Cola 600. It's NASCAR on Prime. Here's Tyler Reddick. He is really ready to make a move on race leader William Byron.
Reddick has continued to inch into Byron's lead, but right behind Reddick is Bell. I think it's a 3-car battle. Everybody just trying to figure out if they could find some pace a little off the wall. You see Byron right on the wall, Junior. That's where the preferred line is, but the 45 figuring out that lower turn.
Impressive that Reddick's able to make any time running that much lower on the racetrack. He doesn't have a choice because he can't run in the tracks of the 24 car, so he's got to offset. But look at what he's on entry there. Drives the car deep into the corner, backs up the stairs, and tries to get again on a corner exit.
Remember, you won a stage, you get a playoff point. These are 2 drivers that no doubt believe in the fall they'll be running for a title. You want to get all you can. Huge opportunity here. Just over 20 to go.
Chipping away at it, but he's also beating up the front tires a little bit. And the hope is, look at William Byron right there, just calm, careful. He's just driving the car real nice and easy at the top of the racetrack. The 45s have to work the front tires, and over the course of several laps, the idea would be that the 45 is going to get tight, fade, and be in a battle with Christopher Bell. We'll see how this works out. That 45 is quick, though. He can get into the corner pretty deep.
Talk about winning a stage. William Byron has won stage 1 here in the Coke 600 the last 2 years.
Starting to get tight on that 45 car, sliding back a little bit as Christopher Bell climbs into the picture. Now Christopher Bell has to offset. 45's far enough behind Byron he can get to the top of the racetrack and use that lane.
I wanted to see how 2311 responded. Remember, dual ownership. Michael Jordan, Danny Hamlin. You know, we see owners in sports all the time kind of call out their team looking for a little bit of improvement. And Danny Hamlin was the owner who decided it was time for the 2311 group. He said the 45 team needs to basically get a reset. Needs to get back to the basics. Not chase a bunch of things, right? He's kind of calling them out publicly. Denny knows what this is like. Because remember, he is a race car driver. He knows what an owner can do with leverage both publicly and privately. This is Denny moving pieces on the chessboard. Right? He's probably said it enough privately. He's going to throw a little point out there in the public then. We'll see if I can get their attention.
I don't know if Bubba Wallace has had the response he would have liked. It's been a tough start to the night for Riley Herbst. Message delivered loud and clear, though, to driver 45. Reddick looks good here tonight. 20 car closing fast behind him, Arnie.
Yeah, 2 Toyotas in the top 3 here, Adam. And it's interesting for Christopher Bell. His longtime sponsor, Steve Reeves, actually quit. Enter Matt Philpott, who has been a very long-time crew member in the garage area, worked for RCR, worked for Hendrick Motorsports, and Matt's goal was always to get to spotting in the Cup Series. That's what he wanted to do. He was friends with Christopher Bell, worked with Martin Truex Jr. in the Daytona 500 earlier this year, and we got the call. Now, Adam Stevens did tell me they're going to try it for a few weeks just to see how it goes, but they would love to keep him for the entire year. But Junior, for a championship contender like Christopher Bell to get used to a new spotter in the middle of the season, how tough is that job?
Matthew right there on the bottom left. I saw Matthew down on pit road. He was picking on me, getting back to work. He said, "Are you ready
You
to talk?"
probably deserved it.
That's what he said. He goes, "You ready to talk?" And I looked at him and said, "Do you have the pipes warmed up?" He goes, "Good point. Good point. Yeah, it was good. It was pretty lighthearted."
Look at Brad Keselowski right here. He has actually rebounded from that pit road penalty all the way up to 20th. We talked about the speed, 4th and 10 lap averages, 5th and 15 lap averages. And this guy needs good runs. He's 30 points coming into this race. If he's not in the top 32, he can't play in the bracket for the $1 million, Trevor. Yeah, that's right, Dell. And I talked with Jerry Bullins earlier today, and he said they've had top 15 speeds every single weekend, and it's just been circumstances that take him out of it. Here again, he got that penalty where he crossed over the orange line into his pit box. So for these guys, it's just about putting together a race, and they've got to be clean from here.
And we need to highlight RFK. We talked about Chris Buescher, who's up there and having a great night inside the top 10. You mentioned the comeback for Brad after the penalty. But in between, Ryan Freese qualified 28th, and he too has a position inside the top 20, 17th right now. So the 60 showing some speed tonight, and they've been really good on these mile and a halves.
And that in-season bracket, we've got, with Prime here, 5 races, and this will seed that bracket as those drivers go through the next 5 races after that for the $1 million. And I feel like that really is up for grabs. There are really no favorites in that. I mean, there are a lot of, circumstance, luck, bad luck, good luck could play a role and put some pretty unique names in that semifinal and final round.
15 to go, now 14 stage 1. Let's get an update from Kim.
Yeah, it's been a challenging weekend for Kyle Busch. Had no power steering yesterday, so didn't make a lap of practice, and now dealing with a balance issue extremely tight. He is not happy with the changes that they took under the last stop, but listen to what he told his team.
Fire off me. Listen to the night, feel me. You went down on right front here. That's the wrong thing.
So you heard him say, if you went down on right front air, that's the wrong way. Steve, how complicated does it make it when your driver is trying to crew chief from behind the wheels?
Well, complicated, but to be honest, you want to hear the feedback, but you ignore all the sarcasm. You have to take the emotion out. You have to appreciate that Kyle Busch is out there, one fly, saddling everything he can do behind the wheel. I don't love it, but look, I took enough abuse from, I won't name names, drivers that I worked with over my career. And, I love the passion of Kyle Busch. I've always said that, but it does make it difficult when the sarcasm gets a little thick.
Want to mention the 88 right there. SVG had really good takes in practice. He struggled on the ovals. We know he's dominant, good on the road courses. Had a hard time trying to learn the ovals, but he's showing some good speed. 7th and 15 lap averages yesterday, and he's right here battling in the top 20. Giving Brad everything he's got. Brad's trying to take the line away, forcing SVG out of gas, but so far, I would say this is a really good night for that 88 team.
Hey, Shane Van Gisbergen, talented driver, and his time is coming. And why do I say that? Because we got a run of road courses this summer, and we know he'll be stout, drifting a little bit right now. Here comes Ross Chastain, another driver that's dealt with adversity tonight, but flashing down to the inside of driver 88, this for 21st.
And a backup car. And a backup car with that number 1. Hit the wall in practice, destroyed the primary. Really fast before that, and I think they're finding the speed as this race goes on.
Now, look, I was hard on Kyle Busch on the radio. I guess I was looking for a little bit more smiles out of a guy who got a contract extension, right? Well, got an extension at Richard Childress Racing, and I think that's why I love kind of the drive and the determination, even though it sometimes can be a little rough. Speaking of contracts, they're getting handed out because William Byron got a long-term extension with Hendrick Motorsports. I love this signing, this extension. There's nothing I don't like about basically the trajectory of this young man's career. So, not shocked that Jeff Gordon, Rick Hendrick, and the group locked him down.
The 600 race weekend is a big one, and actually the whole week's a big one for the whole industry. A lot of events, and a lot of parties, and a lot of celebration, and also some great announcements, always kind of reserved for this particular weekend.
I sent a text to my agent yesterday. I said, I don't know what's in the water, but it may be time to strike, Let's go down to Marty.
Adam, it wasn't long ago that Ty Gibbs was fighting for the top 10 spot. Now he is way back in the 23rd position. What's going on? Listen in.
I got you, bud. We got a lot of laps left. This is what we talked about in the caller. You need to focus on lap time right now. We'll fix it at the pit stop.
All right, Steve, let's have an honest conversation. How many times do you got to remind Dale Jr. and Jeff Gordon, hey, it's the Coke 600. There's a long race tonight.
That was it. That was really it. Hey, here was basically my checkoff. I hear you. Monster Energy on board giving us a great shot for kids. I hear you. I believe you. We talked about this. I'm going to make changes when you come back, right? I just going to reaffirm, Dale, you're not up there by yourself. I believe what you're telling me. I'm going to work on it on the next pit stop.
I just feel like they need to work on his confidence. I mean, he's been beaten up, especially this year, 22nd or worse in all 4 1.5 races this year. Here we are at another 1.5. Had a great qualifying effort. The cars kind of faded as the races went on. And he doesn't sound like a driver who has the confidence to kind of dig it out. You know, when the car gets tight and things don't go well, it's like, here we are again, fighting the same things. And and they talk about it within the organization trying to build up the Cup Series. Well, we all know how tough the Cup Series can be. They're trying to put a good foundation around him and try to rebuild that team a little bit to at least give him the confidence.
You know, I just looked at our top 15, 9 different organizations represented there. We talked about McDowell. He's 11th as we near the end of stage 1. Impressive night for the driver from Arizona. Behind him in the 12th position, we popped Ricky Stenhouse Jr., been so good in the 600, 2-time Xfinity champ. And here's another one entering the party, 77, Carson Hocevar.
Battle for 4th at the top of the screen, too. Nemechek still hanging around, trying to take that spot. Pusher on the high side. Nemechek trying to side draft. That's how important that side draft is. He's willing to make contact to get it. Drives right down in the corner. Clears easy. Well, John Hunter Nemechek
Convinced me. I'm not sure I was a legacy improvement believer,
Yeah.
but I'm with you. Good pace, and here we are nearing the completion of stage 1. And he's
Whoa!
I'm a
Don't
believer
let
in
me-
Busher after he hangs on to that.
Come on, John. I'm just saying good stuff about you.
They both ran. Turn were so weird. So the 42 drive buried it into 3 and it killed all the speed down the front straightaway. And I think 17 just ran him over in the straightaway. Didn't even expect it.
You look at these two drivers, though, man, Busher wiggling again. Two drivers that really need stage points. Capitalizing on a good starting position tonight, just as we say that about Busher.
Oh,
Yeah.
Alex Bowman's around.
Tossed out.
Out of shape, down the front straightaway, caution with 3 to go.
Another HMS car.
Eesh.
Tires are up.
Likely going to hit the stage.
Still they're down, but out of here.
There might be some suspension broken on that 48.
Steve driving around flat tire on the right front.
I can't tell if it's the height of the car with the right front down or if something's broken at the back and it looks a little askew.
Yeah. It's definitely skewed, but the right front is also flat.
Here,
Could be both.
I kind of saw it in action already driving through the
I
inside.
think that's pretty good. It's definitely.
Okay, there you go. Toe link's busted, which toe link is basically the component in the suspension holding the car tires pointed in the right direction. Let's see.
Same spot as a 5 right there.
It's loose.
Oh! Overcorrected.
The wall. That's late off the corner. There's the bumps over there, dude, are so bad all the way to the exit of the corner. They're massive, especially further around the corner. That is a hard lick.
He was running 9th when it got away from
I'm
him.
telling you, I said it after the Larson one. I'm saying it again to my driver. Kyle Larson, Alex Bowman have both already wrecked. We talk about how long it is. It sounds like a talking point. We are just getting to the 25% mark. I'm just reminding my driver up on the radio. I appreciate what you're doing out there, but please stick with me. We got a lot of racing to go.
And the other thing too is I tell him to stay on the bottom of 3 and 4. And I know, I mean, as this race goes, it gets cooler, speeds pick up, travel, all the weathers, everything. Going through those bumps, drivers are going to go through those bumps faster and faster and faster. Those bumps are going to get sharper and sharper and sharper as the night goes on. We're going to have more cars stepping out up there.
Taking 1 to go in the stage. This should end the stage, I think, right, Adam?
Yeah, I think we're clean to the end here. William Byron going to win another one. Be his 3rd straight win in stage 1 in the Coke 600. This relief lap is sponsored by National Debt Relief. When debt hits hard, National Debt Relief gets you back on track. And the free pass here going to go to Cody Ware. He's going to get back on the lead lap here at Sharp. Looking at Byron, nice stage win for him. You know, he was the championship points leader prior to Kansas. He has the tire issue. Larson dominates, takes over the top spot. When you look at the regular season standings, Larson has trouble early tonight, still may recover, but Byron taking advantage. Let's go down to Trevor.
Well, Adam, sometimes when you're leading the race, 64 laps so far for the 24 car, and he won the stage, it's easy to get complacent. But William Byron keeps searching around, and he and Rudy Fugle, his crew chief, just had some interesting conversation. Take a listen.
Hey, take care of the right rear. Two agreed. Use full throttle whenever you want, but it's leaving the sub. Just like that, they left me last to the right project, and I died.
So Rudy Fugle telling him you can use that wide open whenever you want. Before that, they talked about Darlington. Dale Jr., you've been there where you get back the throttle through 1 and 2, roll out a second time, and then go back to it. William Byron's one of the few cars I've seen be able to get wide open in the middle of 1 and 2. Yeah, he's rolling up there in that clean air. See the end of the stage?
It's official now for Byron, Reddick, Bell, Nemechek, Allmendinger complete the top 5. Busher got points, so did Hamlin. Great effort for Noah Gregson, Chase Elliott, and Michael McDowell, the last car in the top 10. Under caution, stage 1 complete. The Coca-Cola 600.
Second caution of the race, both for incident. This bleeds into the end of stage 1 at lap 100. Alex Bowman has gone around off turn 4. He made contact with the wall, broke the right rear toe link in the brakes. Kyle Larson spun off turn 4 as well, had damage from an earlier hit into the wall before that, maybe upsetting the car handling just a bit more. Larson has since pretty much been outside the top 30 the whole way. He's still 31st, so definitely damage that has been done to that car that may be terminal in the chances of having a good run tonight for Larson unless major adjustments are made to that 5 car just to get him back in the top half of the field, let alone a chance to, compete for the win where he had a race-winning car earlier, and now the second Hendrick Motorsports car to have a problem, and because it's a toe link break for Bowman, he's definitely going to fall off of the lead lap. At least Larson was able to stay on the lead lap for himself. Cody Ware gets the free pass as being the first car to lap down at the time of the caution, and the top 10 in the running order at the end of stage 1 has William Byron first to get his 4th stage win of the year, Tyler Reddick in 2nd, Christopher Bell 3rd, Jonathan Nemechek 4th, and AJ Allmendinger in 5th. 6th place for Chris Buescher, Denny Hamlin 7th, Noah Gregson 8th, Chase Elliott up to 9th, and Michael McDowell in 10th. Spire looking quick. McDowell 10th. Hocevar has been on the move. I really think he's one to watch. If you're looking for an underdog to win this race tonight, I think Carson Hocevar is definitely one to look forward to the closer we get towards the finish line. The fact that he went from 39th to 11th in just the first 100 laps of 400, he's well on pace to get up to the front. Quite a few NASCAR greats have gotten their first career wins in the Coca-Cola 600. Not even just NASCAR greats. A lot of first-time winners in the Coke 600 as their first career wins. Jeff Gordon back in 1994. Matt Kenseth in 2000. Austin Dillon 2016. David Rudiman got his first career win here in 2009. Casey Mears in 2007 as well. So a lot of first-time winners of the Coke 600 have been their first career wins. Those are a list of them, and maybe Carson Hocevar could be the next. And that's not even all of them, by the way. That's just some of the more recent ones from the 90s to now. End of stage 1, we'll have our first of 2 diecast showings on the night. And this is a former Coke 600 race winning car that year, and he actually ran the same scheme for a couple of Coke 600s. It's his Pride of America Lowe's Chevrolet Monte Carlo. This is arguably one of my favorite schemes and favorite diecasts that I have. This was one when I knew I saw it, I was going to buy it, and I believe I got it at Bristol. This is one of the starter diecasts to my collection that I got back in 2021. 124 scale, of course, and obviously Jimmy Johnson running in the race today as well. Definitely one of my favorites for the Coke 600 to show off. I'll have another Coke 600 diecast in our showing later on in the race. We'll have another one with this being the longest race of the season. So that will be the one for the starter at the end of stage 1. Pit road should be open this time by, and everybody will be on their way in for their second pit stops of the night. Currently on the back straightaway. Definitely hit the like button if you haven't done so yet. Our goal is 100 likes for tonight's stream. We're over halfway there. We're not even halfway through the race, so that's awesome. 56 likes right now. Greatly appreciate you guys tuning in all day long, all weekend long, all season long. If you're new or returning to the channel and are not subscribed yet, definitely hit the subscribe button as well. Helps the channel engagement. Just hit 6,300 this weekend. Road to 7,000 as of right now. Byron leads him down pit lane.
Clean stops is what you're looking for here.
35 cars on the lead lap. Not a lot of room to work. Here they are, Trevor.
William Byron, our leader, coming down 4 tires and an air pressure adjustment. Really happy with that car, other than a little hitch getting loose on exit there. Kim?
You look top right, that's Tyler Reddick. He said, I wish I could tell you what I need. Maybe we stay here and see what the track does. So no major changes for the 45s. Bottom left, John Hunter, little tight in the middle still. But he did have more grip on that run as he takes fresh tires, Marty.
Christopher Bell pits from 30, called Adam Stevens. Really, really close. But more turn in the 20 car. But he said, don't make a big adjustment because if we get out front, we will be hard to beat. His teammate Denny Hamlin gets a spot from Bell here on pit road.
Big stop for Denny Hamlin. Hamlin with a 4-tire stop up 3 positions. William Byron 4 tires there as he will go backwards 1 spot. Michael McDowell, fuel only for the 71 team. Maybe that's a opportunity to save a set of tires to the end of the race, knowing he's got a quick enough car. Top 10 at the end of stage 1. Crazy start. Danielle Trotta, Carl Edwards, Corey LaJoie on the move. So work their way through the infield from behind the desk now to kind of a perch up in the infield area of the racetrack where there's some fans behind them. I kind of liked when Chris Myers and Jamie McMurray on the Fox broadcast would kind of relocate at the end of each stage to a different area for where fans were at when breaking down the race recap at the end of each stage. Looks like Amazon Prime might be doing that as well here with their broadcast, at least at the end of stage 1, that's the case. Our leaderboard not quite up to date yet. Okay, so McDowell did not go fuel only and win the race out of the pits. For some reason on Amazon Prime's graphic, it did have them showing Michael McDowell was the winner off pit road. That was not the case. So William Byron still first out of the pits, and he'll still be the leader after winning stage 1. Two cautions, both for Hendrick Chevy, spinning off of turn 4. Kyle Larson and Alex Bowman both remain in the race. As for Bowman, he is now 2 laps down after the toe length break to get that fixed and get him back out running. Kyle Larson is on the lead lap, but 32nd, which is pretty much where he ran after his spin from earlier on. So it's going to take a lot to get him back in contention for a good finish, let alone the race win. Pride of El Cajon, California, Jimmy J. Yep. Yeah, showing Johnson some love. 700th career cup start tonight for him, and maybe the last. He had a 3rd place finish in the Daytona 500 earlier this year in his only other start of 2025. Hoping for a good run here tonight. Fell lap down at one point, got the free pass after the first yellow, so he is back on the lead lap, currently in 30th. Well, with the way things are going, 2 early cautions. 600 for a long portion of its history has been a war of attrition, with it being the longest race of the season. Just making it to the checkered flag alone, he should have a decent finish. Especially if he stays on the lead lap the whole way. Kyle Larson back down onto pit road for some major repairs yet again. They're underneath the hood of his HendrickCars.com Chevrolet. Going to try to keep him on the lead lap when making whatever adjustments to the car that they will be making throughout the course of the night. But definitely a long night for the 5 crew. See what they can do. That would be a comeback of the night if he can get back in contention here in this one. Because again, that was a 30th place car at the end of stage 1 with the damage. Haven't gotten the one to go signal yet. Should be getting it this time by. Yep. And Byron on the inside of row 1. Tyler Reddick will be on the outside of row 1. Row 2 will be Denny Hamlin and Christopher Bell. Row 3, AJ Allmendinger and John Hunter Nemechek. Row 4, Noah Gragson, Chase Elliott. And row 5, Carson Hocevar and Chris Buescher. Row number 6, just behind them, will be Austin Cindric and Eric Jones as well. Ryan Blaney running into the back of Ross Chastain. Chastain left his pit box towards the tail end of pit road. Doesn't look like there was major damage on either car, but they did come back down onto pit road just to check. Both those two had to get the waiver on after pitting early and catching the wrong side of the Larson caution earlier. It would have been 19th and 21st on the restart, but making sure everything's going to be up to par when they get back to racing. So back outside the top 30 and tail end of the lead lap they go for the next restarts. Better safe than sorry. It's a long night. Got to keep yourselves in it. Kyle Larson having the early issues right now. This is big for William Byron. Already won stage 1. He was 35 points out at first coming into the night. Now he's only 25 back. Maybe he wins the first 3 stages of the race and he gets within 5 points as we get into the final stage. Green flag is back in the air as Byron leads us to the green. Good restart on the outside of row 1 for Tyler Reddick. Probably the best restart we've seen of anybody on the outside of row 1 so far today. As he tries to hold on to the right side of Byron's car exiting turn 2. He's doing a great job of it. Carson Hocevar 4 wide to the bottom of the racetrack off turn 2. Trying to get by a 16, 4, and the 9. He's able to get by a couple of them. At 77 has had some speed here. And as he's already up to 7th. 3 wide exiting turn 4 around Christopher Bell, who had to lift off the exit of the corner, pushed wide. Nemechek is underneath him as well as Gragson. Byron leads that lap following the restart by just 5/1000ths of a second over Tyler Reddick and will slide clear off turn 2, second lap following the restart. But Reddick had a great job holding on for as long as he did. He's put pressure on Byron the longer they go into the green flag run beforehand. Byron with a good short run car, and Byron taking off in the short run through 3 and 4 as there was a big bottom out by the 45 of Reddick on that bottom lane through 3 and 4 the second time after the restart. Bell back with a crossover on the inside of Nemechek, trying to get back into the 4th spot. He'll do so successfully through turns 1 and 2. Hocevar to the top side of the track will pass Chase Elliott for 8th place, a little bit further back, also on the outside of turn 2. Carries a huge head of steam down the backstretch into 3. Dive bombs to the inside of AJ Allmendinger. AJ tried to cut him off at the last second, but Carson still slipped underneath him, and they'll be side by side for 7th off of turn 4. AJ carries the momentum off the top. Clear of the 77. He'll make the move now to the inside of Noah Gragson. Huge runs off the outside of the racetrack on both ends of the raceway. AJ trying to complete the pass off turn 2. Not quite enough room to clear high on the 4. Gragson's still there. Byron just put down the fastest lap of the race again. 29.375. Lap time's getting quicker as the nighttime skies arise and the track temps continuing to fall. 10 lead changes in the race today up to this point. In the action, trouble. Off turn 4, Zilich is around. Cole Custer involved. Jimmy Johnson with damage to the nose of his race car also.
Champion, 4-time winner in the Coke 600, making his 700th career start tonight.
Hate to see Jimmy in it. Might be his final race.
Third, we saw Connor and Jimmy take a nice friendly picture before the race. Then we saw them squeezing each other down the backstretch in the middle of stage 1.
Yeah, Jimmy looks like he's got some pretty good damage to the right side of the car. Possibly some to the right front as well. Somebody drove into the door there. 3 corners. He's got bent toe links, bent everything on the right side.
Okay, give him a grade. You gave me a crew chief grade of a D- earlier. What do you give a junior here?
Working his way around the car. Good. Let's see the replay here. There's Jimmy right up front, on the outside, just seeing the right rear quarter panel. I mean, oh, it gets loose into the wall down the racetrack. Tell it, man, turn 3 and 4 up top of the racetrack. I grew up coming to this racetrack. All the crashes happened in turn 4 back in the sportsman days, back in the cup days. We always wondered why that corner was the one where most of the calamity and crashes would happen. Back to its old self. You better respect it up there.
The sportsman days. I like that.
Man, we used to see some crazy crashes in turn 4 back in the day, and look at this replays from the lap before. I've seen that many times in my career. Jimmy Johnson sideways and stealing the gas, passing cars. Guy's a legend. It's been a tough go though. He doesn't run these cars, in my opinion. You know, he doesn't run the cars enough to really be able to give himself a fighting chance to have success when he shows up. But he doesn't care. He loves it.
He's the same dude now
Yeah.
as he was when he showed up over 20 years ago.
He
You know?
absolutely is. I'll say that. 7-time champion in the conversation is one of the greatest of all time, and he has not changed from the day I met him.
He didn't change when he had 0 wins in the Xfinity Series, in the Busch Series. He didn't change when he won 5 titles in a row. And now, worldwide figure, and he's still the same old Jimmy Johnson. Make sure you check out Prime's exclusive in-race feature, Key Moments, during tonight's broadcast by clicking down on your remote. It's the easiest way to catch up on race highlights and flag changes as they happen. And if you're ever late to NASCAR on Prime, we've got you covered with a rapid recap where you can see all the key race moments in 2 minutes or less. Oh boy. We went from Carowinds to Uptown Charlotte. That was a magical ride there, huh?
I should have put those motion sickness patch on.
Great night to Queen City.
They are working on this 5 car. Every time they come down pit road, they're getting some opportunities, great opportunities under caution to be able to do this. And trying to get this car where they have a shot to win this race, because they know if they give that driver a reasonable race car, he can get the job done. So fun to watch this team fight.
Pit road will be open this time. I imagine all the leaders will stay out. We might see a few takers back in the pack that need some fuel or adjustments, but I don't think there's any strategic reason I would pick here, unless I kind of need to make it, make my car better, to be honest. Skip these opportunities to make your car better.
Yeah, somebody in the middle of the pack will pull down pit road, usually drag a few down, and that's what's happened here.
William Byron leads. Reddick, Hamlin, Bell, Nemechek, the top 5. Under caution for the 3rd time tonight. It's the Coca-Cola 600. We honor and remember.
Captain Sarah M. Easton Cullen, United States Army. Fallen, not forgotten. Master Sergeant Joshua Wheeler, United States Army. Corporal Keaton Grant Coffey, United States Marine Corps. Corporal Kevin M. Jones, United States Army. Chief Warrant Officer 2, Kenneth V. Welch, United States Army. Private First Class Walter Ray Thetford, United States Marine Corps. Chief Warrant Officer 3, Stephen Roy Dwyer, United States Army. We remember with honor.
Awaiting the next restart following an incident early in Stage 2. 3 cars collected: Cole Custer, Connor Zilisch, Jimmy Johnson. It was 2 current Hendrick Motorsport cars getting loose off turn 4, transpiring the first 2 yellows of the night, and now it's a former Hendrick driver, Jimmy Johnson, causing the 3rd. Johnson had quite a bit of damage to his race car suspension-wise. I don't know if he's going to be able to continue. As for Zilisch, he remains on the lead lap. Same for Cole Custer. Not as much damage to their cars, but knowing that Larson had a spin and kind of hopping from the turf to the asphalt might have damaged the diffuser of that race car. Same for Bowman. Bowman also had a toe length break, and then obviously now for Custer and Zilisch potentially as well, maybe going to have some problems going forward. Kyle Larson back down on pit road for more changes. More cautions, the more likely they are to be able to make the changes necessary. Try to get his car back to speed, or at least as close as back to speed as what he once had. Mark Witkowski, welcome into the stream. Sync the TV with the broadcast. Thank you for that. I would imagine because everybody can only view the race on Prime Video that these are probably going to be the most synced up live streams of the season when it comes to NASCAR. We kind of had that with practice and qualifying. I'm kind of noticing, honestly, from watching what's going on screen to our leaderboard, the reaction time is almost instant. Obviously, YouTube's going to have a delay in there, so it's always going to be a little bit behind. But I would probably say less today than we'll usually have most of the year, or for the next, 5 weeks that Amazon Prime will have NASCAR for. All right, next restart, we're going to have William Byron, Tyler Reddick, 1-2, Denny Hamlin, Christopher Bell, 3-4, 5 and 6, John Hunter Nemechek and AJ Allmendinger. 7th and 8th, Noah Gragson, Eric Jones, and Carson Hocevar and Chase Elliott rounding out the top 10. Austin Cindric, Justin Haley just beyond that. Again, we will be very, very early here in stage number 2.
Back at Charlotte Motor Speedway, we get a little Team Chevy update. Don't look right now at drivers. Just look at the teams they represent. I mean, we've got a little bit of everything going on here tonight.
Yeah, pretty impressive. AJ Allmendinger, Carson Hocevar, Justin Haley, names that you typically don't see at the top of the list, man. Shane doing a good job. Even Chastain taking that backup car and getting through the field.
Tonight, the 66th Coca-Cola 600. You saw it on the graphic. 25 of the first 65 won by Team Chevy.
Yeah, we heard today Coca-Cola on board for the last 40. Think about that. 40 Coca-Cola 600s.
And I will say this too. Coca-Cola doing an unbelievable job this weekend of supporting those Gold Star families. And we heard from Austin Dillon earlier, but that's a wonderful thing on Memorial Day weekend, especially tonight as we honor and we're getting ready for this restart. Front row again, William Byron, Tyler Reddick. Talk about the fact.
All right, here we go for the upcoming restart. William Byron inside row 1 again. Control car. Reddick did a great job on the outside of row 1 the last time. Green flag is back in the air. Nose to nose again is Reddick and Byron. We'll see if Reddick can win the race off turn 2. Noah Gragson pushing really tight. He almost got in the back of the 16 car in the middle of the corner. Gained some ground back. It wasn't as bad as Christopher Bell on the inside of row 2. He did not fire off well on the exit of turn 2. Hamlin, AJ, Gragson all get by him. Hocevar down to the outside of the 20 as well. Byron cleared for the lead off turn 4. Leads the first lap following the restart. It took him until the exit of turn 2 in the second lap after the restart to clear on Reddick the last time. Oh, almost trouble on the front stretch. Shane Van Gisbergen was sideways after contact with Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Big save headed into turn 1 by the 88 of SVG. Wow. Great car control. He lost several positions, but keeps going in the race. He's been pretty good tonight. He's been hovering around 20th most of the race. This is one of the few ovals he's gone to for a second time in his Cup career. Much like Kansas, where he had a decent run the last go-around. He ran there towards the end of last year, and he also ran the Coke 600 at Charlotte last year on a but we'll look to see if he can get him back soon. Tyler Reddick quickly to the outside of the racetrack, trying to do whatever he can to gain ground on William Byron, who has set the fastest lap of the race on each of the last 2 green flag runs just following a pit stop. Denny Hamlin also looking for second, challenging his own car of Reddick in the 45. Showing a replay. I don't know if SVG was trying to throw a block on Stenhouse and it was a bad one, or if Ricky just mistimed the run he had down on the bottom and got into the back of him. They were both down on the inside of the racetrack, and it was right after they exited the second kink of the front stretch, and the way the shape of the front stretch is here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Several ovals of 1.5 miles on the circuit that have those 2 kinks. Atlanta the same way, Texas also. And right there at Charlotte was about where that contact happened between the 88 and the 47. Tyler Reddick on the bottom of the racetrack has been charging after Byron for the lead for the last couple of laps. Hasn't been able to get by him. It's really been the case for the 45 all through stage 1 as well, whether they were battling for second behind Larson or for the win towards the end of the first stage. Stage 1 ended under yellow, so Reddick actually ran out of a couple laps shy to try to get by the 24 that Alex Bowman caution happened with 3 to go in the stage. Carson Hocevar continues his charge to the front of the field after starting 39th. In just the first 123 out of 400 laps, he's already up to 4th as he clears AJ Allmendinger for position off the exit of the corner. I mentioned earlier when Hocevar got to about 11th or 12th, I really think he had a car capable of winning this race tonight, and he's showing it on the forefront right now. He had the fastest time in practice yesterday. Didn't get to qualify quite as well because he spun off of turn 4. He had a good lap going before then. Was able to save the car, so he's in the same car he would have practiced to the top of the speed charts yesterday, and making the most of it, at least in the daytime hours, which is also similar track conditions that we saw yesterday in practice. So now it's just a matter of will that car be as fast when we get into the night, because he's definitely quick now, one of the quickest, if not the quickest, on the racetrack. Now, last lap, he was quicker than Hamlin in third also. Stenhouse, oh boy, up against the wall. I don't know if that's live or if that was a replay of what just happened with Ricky. 3-wide battle going on in the back of the pack. That wall contact for Stenhouse happened in turns 1 and 2. I believe it is live. Seen quite a few drivers get up against the wall already. Obviously, the couple in an incident with Bowman and Larson, but Bubba Wallace also got against the fence after getting loose. You know, Johnson brought out the last incident, getting loose on the high side, and now the same right there for Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Although most of the wall contact we've seen is in 3 and 4, where the bumps are a little bit more violent than what they are in 1 and 2 on the outside of the racetrack. But that contact with the wall for Stenhouse was off turn 2. Keeps going in the correct direction for the time being. Pentsman Sports, welcome to the stream. Byron's lead over Reddick, only 0.2 of a second as of right now. 0.7 of a second back to Denny Hamlin in third. 1.5 seconds to Carson Hocevar in fourth. AJ Allmendinger 2.3 seconds back in fifth. And then John Hunter Nemechek is 2.9 seconds off the lead in sixth. Eric Jones is working his way through the field. Both legacy cars. Good start tonight. Jones is 3.5 seconds back as well. Noah Gragson 4.1 seconds off the lead in eighth. Christopher Bell 4.4 seconds back in ninth. And Chase Elliott has broken into the top 10 again. He is in 10th, 5.2 seconds off the leader. His teammate Byron is under duress right now. Reddick looking to the bottom of the track. Byron with a block. Started the corner low through 1 and 2. Enters through the middle in the center of the corner. And up near the high side by the time they got to the exit was Tyler Reddick. A fight for clean air. Byron trying to keep as much dirty air in the nose of the 45 as possible. He knows Reddick is at his best as of right now, maybe even more so than earlier as the track continues to change. Reddick and that 45 team seem to be staying on top of the setup side of things, maybe a little bit better than the 24. He had a chance to pounce for the lead that last lap, not as much this time into turns 1 and 2. He's about 3 to 4 car lengths back by corner entry. Exit of turn 2, Byron extends his lead a little bit more again. Byron running the top near the wall, so Reddick's having to change his line. He can't run up there in the dirty air as close behind the 24 as he's running right now. Both these two have pulled away a bit from Denny Hamlin, and Carson Hocevar still slightly railing in the 11 car for third, so we may have a battle there in several laps unless Hocevar's car starts to fall off on the long run, because we know Denny Hamlin's great at managing his tires at a track like this. Tracks like Kansas, we've seen him run well. Homestead in recent years as well, where he has won recently. Up on the high side of the track, low grip racetracks, conserving tires. We've seen him conserve tires well on short tracks, part of why he's as good on short tracks as he is. Both wins for Hamlin this season have come on the shorter ovals, and we'll see if he can get it done here today on a 1.5 miles, where he won with the next gen in 2022 in the Coke 600 that year. Third of the way through stage 2. Tyler Reddick looking to get to the inside of Byron for the lead again. Started a lane off the wall through 3 of 4, pulled down a couple more lanes through the middle of the turn. And then by the exit of the corner, finishes right back up in that widening arc. The bumps really push these cars towards the wall quite a bit more than what you can see with the mechanical grip on the next-gen cars on most 1.5-mile tracks. I mentioned on the broadcast already from Denny Hamlin that he felt that this car, or this track specifically, probably the roughest of any in NASCAR. There's some other rough tracks out there with low grip. Like I mentioned already, Homestead's got an old track surface, Darlington, but apparently the bumps here at Charlotte, even worse than that. Tire fall off isn't quite as big as those other two. 30.546 that last lap for Byron. It's about 1.2 seconds slower than the fastest lap he has ran in this race at lap 109. We had some caution laps in between there as well, so we're really only 20 to 25 green flag laps in stage 2 so far. So that's quite a bit of fall off. Tyler Reddick, his fastest lap is a 29.7. He's got about a second of fall off. His lap time's a little bit slower than Byron that last lap. He actually lost a lot of ground. He went from a couple car lengths off the lead now to just over half a second back as they work towards turns 3 and 4 yet again. Gibbs cycled back to the mid-20s or just off the pace. So he dropped from the start of the race. I think he was 22nd at the end of stage 1. He's 24th now, so pretty much riding about where that car is handling. Just not good for Ty Gibbs compared to where it started. We'll see if he can get forward in the right direction. It is a long night, plenty of time to make changes. There's a few other Toyotas that have been running very well. 4 of them, I believe, in the top 10. A JGR Toyota of Hamlin, Reddick, and then both the legacy cars of Nemechek Jones. Christopher Bell still in the top 10, so 5 Toyotas actually up in the top 10. Only 4 in the top 10 is Noah Gragson in 8th, which he's been running pretty much in that spot the whole night. And 4 Chevrolets in the top 10. Byron leading. Host of our AJ Allmendinger 4th, 5th, and then 10th of Chase Elliott. We'll take a quick break here while we continue our live commentary coverage of the Coca-Cola 600 2025 edition right here on KRC. What race was it when the pace car hit the sand barrel? That was the championship race at Phoenix last year. Appreciate that comment, Mark.
Jumping on the outside, side by side, let's run.
Is that worth sticking up late for or what?
I lost one earlier this year to Carl Edwards that way. This is a very, very special win today. So many great weekends here at Charlotte Motor Speedway over the years in the Coca-Cola 600. One of those 2005, Jimmy Johnson delivers for a 3rd time in a row. But not a great night for the 7-time champion this evening, Trevor.
Yeah, that's right, Adam. I'm sitting here with 7-time champion Jimmy Johnson. Whoops. Turn 3 there. I think I'm going to say a mistake with these cars. Going and let out the throttle going to the turn. And I knew right when I let off the throttle, I came out to abruptly and I caught into the sideways. The traffic situations, they're just different with this car. And my instincts, I kind of reacted in a way that I shouldn't have. And once I realized it was too late. Well, how about if I get some Thunder Club teammates and your parts because you're an owner now, right? Yeah, the guys are doing a great job. Can't wait to take this straight close and go sit on pit blocks and watch them get over. Just pick your car up and like it's another club with a straight opportunity. Always got still out there. Thank you, Jimmy.
It's fascinating, all the conversations, both publicly and private, I've seen with Jimmy Johnson about transitioning to ownership, right? He just was so good behind the wheel. I think he's learning how to convey some of those lessons to his younger drivers.
Yeah, I think it's pretty interesting, man, that the ownership part of the chapter of his life is just beginning, but it's legit, and it's going to be around for a long time. Dude is serious about it. infusing a lot of resources, new resources into that team. We hear about hires throughout the last probably 12 months, new hires for that company, and you see the performance starting to improve. Well, you can't have all the mix of folks at the front without having certain cars that we expect at the front. The 22 of Joey Logano, very close to winning $1 million last week, not having his day. Hunt Brothers Pizza onboard camera has had a lot of cars in it all night long. Joey Logano currently 29th, if you can believe it. And just
I warned you guys, he was on my don't have list.
about the struggles.
I didn't think it'd be that bad, but
2311, we look on board with the Toyota
29th, Joey Logano.
Second. So I know Wallace had a little bit of wall contact earlier. Maybe he's lost a little speed. Look, the details of this car are so small. That could be the difference. We can get done, read his quotes after the race, and he'll say, oh, man, we banged the wall, and the car just never had the speed it quite had. But right now, Reddick second, Bubba Wallace, unfortunately, 28th.
Let's go down to Kim.
No, Grayson having a great night. He spent the entire race inside the top 10. And I had a great conversation with his crew chief, Drew Flippenstermer. And Drew told me Noah is learning how to be a cup driver. And by that, he means the preparation of it. All the little things he does during the week before he gets to the track, the studying and whatnot. Right now, that car is a little edgy and a little tight, but he said if he gets clean air, it's fine. Seems to be good in the long run, Marty.
Before the race started, we talked about how scrappy this 9 team from Chase Elliott and Alan Gustafson have been so far this year. They're showing it once again, showing why they are fourth in the regular season championship standings from 22nd to 10th for Chase Elliott. Gustafson told me a moment ago, all we need is to keep the turn in the car. That's what he loses at the end of the run, Trevor.
Well, not where we expected to see Ryan Blaney back in 23rd, but they were one of those teams that picked at lap 41 just before the caution came out. That move got them trapped. They lost a lot of track position, and they're really finding the effects of that right now. Take a listen.
I don't know how to keep it track. Yeah, doing everything we can here, all of it. So, long way to go.
You guys have been talking about the dirty air, battling for the lead, but those effects just get worse and worse with every spot you lose. Well, track position's what Denny Hamlin's looking for, Trevor, right? He just passed the 45 up to second, and just like you said, Trevor, it gets worse and worse for every spot you lose. It gets better and better for every spot you gain. Third to second seems like a small thing, but that's pressure air on the nose of the 11. Interesting to see Reddick struggling here on the long run.
Yep.
This track continues to change. Let's take a look here.
He was putting a lot of pressure on Byron there compared to earlier.
A little bit.
Might have burnt the tires up a little early.
There, lifts off the gas a little bit, lets it go by. Smart play by the 45 of Reddick. Going to have pit stop soon. Come in and just on this race car. Obviously, not loving this car on the long run, Steve. Yeah, 53 to go, 36 on this set of tires for Green, 45 total. I have pit stops 5 or 6 laps away. I just think that we already see some activity on pit road. Could even be sooner. And I think when it happens in a flurry. I know we had a yellow on the first cycle, but it's not going to take long. And there you have it. Legacy Motor Club first on pit road. John
Nemechek from 6th place is on pit road.
2 weeks, 2 top 10s in the last 2 races. Right now, he's just asking a team, please free me up. The front of that race car not doing what he wants. Looks like an air pressure adjustment on those.
Michael McDowell is also in.
Thing to watch as this cycle unfolds. Those drivers that elect to come down and make a pit stop under caution early in stage 2, lap 114. The best of that group right now is Ryan Preece. You got Zane Smith, Brad Keselowski in that group, Daniel Suarez, Ty Gibbs. They have a little bit more of an advantage here on tires. Maybe you can run it longer. We'll see how they play it as we go through this green-black cycle.
It can almost hurt you, because if you think that tires are an advantage, you stay out too long and the yellow doesn't come. These newer tires are still going to eat you up. As now we see the pole sitter, the long roll down pit road, Marty, all the way to pit stall 1.
Yeah, it is a slow drive. Pit stall number 1 for Chase Briscoe. 50 to go. Just quick off the board here in stage 2 in the Coca-Cola 600. Briscoe in the car. It slowly made progress after losing that tire earlier on. Had that hit with you. I know went to the back. It came up. Top 15. So tight.
Scheduled green flag pit stops.
9.2. That was a quick stop for the 19.
Look at William Byron leading by a couple of seconds.
Tyler Reddick on his way to pit road from 3rd place.
He elects to give up track position and come down for his scheduled stop. Let's go to Kim.
And he did not have what he needed late in that run, and it's a significant pace himself. Able to change it and get to the shots. He said, "Markets to be better in terms of maneuverability. I cannot put at one using all the lanes." Trevor.
Eric Jones has moved his way forward from the rear of this field to put 4 tires on now. He's felt like he's had to manage the right front not to burn it off. A little bit of torque showing on the previous stop.
Hot on the pit road, AJ Allmendinger. He'll pit from the top 5. He was in 5th before the cycling started. Noah Gregson also in just behind him. He was in 8th for most of the run.
Solid day. He said the car feels pretty good. Just have a little bit tighter on landing. Planning a small adjustment here. Air pressure. You see the crew going to work on the right side. 4 pressure in your tires. Sunoco fuel. As the 4 underneath him of Noah Gregson also making us up. Remember, he has spent the entire race in that top 10. Trevor.
Race leader William Byron is in his pit box.
Making this thing to be even. The worst get for them. But right now, that's 20. That was a clean end.
It's for Wanderers over Hamlin. What's 2 seconds? 2.7 officially.
Well, and Reddick was the bigger one. Reddick came to pit road first, so he has the pressure tires of the top 3. Denny Hamlin is coming off the banking now. He's going to pit at the top of your screen. He's going to show up right there as Hamlin. As we continue to watch Byron leave, this is the guy he's concerned about. See about the 45 on the front stretch, 11 on pit road. A lot of action going on. We'll see if the 45 is able to get by the 24. I don't think he is. So now the question is back to Hamlin, right? Hamlin on pit road. What kind of stop can he have? Can the 11 team be clean?
3.6 seconds was the advantage for Byron over third place Reddick when the 45 came down.
Great cycle by Byron. Monster cycle by Byron, right? So here's the finish of the 11th stop, Marty.
And Stephen, at some point, the Toyota camp feels like they have to do this. Wait on fuel. You want to be that under green, Chris Gale said. I think we need to do that right now. So they waited a little bit for fuel here on the 11 car. But Denny Hamlin will see what that cost him on track in terms of track position.
Marty, that's a great point. That's the other chess match. You can only get about 13 and a half or 14 gallons into these cars when you change tires, Tim, if you don't wait on gas.
See Kyle Busch there. He's been complaining about that balance all night long. You saw a slight chassis adjustment. It's just been way too tight for what he needs on the racetrack. Trevor.
See 4 tires on Ryan Blaney there. They're hoping to make some adjustments to get this thing better in dirty air. Just having to search for clean racetrack coming off their road.
Trevor, how about Carson Hocevar from 37 to the top 5? He said he was a little bit too free, but he was afraid to make an adjustment on it because they feel like the track is starting to migrate a little bit. It is getting...
Whoa! Riley Herb spins coming to pit road. We stay green for the moment. We'll see if NASCAR keeps it green. He's going to get back in the right direction. He didn't hit anything.
Green.
We are still green.
It looks like this will not impact the cycle.
Christopher Bell, who stayed on the racetrack currently leading, was hoping this was going to be a yellow. Dale, right here, you just see a lot of speed turning off the banking.
Yeah, once the back end steps out, you're off for the ride right there. We've seen it all night long on the racetrack, but also slowing down, trying to get to pit road. Riley does a good job getting the car righted back to the pit stall. NASCAR leaves us under green flag, doesn't disrupt the cycle.
Perch, the driver that had fallen a lap down, got the free pass, was on the lead lap, and now troubles again. Rookie of the year contender. Christopher Bell now leads.
Yeah, you see the 20 leading. 55 laps on his tires, 47 of those green. So Matt would say he should have already been on pit road. I think he was waiting. That right there said he's coming, right? That's the big swerve down the backstretch.
Yeah, sometimes drivers, if you got drivers way behind you, you'll actually move your race car down the racetrack because you can't wait till they won't see it. Coming to pit road here is going to get on pit road clean. So that move down to the inside of the back straightaway is a bit of a, hey, I'm coming to pit road. Anybody that sees this. Marty.
Boydell, Christopher Bell on that last restart. It's a great example of how fragile track position can be. He restarted third, did not have a good restart, fell back to 8th, eventually back to 9th, but he hits here from the lead. Adam Stevens going a little bit longer into the stage now, 41 to go. Said there was really nothing wrong with the car, it's a little bit too tight, especially when he was back in traffic. We'll see if running a little bit longer, Steve, helps.
On fuel, they run a little bit longer, leave a clean pit road. We talk about managing mistakes, Adam. Well, one way to do it is everything can be about strategy. Sometimes just come down a calm pit road.
A couple of drivers yet to make a pit stop. When it cycles through, once again, William Byron will be on point. 60 laps complete, stage 2. It's 600 miles of remembrance at Charlotte Motor Speedway.
Lance Corporal Timothy D. McNeely, United States Marine Corps, with honor and thanks. Sergeant Jacob S. Smicka, Nebraska Army National Guard. Fireman Jeffrey M. Swoboda, United States Coast Guard. Captain Joshua T. Byers, United States Army. Staff Sergeant Alan W. Shaw, United States Army. Sergeant Nicole Leanne Jean, United States Marine Corps.
Corporal Ian Thomas Sook, United States Marine Corps. Thank you for your sacrifice.
William Byron has overturned as the race leader following green flag pit stops. The only car that hasn't pit yet is Cody Ware. The very first car who was on pit road, John Hunter Nemechek from 6, is actually cycled into what will be second place when Cody Ware pits. Currently, he would be in third. So I'll wait for that 51 to hit pit road, and then we'll go through the full field leaderboard again and see where everybody stacks up following the pit stops. There we go. He's on pit road right now. So William Byron, our race leader, he's got a 6.2 second advantage over John Hunter Nemechek at second, just coasting his way through stage 2. And Tyler Reddick is 6.3 seconds back, just behind him in third. AJ Allmendinger is in fourth place at 8.2 seconds off the lead. Denny Hamlin is 11th. Eric Jones, or sorry, 11th. I said 11th because he's in the 11 car. 5th for Denny Hamlin. Eric Jones is 6th. Carson Hocevar fell back through green flag stops to 7th. He was in 4th. Noah Gragson 8th, just as he went in. Chase Elliott is 9th. Ross Chastain from the last row is quietly up to 10th. Chris Buescher is 11th. Zane Smith 12th. Chase Briscoe 13th. Kyle Busch 14th. And Christopher Bell in 15th. 16th is Michael McDowell. Austin Cindric 17th. Ryan Preece 18th. Justin Haley 19th. And 20th is Daniel Suarez. 21st, Brad Keselowski. Ryan Blaney 22nd. Shane Van Gisbergen was 23rd. Just got passed by Ty Gibbs. Gibbs is now 23rd and SVG 24th. Austin Dillon 25th. Bubba Wallace 26th. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is the last car in the lead lap, currently in 27th. Todd Gillen is the first car lap down in 28th, and Kyle Larson's fallen a lap down in 29th. Joey Logano in 30th the lap down. Josh Berry 31st. Ty Dillon 32nd. Cole Custer 33rd. Connor Zilic 34th. 35th. 2 laps down is Cody Ware. Riley Herbst, who spun coming into the pits, is now 3 laps down in 36. Alex Bowman 37th. Derek Kraus is 38th at 7 laps down. Josh Bilicki on track 39, 39th place. And Jimmy Johnson rounds out the field. Johnson, the only driver that has retired thus far. His incident took place about 53 laps ago. It was the first caution for incident in stage 2. We've had 3 cautions today, all for incident. The stage 1 break got ran into because of the yellow from Alex Bowman spinning off turn 4 at lap 98. We're currently working our longest green flag run of the night. So we continue onward. 7.5 second lead and still growing. Byron running the fastest laps on the track. He was 0.2 quicker than Tyler Reddick the last time by. Reddick got by the John Hunter Nemechek 42 car for second place during the commercial break. Byron looking to keep the 34 a lap down, that being Todd Gilliland. So now Larson and Logano, neither one in the free pass position. Larson with damage. Logano does not have damage. He's just slow tonight. Recap from where I had on my pre-race predictions and how those drivers are running here in the middle to late going of stage 2. William Byron, let me talk that over again. William Byron, currently in the race lead. He was my race win pick. Both are first and second, so good showing there. On the sleeper side of things, AJ Allmendinger's had a great run at times, has been up in the top 5. He is currently in 6th. Unfortunately, Ty Gibbs has not kept the speed that he had from practice yesterday to the beginning of the race today. He is currently back in 22nd, has been right around there since the end of stage 1. And the 2 don't have picks are well outside the top 10 as predicted so far. Brad Keselowski 23rd, Joey Logano again a lap down in 30th. on speed for that 22 team. They won on a mile and a half in Texas a couple weeks ago, but they just unloaded with bad speed. He was actually 29th overall in practice yesterday, so it's not a surprise. Maybe that he is running as far back as he is. It's a surprise because he's a former champion and he's in a Team Penske Ford, but Penske's just not looked great this weekend. Logano's slow, Cindric's 18th, Ryan Blaney's outside the top 20 right now. Unless I missed him on the leaderboard. Yeah, he's 20th. He just got back in the top 20, but yeah, not a great night right now for Penske. Nemechek, although he was passed by Reddick several laps ago, is staying with him. All three Toyotas, 2nd through 4th, are on a big battle for 2nd place, 9 seconds behind our leader, William Byron. Maybe the extra laps of running the Xfinity race this weekend could be helping the 24 as well. Whenever Larson's ran the Xfinity Series races, he's either won the Cup race or he has run very well in the Cup race. He finished 4th at Texas a couple weeks ago, but the other 2 Xfinity races that Larson won, he won the Cup race the next day, Homestead and Bristol. So maybe that could be the trend for Byron. He runs an Xfinity race, he gets extra laps on the racetrack, and he goes out, and now he's the one dominating the Cup race. Larson was very quick back at stage 1, but had damage and obviously a lap down in doing so. With more cars going a lap down, the likelihood that Larson will be able to get the free pass, at least during the stage 2 end or whatever caution comes next, is slim to none. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. has dropped back quite a bit. He did get against the wall earlier in this stage during green flag action. He was as high as 11th in the running order at one point, but unfortunately his car might not be handling the same. He's actually lost 8 spots since the last restart also. He's the lap down in 27th. Bubba Wallace, who got against the wall early, also 26. So it seems like you get against the wall, your car's not the same. Because everybody who has clipped the wall at some point in the race today, all outside the top 25. Christopher Bell and Chris Buescher on screen battling for 11th. Bell continues to go backwards. He was as high as 3rd place in this one, but now outside the top 10. Chris Buescher was also in the top 5 in the early laps after qualifying 4th, and he's fading as the run carries on. He's on my fantasy team, so he needs to pick it up. Billy Bass, welcome to the stream. Mike G, thanks for tuning in as well. I think this is the first I might have seen you in the chat so far. Live commentary for this stream specifically, there isn't a way that I can show the race visually. Thomas, thanks for tuning in. I can't show it visually for copyright reasons. At times I can play the audio throughout the course of the stream, but mostly my commentary with the live commentary streams here on the channel. Every NASCAR race weekend we are live for content. Basically a radio style broadcast, if you will, for the way that this stream and these streams every weekend are portrayed. They made some good adjustments to that 24 car, or the 45 has fallen behind the racetrack as we get to the nighttime skies. That could be the case. I think Byron's car maybe set up more for the night the way things started. He wasn't nearly as quick in stage 1 and even really the early going of stage 2 compared to what he is now. So adjustments in the right way. And that's a dangerous combination when you have a driver that's already got a big lead and he's getting faster as the track is changing. Usually it's the other way around where the track starts changing and then maybe you see different drivers migrate to the front of the field. But Byron is in a league of his own right now and currently just trying to lap as many cars as he can to the end of stage 2. That's less competition he'll have to worry about later in the race. Brad Keselowski in 26 is currently the last car in the lead lap, and with 23 to go in the stage and where he's at on the track, I don't think he's going to be able to hold on. Last lap, Byron ran a 31.032. And looking to see how far Keselowski's off the lead. He's a 31.4 second deficit. Looking at the wrong portion, 30.8 second deficit. Yeah, so he's not that far. But Byron, actually, as they're showing the live feed, it looks like Keselowski's getting lapped. Off turn 4, my gosh, about got lapped. There was contact between him and William Byron. It was actually the last lap. They're showing the live feed now. Byron got really loose. Tried to slide up clear of the 6th, and he wasn't clear. Brad barely kept it off the wall. Now Byron's going up the middle 3 wide. Gillen had a run to try to get back by the 24. Almost got his lap back. And he's battling as close behind the 24 as he is right now, because if he passes Keselowski, he'll still remain in the free pass position. Brad now in the dirty air behind Byron as he slips up in front of him. Gillen takes advantage of that, and Ty Gillen gets his free pass spot back again as he passes Keselowski off turn 4. I do think that 34 stayed out of the pits and has slightly fresher tires than the leader, and that's why he's able to keep up with him as well as he has. Denny Hamlin, who was second at the time of the pit stop starting, he got by Reddick on the long green flag run in the first half of the stage, has now gotten back past him for second place yet again. Nemechek is dropped back to over 10 seconds off the lead in fourth. Carson Hocevar still in fifth. So again, top 5, Byron first, Reddick second, Hamlin third. Fourth is John Hunter Nemechek, and fifth is Carson Hocevar. AJ Allmendinger is in 6th place. 7th place is Eric Jones. 8th for Noah Gragson. 9th, Chase Elliott. And Ross Chastain in 10th. 11th for Christopher Bell. Chris Buescher in 12th. Zane Smith 13th. Kyle Busch 14th. And 15th is Ryan Preece. 16th for Chase Briscoe. Ty Gibbs 17th. Ryan Blaney 18th. 19th, Justin Haley. And 20th is Shane Van Gisbergen. Michael McDowell in 21st. Daniel Suarez 22nd. Austin Dillon 23rd. 24th for Austin Cindric. And 25th is Bubba Wallace. 26th, Brad Keselowski. Todd Gillen 27th. Kyle Larson 28th. 29th for Ricky Stenhouse Jr. and Todd Gillen 30th. Joey Logano 31st. Ty Dillon 32nd. Cole Custer 33rd. Connor Zilic 34th. And Cody Ware 35th. 36th, Riley Herbst. Alex Bowman 37th. Derek Kraus 38th. Josh Bilicki 39th. And the only car out of the race still, Jimmy Johnson. Last place finish at 40th. Tough break after he had a third place run in the Daytona 500 earlier this season. Even though Hamlin got the second, lap times that last time by 0.3 of a second quicker for our leader Byron. He picked up to a 30.85. Hamlin last ran a 31.101 in second. Anyone pick Byron for the win? I did. Loud and proud on that. I say that now. I know there's a lot of racing to go. We're still in the first half, but I read off in the pre-race what my race win predictions have looked like. I took Alex Palou for the Indy 500 earlier. I took Christopher Bell in the All-Star race. Last week, I took Hocevar in the Open. All wins. I took Larson at Kansas. Took Bell to win his heat race. I took Logano to win the heat race he was in. Finished second. Bell won his at North Wilkesboro on that Saturday night before. I'm on a hot streak. This is probably the hottest streak I've had in race win picks on the channel yet. I'm already at 6 this early in the year. I'll take it. We're on pace for breaking the channel record. I get Byron probably doesn't want to be in traffic. There isn't a real need for him to battle this 34 car who's got the slightly fresher tires, other than the fact he just wants to lap as many cars as he can to the end of the stage. Now he lets him go. He's got a big lead. He's 9.5 seconds ahead with 15 laps to go on the stage. There's no chance Hamlin's going to catch him if it stays green to the end of stage number 2. Chris Davis, welcome into the stream. He also took William Byron. There we go. Kramer's picking Byron for the win. Aston Sminkle, welcome to the stream. You're a member, but you can't get it. Well, that's tough. I was having some technical difficulties earlier in the season. There was 2 practice and qualifying sessions that I couldn't get logged on to Amazon Prime Video despite having my membership. It was really weird. I think it was Atlanta and Vegas at the beginning of the year. So I was doing the commentary without actually visually being able to watch qualifying or practice. Was just basically going off of the timesheet that we had here. Luckily, I do enough notes, and especially for qualifying, that I try to highlight each driver and how they run at a specific track, how they've been running up to date on the season. So if there is any stream for me to be able to do without actually visually being able to see the product going on, it would be qualifying. But yeah, I had a problem with that earlier this year. I wonder if you're having the same problems that I was having. There was really no way around it. I tried logging out, logging back in. It was down for 2 weeks. And then logged back in that next week, and it was fine. It was working again. So I couldn't tell you exactly what was up there. Might have to try to contact like a customer support. That could help you out. They're pretty quick on the chat line with Amazon Prime at least. So I'd imagine that they could maybe help you along the way. Verify your information. That way you can visually try to catch the end of the race here. and the races to come the next several weeks. Byron hasn't ran his fastest lap of the race since lap 109, which would have been the restart to begin stage 2 when those tires were fresh. He's actually put down the 2 fastest laps of the race. He's got almost 0.3 of a second over the next fastest lap so far. 29.375. Hamlin's got a 29.636, 637. 29.8 for Bell when he had track position. Gibbs had a 29.8 on lap 5. See what Larson maybe ran early in the race. He was a 30.0. So yeah, his 24 car's just blazing quick today. Hamlin's catching him a little bit, but some of that is Byron probably giving up, knowing he had a 9.5 second lead. I doubt he's pushing as hard as he possibly can right now. There's no need for him to with the giant gap. Hamlin could get to within 5 seconds of him, and I wouldn't necessarily state that that's because the 24 car is that bad on the long run, because clearly he got this lead somewhere. Most of stage 2 going caution free. I think we restarted with 80 to go in the stage. So again, this would be the longest green flag run of the race. Up to right now, it is the longest green flag run. We're only adding to it. Carson Hocevar catching back up to John Hunter Nemechek, who was the first car to pit road. Cycled up to second. He's fallen back to fourth as the laps have gone on in the second half of stage 2. Carson Hocevar looking to get around him for that spot and send him back to fifth. But Nemechek, by pitting early, still net gained 2 spots for where he's at with 8 to go in the stage. He was 6th, and now he's 4th. Even if he drops back another spot, he's got about a second to AJ, and he's not going to drop out of the top 6 because he's got about 4.5 seconds back to Eric Jones in 7th. There's definitely not enough time for him to get that far back in the pack, even if this 42 is starting to fade now. Did I enjoy the Indy 500 today? It was a very dangerous first half of the race, and then the second half went almost caution-free till the final lap. From the restart with about 88 laps to go all the way to the caution flag, which came out on the final lap of the race, ending it off of turn 4. They definitely cleaned it up. It was better than the way it started. Hopefully a couple of those pit crew members that were injured earlier are okay as well. I haven't been able to look at any updates on that on social media with this race going on and doing the stream here. There was a injured pit crew member that injured his left leg on a pit stop from Robert Schwartzman, sliding through the rear left rear tire changer specifically. Watch it back on the replay of that. He left front tire of Schwartzman's car hit him just straight on the knee, just took his leg out. And in the middle of, basically running into a couple other pit crew members, also on the left side of the car at that time, that crew member that got hit first actually hopped over the wall after getting his leg swept out from underneath him before anybody else even got up off the ground, which tells me he was definitely in some serious pain initially. There was another crew member that actually caught fire. The gas man on Alexander Rossi's crew had caught fire. His hands were literally, you could see the fire on his hands. Luckily got put out. He was able to walk back to the infield care center, but getting treated for his burns there. So again, hopefully those two are okay. If anybody has any updates in the chat that can give me throughout the course of the stream tonight, I'd greatly appreciate that, because I haven't been able to look at that since the finish of the race earlier this afternoon, which happened about 4 hours ago from where we're at right now. 3 laps to go in stage 2. Byron well out ahead of Denny Hamlin as he controls his gap, basically, is what he's been doing for about the last 10 to 12 laps. Carson Hocevar to the bottom of the track in turns 1 and 2 will swing high off the exit of the corner as he clears John Hunter Nemechek for 4th. Nemechek carrying the run up the high side is going to try a crossover maybe in 3 and 4. No, he just bumps the back of the 77. And then he times it out to the bottom. Had he went to the inside a little earlier, he might have had a chance to have a better shot to cross him back over, or maybe stay door to door off turn 4, but not going to be the case now. John Hunter's about a second and a half ahead of Allmendinger with 2 to go in the stage, so he should hold on for 5th. Good strategy. Picked him up a spot by short pitting. Good enough long run speed that the 42 didn't fall off much. Great job by Legacy Motor Club. The fact that both cars have been up in the top 7 all the way through stage 2 so far. Jones started pretty deep in the field too. Nemechek qualified well and he stayed up towards the front most of the day, but started 6th, currently in 5th. Eric Jones started the race 27th, but on the move up to 7th. Quite a few drivers started in the back half of the field and have already worked themselves towards the front. Hocevar started 39th in this race in the last row, up to 4th. Chastain up to 8th, also started in the last row and dead last, 40th, up to 8th. 32 spots gained from the start. I mentioned already, up 20 spots for Jones from 27th to 7th as well. So a lot of big movers in the early going, and a lot of guys that qualified well have just kind of maintained up there. Denny Hamlin also too. He qualified 20th, up to 2nd. Great run for the former 600 winner of 2022. William Byron wins the first 2 stages of the race tonight. 7.4 seconds as margin of victory in stage 2. It'll be the 5th stage win of the year now. Oh, we got a spinner off turn 4. Coming to the caution flag. Kyle Busch is around through the turf. Got some stuffage on the right side of the car. It looked like he was fishtailing off the exit of the corner. I'm not sure if there was wall contact before that or not. He's definitely made contact with something at some point, but not sure if that was a result in the spin or not. But Kyle Busch rather, goes around off turn 4 at the end of the stage. So William Byron wins the stage. Denny Hamlin 2nd. Tyler Reddick 3rd. Carson Hocevar 4th. John Hunter Nemechek in 5th. AJ Allmendinger 6th. Ross Chastain 7th. Eric Jones 8th. Noah Gragson 9th. Chase Elliott rounds out the top 10. 14 lead changes so far today in the Coca-Cola 600. Just over 2 hours in and just about halfway home. 4 cautions, 3 for incident, and now the stage yellow here at lap 200. We're halfway home. We'll take a quick break of our own, and we'll have pit stops for the 4th time tonight at the halfway mark shortly. Yeah, Larson did get up to the free pass, 26th. Better than 32nd where he was running at the end of stage 1, so slight improvement. He'll get back on the lead lap and take as much time on pit road because he's going to be at the back of the field for the restart because of getting the free pass. So I'm sure that 5 team's going to make some more changes to the race car with the damage on the right side. I got to get my phone charger because my phone just died on me, so I lost the chat for a quick second. I'll let you listen into the broadcast when they do come back from commercial. Again, halfway home in this year's Coca-Cola 600 at Charlotte Motor Speedway. William Byron dominating from the 3rd starting spot. He's won the first 2 out of 4 stages. He's already led for 157 laps today out of the currently completed 201. Brian Harrison, 12C, welcome to the stream. Elliott, he was as high as 9th in the race, 10th at the end of stage 2. Hendrick Motorsports has not had a good day outside of the 24. Larson wrecked earlier. Bowman wrecked earlier. They're both still in the race. Bowman's actually lost a couple of laps because he had a toe link break. The car is fixed, but he's been trapped pretty much 2 laps down the entire race. He actually has lost a couple more laps, so he had way more damage than Larson. 4 laps down in 37th for Bowman. I mentioned Larson just got the free pass at 26 with the caution, and Chase Elliott in 10th, and has been back half of the top 10, but hasn't cracked the top 5 yet.
All drivers.
Pit road is open.
Pit road. Words can't describe the commitment made by our servicemen and women who work around the clock to protect the many freedoms we all enjoy, always putting country in front of self. On this Memorial Day weekend, we honor and remember our fallen heroes. We pay respect to those that have made the ultimate sacrifice. And we send love to those Gold Star families who have lost a loved one while serving our great nation. Let's all join in a moment of silence. Thank you.
Halfway caution here at the Coca-Cola 600, and as we've done for the last handful of years now, the stoppage and the red flag a halfway for the moment of silence, remembering those who have lost their lives in battle, serving our country over the what is now 250 years of the United States military, celebrating that anniversary this year. As far as the race side of things go, William Byron, again, has won the first two stages. He has by far led the most laps. He had as big of about a 9.5, nearly 10-second lead in stage 2 over the course of that just over 80-lap green flag run. 5 stage wins on the year now for William Byron, 4th and 5th coming in this race. I don't have the chat on me. If you see me swapping screens off the leaderboard, it's because I'm trying to look at the chat in the other page. My phone died on me. I didn't charge it between streams like I meant to, between the Indy 500 and the Coke 600, so that's why it died on me. I'm surprised. I mean, that goes to show how good the battery life is on that thing. The fact that I had basically YouTube up for darn near 8 hours, over 8 hours now, so. I mean, we had, what, 45-minute break in there? So we're about 7.5 hours of streaming in on the day. We still got half of this race to go. We'll still be live for a brief post-race show following the conclusion of this event. You'll get to listen to interviews from the top finishers, of course, a race winner. We'll break down exactly what happened with the pre-race predictions and how they ended up stacking up. We'll highlight the Fantasy League again and then get on our way. And we'll do this back again next weekend as well. Next weekend, Nashville Super Speedway for the NASCAR side of things. And back to our regular format. Craftsman Truck Series racing on Friday night. Xfinity Racing Saturday afternoon alongside with Cup Series practice and qualifying. So doubleheader next Saturday. And then Sunday will be the Ally 400. Or actually, no, they changed the title sponsor. I think it's the Cracker Barrel 400 next weekend at Nashville. It has been Ally for the first few years of Nashville Super Speedway in the Cup schedule, but Cracker Barrel with the sponsorship for this weekend. I think my grandparents would like that sponsor. They like Cracker Barrel. My mom likes Cracker Barrel too. It's probably a big family hit for next weekend.
Very pride visible here at Charlotte Motor Speedway during Memorial Day weekend. And Mike McDowell is racing today in honor of United States Army Specialist James A. Waters, an Indiana native. Waters enlisted after high school and was stationed at Fort Drum before being deployed to Afghanistan. And after giving the ultimate sacrifice during deployment, his older brother and his 2 younger brothers were so inspired to answer the call to serve. So 2 of them are infantrymen and 1 as a medic. James A. Waters' legacy lives on.
Thank you, Kim. And the end of stage 2 in the Coke 600 on Memorial Day weekend. Such a reminder of what it's all about and the outstanding job that everyone in the NASCAR community does of saluting our troops and paying tribute to those we lost here on Memorial Day weekend.
Yeah, and you know, I was super happy to hear the 45's pep talk before the race was about that. It wasn't about the race. I think it's great perspective that we're all fortunate enough to cover these races or compete in them all year long, and the freedoms we all are lucky enough to have, and all the men and women who have given for those freedoms. it's important to keep our perspective. Sports are great, but that's just what they are. They're entertainment. They're sports.
Been a part of this race, this event for as long as I can remember coming here as a little boy. A lot of a lot of pre-race ceremonies and so forth. Really high end, helicopters coming in, landing on the infield, and things exploding and tanks and so forth. It's been, back when Humpy Wheeler was the promoter here, it's pretty extravagant, but it was all to celebrate, what all this means, and it's awesome to see it continue and new additions to that ceremonial sort of remembrance, and even halfway here. I mean, that was a powerful moment to have the entire 100,000 people here in silence. Pretty incredible.
So now we start thinking about the second half of this race. Huge pit stop coming here, Steve.
Well, the pep talk to start the race was give you the halfway, figure out what we need for our car. Let's get to the dark. Let's get the lights on. Let's make adjustments. I think now it's time as a team. You have to give yourself a very honest grade. Are we good enough? Can we be good enough? Are we racing for a win, a fifth, a 10th? Make the appropriate adjustments. It's kind of that. Everybody gets shot of adrenaline. Let's get going 300 miles down. Now we have one of the shortest races of the Cup Series ahead. Only 300 miles left.
Here they are, Trevor.
William Byron coming down pit road to get 4 tires, was really happy with his balance for a green flag pit stop. They're kind of curious what it'll fire off like once this rubber picks up under caution.
Top right here's Green Tyler Reddick. He set out his way too loose. I think we need a half number to 3/4 stop, Marty.
Anthony Hamlin's pick has been outstanding today. Last caution flag stop, they gained 3 spots. Handling-wise, Hamlin's in the car. It's getting better as the race goes on, just a little bit too tight after 15 laps. Austin Hoslar said, I feel like I have to be very careful with the car early in the run. I'm hurting the right front. And once again, Hamlin's team is able to hold his second spot, but William Byron and that crew holds the lead.
What is it about that 24 car? Charlotte Motor Speedway, Memorial Day weekend. Let's go back to 1994.
Jeff Gordon.
Jeff Gordon trying to win for the first time in his career, and he got it done on NASCAR's longest night.
Wallace's race to win or lose. Gordon has a lot of making up to catch him.
Well, the 2 car put in. They took on 4 tires. Gordon, get it with 2.
Well, in that shakeout, Gordon takes first. He's really just outwinning the tempo.
Schlecter's just loud.
I'm speechless, man. I mean, this is the greatest day of my life.
Who could have guessed 31 years ago that here we are, Jeff Gordon, now the vice chairman at Hendrick Motorsports. I love reliving that clip, and thanks for being with us here tonight.
Well, it changed my life forever, and this place has been so special in this race for so many reasons, but especially being a part of Hendrick Motorsports, just 2 miles down the road here. This place has, just been a track that we put a lot of energy and focus on. Rick Hendrick always has that engine department and our crew chiefs and our drivers and our teams, and great to see that 24 car out there. We had to do a 2-tire stop to kind of sneak in there and get by Rusty, but those guys have been dominating. We'll see if they can keep it up this second half. I remember that night as being the start of an incredible career that you would end up having. Dad telling me that this guy's got something special. And that was the start of all the success that you would have. And you see the emotion you have after that win. Can you take yourself back to what it felt like to finally get that first one? Well, you saw how much emotion there was. I mean, my whole life, all I wanted to do is just continue to compete at the highest level. And when I finally got here, you question, do you have what it takes? Are we going to be able to put a team together that can compete at this level against the best in the world? And we did it that night. And it was pretty amazing. But I got to take you back a year before that. Your dad won this race. And I believe I may have finished second or third to him. So I may have learned a little bit from a year before.
Well, I know it's been a busy day. Not everything that you guys and Kyle Larson warmed up in Indianapolis, but knowing you, your history, you've been in the rumor mill of running that race back when you were full-time. Was it special to accompany Kyle along this journey the last couple of years with him attempting the double?
Well, I became not only a race car driver, but a race fan because of the Indianapolis 500. I watched it as a young kid. I went to that track. And so, it's something you always wish you could do, is race in the Indy 500. I never got that chance, lived it out with the Brickyard 400. But to do this with Hendrick, with Arrow McLaren, and through the lens of Kyle Larson has been absolutely incredible.
I love that event. It's super special, but what a day, right? What a day of motorsports. Monaco, Indy, now here to end the day. Hasn't been the day on track that I think, we would like to have had for Kyle, but I saw some speed out of that 5 car right there before that half ended. And we'll see.
And the other guy's out front dominating right now. So, I mean, the 24 looks stout at this point in the game.
Yeah, I mean, all of our cars have been really strong on the mile and a half. Obviously this place is tough. I mean, the content of this track, the bumps with these cars as rigid as they are with that underwing and holding the aero, the sidewalls of these tires, with the bigger wheels, man, it's hard to drive these race cars these days. And you've seen some of the best lose control of them here today. And, you just got to respect this place, especially the 600 miles.
All right, our interview's over. Now you're an analyst. We got three guys in the booth.
Anyway,
I was gonna say you showed up for the best part. We're halfway home. You got to see ride now.
I will tell you, I'm a little uncomfortable with these two standing to my left.
What?
I got a lot of. These are the two guys that yelled at me over the radio for my whole career. I'm excited to hear this.
I'm gonna be honest. I used to have to be biased or not biased when I was up here. I'm as biased as it gets.
All right, green flag back in the air. Stu Isaac, thanks for tuning in. I'll get through a recap as soon as we get out of here. I had the chat turned off for a moment because my phone died during the caution. Green flag is back in the air, though. William Byron on the inside of row number 1. Denny Hamlin on the outside. Good restart for Hamlin, much like Reddick had earlier, but Reddick was unable to clear the 24. Can the 11 do so himself? Reddick is also battling for third with Carson Hocevar in the 77 as they roll through turns 3 and 4. Byron clear for the race lead. Reddick falls well off of the battle for third. Hocevar to P3. And now AJ Allmendinger all over the back bumper, the 45 for 4th place. So as William Byron in the 24 car continues to dominate the Coca-Cola 600, can Denny Hamlin overtake him from that top spot? Hamlin was about 7.7 seconds off the lead at the end of stage 2. Looking for a solid finish to the race here this evening. 90 laps to go still in this third stage based off the yellow flag laps that ran during the stage 2 break. Hamlin taking a peek to the inside, entering turns 1 and 2 on Byron. Loses ground by corner exit. Byron with the run off the top side. A little contact a couple laps ago in the restart further back. Ty Gibbs brushed the fence off turn 4. A little contact from behind by the 17 of Buescher, stacking him up. Christopher Bell kind of washed up in front of the 54 of Gibbs, which might have led for Gibbs to get squeezed into the fence and started what could have been a melee, but all things considered, it was relatively, I wouldn't say calm, but they were able to keep their vehicles in the correct direction. John Hunter Nemechek lost quite a few spots on pit road during the sequence of pit stops that we just saw. He is now running in 11th. He was 5th at the end of stage 2, so he's got some ground to try to work up. Eric Jones also lost a few spots, fell from 7th to 10th. Chase Elliott is up to a race-high 7th place position. Elliott has never won the Coca-Cola 600, but he's finished runner-up 3 times in his Cup Series career. Trying to get to where his teammate William Byron is on point at the beginning in front of the pack. Lead is still only about 0.6 of a second between Byron and Hamlin. Hamlin was pressuring William Byron for about 3 or 4 laps after the restart. Now he's finally starting to fade just a bit. Carson Hocevar still within a second of the lead in third. Tyler Reddick 4th, as he's a 2.5 seconds off the lead. AJ Allmendinger 1.9 seconds back, rounding out the top 5. Pre-race predictions to where those drivers are running here as we just begin the second half of the race. Our must-have picks before the start of the stream were Tyler Reddick and William Byron. Reddick currently in 4th. Byron is our race leader. He was my race win pick for this event as well. As far as the drivers who were sleepers coming into this one, that were drivers who aren't in the top 10 every week, who I thought had a good shot to get a solid finish or maybe off-shot compete for the win. AJ Allmendinger, one of which, he's been fast all weekend, a couple of top 10s, a mile and a half this year, and here he is in 5th, and he's been running pretty much 4th, 5th, 6th the entire Coca-Cola 600 so far. He's still got to put a little less than 300 miles left together for a complete race, but a solid run, probably the best of the year for AJ. As far as the other sleeper pick, Ty Gibbs, he is back up to 13th. He had more contact off turn 4 a couple laps ago with Chris Buescher in the 17 car. That looked way worse than when he got squeezed up against the fence by his teammate Christopher Bell. He didn't get against the wall there, but that's got to burn out the rear tires quite a bit, having to fishtail as much as he did down the front stretch. Great car control to keep that thing from wrecking and causing another incident in the race today. But he's gradually getting back forward in the right direction, so they've found something maybe on that 54 of Gibbs. See if he can keep the car underneath him the longer the run goes. And we have two don't have drivers who I had predicted to not have as good of a run today based off the speed they were showing this weekend, or maybe recent success or lack thereof at Charlotte. Joey Logano has not finished inside the top 10 in the Coca-Cola 600 in 5 consecutive starts, more than likely looking like 6 today. He's been a lap down most of the race. He's currently in 30th and well off the pace. Brad Keselowski's a lap down in 27th, also not having a great showing here today. That team has not had speed for most of the year, and looked like that was the case again here this weekend, despite the fact that he was running as high as second at Kansas a couple weeks ago in the last mile-and-a-half track. It's just crazy that 1 week to the next, you go from running as quick as you are to not so quick. I mean, even for Joey Logano, he won at Texas 2 races ago on a mile-and-a-half racetrack, and here he is running 30th for most of this afternoon into now what is the nighttime sky at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. Denny Hamlin fell to about 0.6 of a second off the lead. He's getting a second surge of momentum. He's running Byron back down for a brief moment. He's now 3 to 4/10 of a second back and runs about a lane up of the wall, trying to get clean air on the nose as they circuit through turns 1 and 2. Carson Hocevar in the 3rd place position has fallen back just a bit. He was hanging in there within a second of the lead. Now he's a 1.5 back, but he's not losing a whole lot of time in comparison to the cars behind him. Pretty even on lap times with those that also remain inside the top 10. It's just Byron and Hamlin that are basically pulling away from this point onward. Pass for position between Chase Elliott and Ross Chastain as they go for 7th place on the leaderboard. Chastain making a pass on Elliott that last time by through turns 3 and 4. Kyle Busch, who spun at the end of stage 2 as they were coming to that caution flag, is the last car in the lead lap, still in 26. It looked like he brushed the fence through turns 1 and 2 a few laps ago. Currently showing a replay of that on Prime Video. A lot of action going on here at the Charlotte Motor Speedway tonight, and this current green flag run is a virtue of that. Denny Hamlin, as close to the lead as he has been in the National Debt Relief Toyota Camry, is all over the back of Byron. He has ran him down in the early going of stage number 3. Lurking to the inside. Another lane and a half off the wall to get the clean air on the nose. Really rotating the center of the corner a lot better than the 24 car is up near the wall. Despite the momentum difference Byron could carry off of the wall, Hamlin is still there. He had a look to the inside about a lap and a half ago. Couldn't stay alongside Byron by corner exit. Doesn't look like that'll be the case here either. Austin Cindric going a lap down in the 2 car. Problems for him. He was running about 20th at the end of the last stage, so not sure what happened to Austin here, but he will now fall. Actually, he was already off the lead lap, I believe. Looking at our leaderboard, I don't know where Cindric was. Right now, he is 10 laps down in 37th. I have no clue what happened to Austin Cindric tonight. That was not stated on the broadcast at all, but he's 10 laps down in 37. So something happened to Cindric. I wonder if he got against the wall and broke a toe link or something on the restart, because he's back out and running on the racetrack, just off the pace, and didn't look like there was any damage to the right side of the car as the leaders were getting by him on the outside, but still having a bit of problems. Not a good day for Penske. Ryan Blaney's taking a step in the right direction, though. He's actually up to 14th. That's as high as he's been in the running order so far today. He was a lap down for a brief moment in stage 1 because of the Kyle Larson caution. Trapping him a lap down, he had already pitted just before that. Got Dale Jr. on an IHOP commercial. There we go. Some cross-brand promotion going on there. I didn't get to listen to it. I just saw it visually. It looked like it was pretty funny. I think there was a guy that looked like he was trying to get his pancake signed by Dale Jr., and Dale Jr. gave him a funny look. That's what it looked like. I had it muted, so it was kind of hard to tell for sure. Hamlin lost a bit of ground to William Byron over the last couple of laps. Byron maybe stretching the lead out just a bit again. Fastest lap times of the race were actually ran by Hamlin that last lap. He has the current fastest lap with a 29.367. That was at lap 210. That was only 7/1000ths of a second quicker than Byron's fastest lap of the race at lap 109. But that goes to show the 11 team has made some good adjustments. And as they get into the nighttime could be the right time for the 11 bunch. All right, Stu, the race recap so far for the race today. Kyle Larson started things out in front of the field. Caught up in a spin right around lap 40 in the middle of green flag pit stops, trapping a few drivers a lap down. Ryan Blaney, Austin Dillon, Ross Chastain, and Josh Berry. They were able to take the wave around to quickly get back on the lead lap. Since that recovery, great job by Chastain to go from a lap down now up into the top 10 where he runs in 7th, and Blaney to 14th as mentioned moments ago. William Byron, who led the opening lap of the race after Chase Briscoe started on the pole, was able to retake the lead following the Larson incident. He has dominated the race ever since. He has led nearly 200 laps in today's event. He has already won stages 1 and 2, now under duress from Denny Hamlin. 180 laps led to be exact for Byron. Hamlin has led 3, but only during green flag pit stops. He has not yet led a natural lap in this race, but looking to do so for the first time on Byron now. Carson Hocevar started in the last row. He is up to 3rd. Definitely has a car that can compete for the win. He's 2 seconds off the lead right now. He just passed Tyler Reddick a few laps ago, on the restart specifically to get to 3rd, and is managing and/or pulling away from Reddick just behind him. And still, again, keeping somewhat touch of the leaders. That last lap, he was quicker than Byron, but not as quick as Denny Hamlin. You can tell Hamlin is quicker, just can't find a way to get around the 24 car. Hamlin's car may be much better up near the wall. He can't really run there when he gets close behind the 24. 2.5 hours into the Coca-Cola 600 with still about 170 laps remaining in this 600-mile race. Tight battle for the race lead continues between Byron and Hamlin at the front of the pack. But Hamlin just cannot get the rotation needed or the drive off, especially the drive off of the exit of the corner. Can't use all of that 24-degree banking up on the high side. He's now running the top of the racetrack near the wall through 3 and 4, but that's because he slipped behind and he was about 5 to 6 car lengths back to try to be able to do so. He gets to within a couple car lengths, he just can't run up there. Car is just going to get way too tight. That's where he has to pull off of it, try something a little bit different. Irene Acer. It's for tuning back in. Larson looking better now. He got the free pass. He's still 14 seconds off the lead in 23rd. He's only gained 3 positions since the restart. Better than it was. He was 32nd a lap down and was able to get to the free pass position by the end of stage 2. Maybe can get a top 20. If they're lucky, top 10, but I don't think he's going to be competing for the win tonight. Brian Zantop, welcome to the stream. Thank you for watching, as well as many others. Appreciate you watching, as always. So we're live again here on the channel, not only today, but for another NASCAR Cup Series race. We'll take a quick break while we continue our live commentary coverage of the Coca-Cola 600 right here on KRC. Christopher Bell making a bit of contact with the 7 of Justin Haley. Down the back straightaway. I don't know if that was intentional or not. Haley kind of threw a block on Bell down the back straightaway. I don't know that Bell was very happy about that block. They're going for 14th right now. Bell, the defending winner of this race, just hasn't had speed on mile-and-a-half tracks this season. That continues again today. He was up as high as 3rd real early in the going, but that's mainly because he qualified well. The race side has not been as good as, say, his teammate Denny Hamlin. Hamlin's actually the only JGR Toyota up in the top 10. Chase Briscoe started on the pole, didn't even get to lead a lap in this one. Had a penalty on pit road for an uncontrolled tire, and he's still back at 18th. Ty Gibbs is 16th after he started top 10. So Hamlin carrying the banner for JGR by far here today. They have not led many laps. 20, it might be 22. It's either 21 or 22 laps led combined for JGR on the first 4 1.5 mile racetracks this season, not counting Atlanta, the drafting 1.5 mile, but the other 4 standard ones. That would be Las Vegas, Homestead, Texas, and Kansas. Denny Hamlin has led 3 tonight, and those are the only laps led for JGR this evening. So now, counting this race, which is the 5th mile-and-a-half track of the season, we're past halfway through this one. They've only led about 25 laps combined so far. But Hamlin is definitely in contention for the race win. He is really the only driver that's been able to compete with Byron ever since Larson had spun from the lead earlier on in the evening. Still 26 cars on the lead lap. And you definitely got to keep it off the wall because, again, anybody who has made contact with the wall, their cars have not been the same after the fact. Very aerodynamically dependent. Maybe the way the track is shaped, there just isn't as much cushion around the wall, causing for maybe a slightly sharper angle when making contact has resulted in as much of an issue, because with these composite bodies, unless you break a toe link, it really seems like you have to hit the wall a ton to cause significant enough damage, resulting in continuing in the correct direction. Oh, huge crash. Oh, sorry for that. If I jump scared you. Zane Smith has crashed hard down the back straightaway, head on into the inside retaining wall. Sounds like contact with the 88.
And our safety team is there. You heard Zane on the radio.
Tight, loose, and then the 88 got into him.
Turn 2. Looks like he just gets loose in front of SVG. I don't think he was going to save it. I know SVG kind of sent him on around, but I think it was headed for the inside wall either way.
Big hit.
Big hit.
Amazing how these spins that we've seen tonight have basically been on the exit of all these corners.
And late. You know, like later than, I guess, what I'm accustomed to seeing. Normally the looseness or the snap starts earlier. This is almost like the unloaded. Like, I mean, he's basically out of the corner, lost that vertical compression, and around it goes.
Well, you know, when we saw Byron just wiggle there, I mean, that we know as racers that's a big moment.
Yeah.
You know, it doesn't look like that from TV or for folks at home, but it does not take much for these cars to yaw out and be gone.
Yeah.
You just can't grab these like you used to be able to grab some of the cars earlier years.
I would go back to as the tracks cool down and the speeds go up, the grip goes up in the front. The balance of the car tends to shift toward the free side, but also up on the top of 1 and 2. We really don't. After you get down in the corner and land, the load comes out of the car as you're throttling up off of turn 2. The car's not really loaded and laterally loaded into the corner.
This will be open this time. 6-2 to go on the stage. Absolutely within the fuel window, so everybody will be coming in. And I think the goal for everyone's going to be a full fuel load. This will be a good reset for the entire field, Trevor.
Yeah, you guys are talking about the exits of these corners and how challenging they are. Once it got dark here, the 24 is starting to get twitchy loose on exit. We saw him wiggle pretty big there a couple laps ago.
To Steve's point, Billy Scott telling Tyler Reddick this is a long run ahead of us. We're right at the edge of our fuel window. Situation on field here. Fired up tight for him, then balance neutral. No major changes, Marty.
So Benny Hamlin stalking William Byron for the lead. He said we were really good on the short run, but again, a little bit too tight the longer they ran. Carson Osbar said the car is not bad, obviously very quick, but he said I really feel like we need to be freed up just a little bit. And how about that drag race off pit road again between the 24 and the 11?
24 wins it over the 11 by that much. William Byron wins it. Jeff, thanks for being here. Good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you. Great job, guys. Thank you, Amazon.
Jeff Gordon had us in the booth. We're back to green when we return.
Sponsor plug there for Jeff Gordon. He's been riding Prime's coattails since Hendrick had that sponsorship at the beginning of the year. Whenever they've been interviewing him on Fox, they'll always say, huge thanks, Amazon Prime. They're coming up on the schedule here pretty soon. Want to give him a quick shout out. And here he is in the Prime booth. Kind of fitting as the night wears on. Former Coca-Cola 600 winner, Jeff Gordon. So William Byron by nose wins the race off a pit road ahead of Denny Hamlin. We'll wait for our leaderboard to update now. 19 lead changes in the Coca-Cola 600 so far. Most of those during pit stops, because William Byron has led for a ton of laps. Green flag pit stops under yellow. But he's led a lot of them. So Byron going to be the leader on the upcoming restart. Denny Hamlin second. Tyler Reddick will be third. Got to wait for our leaderboard to update now. Leaders get to the start-finish line this time by, and they will. I do have the chat back up on my phone again, so I can see all you guys in the chat now. You were gone for about 30 laps, but you're back. Still a little less than 60 laps to go in Stage 3 of tonight's Coke 600. Remember, 4 stages with this being the longest race of the season. The Fantasy League does not lock up until the end of Stage 3 tonight, so you get that extra 100 laps there. So if anybody's had an incident or anything of that nature, you can take them out of your lineup. Kyle Larson had that spin. His car hasn't been the same. No stage points for him so far tonight, so I had to take Kyle Larson out of my fantasy lineup. The rest of the team's been doing pretty good, though. I had Hamlin, Byron, Reddick. Actually, no, I did not have Hamlin. Let me look back at the team here. Oh, no, I did. Okay, I had that right. Yeah, I had Hamlin, Reddick, Byron. They're 1, 2, 3. Bell and Buescher, who have fallen back a bit. Stage 1, they were up in the top 6 or 7. Buescher's fallen to 16th. And Bell has fallen to 23rd. Outside of the top 3, Byron, Hamlin, Reddick. Chastain is now 4th, race high. Gragson in the top 5 for the first time. Chase Elliott is 6th. 7th for Carson Hocevar, losing more spots at pit road again. And AJ Allmendinger also lost a few spots as he falls back to 8th.
For the second time in his career, Dale Clark has come home with the winner. Out in front of Earnhardt, sailing away for his third Coca-Cola 600. Hardly any member of the 162,000 gathered have left as they celebrate the victory of Dale Earnhardt.
The highlight reel for the Hall of Famer Dale Earnhardt and the Coke 600. Nice transition to the documentary that was released. Parts 1 and 2 last week, 3 and 4 coming out this week. The premiere was awesome. I know you're excited about this, Dale.
I am. The dude's a legend, one of the greatest of all time. And it's a great story and kind of a way for new fans to be introduced into who Dad was and its impact on the sport. That's what I'm so excited for. Dale, I always hear you on your podcast talk about it, you know, about how you love to see fans wearing his shirt or telling stories. And this is another way to kind of just reintroduce somebody that we were fortunate enough to, you know, my time in the garage started in the mid-90s. So I was fortunate enough to see the greatness kind of firsthand out of my own eyes. And I love the new NASCAR fan has a chance to experience the same thing.
I love everything that Prime is doing in the sports world, whether it's on track, on field, on court, or the documentary stuff. Earnhardt is awesome. We encourage you to watch it now on Prime. Now our FanDuel race update. Give me some numbers here, Steve.
What, plus 200, basically 2 times your money if you want to get in there and take a little gamble right now. I like gambling. If you like a little bit of a long shot, don't sleep on Chase Elliott back there. That's 25 to 1 is what that math looks like on plus 2,500. Man's run 6. Blaney, we're on board right here with him. Same thing, plus 2,500.
Yeah, I don't like Blaney. Not tonight. That ain't worth it.
Aerial coverage provided by Goodyear.
He is up to 11th, I guess, but
still always.
Still ways back.
Forever. Connor Zilic had a penalty there, making his Coke 600 debut. Drove through too many boxes. Marty.
Kyle Busch might have had a penalty too.
Chastain's pit crew came in ranked 18th on pit road, but on that last stop, they gained him 3 spots. Terrific job by those guys. But remember what the road crew went through overnight. Just 3 hours of sleep getting that backup car ready. Now they're in the top 5, Kim.
Joe Gragson also in the top 5, and I talked to crew chief Drew Blickensover and said they wanted to unload better because Saturdays have been a real struggle for him. Well, they did that yesterday. They had a really good day. Noah was happy with that race car. They've had top 10.
Aggressive as we make our way back to the Echo Park Automotive Restart Zone. Race.
All right, green flag back in the air. Byron Hamlin front row here for the restart. Chastain pushing Byron as he tries to get forward on the bottom lane of the racetrack. Reddick pushing the 11 of Hamlin, and then let's go entering turn 1. Second half of the corner, Byron not going to be able to clear the 11, and with the Hamlin 11 car on the outside, this is going to be problematic for Byron to try to clear for the race lead. Through turns 3 and 4, ripping the bottom lane well through 3 and 4, highly committed Byron. Out in front, oh boy, low contact, a little further back. 3 wide, Reddick with Chase Elliott in the middle, Noah Gragson on the bottom. Reddick made contact with the right front fender of Elliott, slowed both of those cars down underneath, and Reddick drives on. And that slowed up the 4 and the 9 enough for Karsten Hocevar to make a 3 wide move. He gets by the 4. He hasn't cleared the 9 yet. He's still underneath him into turn 3 now. Karsten Hocevar going to look to try to slide up clear, and he does so successfully. Now 3 wide, contact trouble up turn 4. Ryan Blaney, Daniel Suarez against the outside wall. Suarez sets down the racetrack. He clips Kyle Larson and Justin Haley as well. And the caution flag is out again shortly after the restart. This one's definitely going to take Larson out. He's got a lot of damage around the right rear. Blaney's probably going to be done for the day as he got pinched against the wall. A ton of damage. Window net down on the 12. Huge nose damage to the 99 as he clipped the 7 and brought him back across the racetrack. I'm not sure on the damage for Haley, but I would assume he's got quite a bit also.
See, when you return to the green flag, we saw it there. This is what happens.
Everybody starts with all those patience, all those understanding of how long the event is. Halfway's here, 2 stages complete. You know, you just can feel the pressure building.
All right, the 12 right at the top of the racetrack, the 19. Briscoe in the middle, then the 99.
That wasn't why I said to stay away from Blaney, but
19 tight.
that didn't help.
Contact between the 2 on the outside, back down into Suarez. Look at Suarez collect 7 and the 5 that they're trying to squeeze by.
Yeah, Larson definitely broke a
Destroying
toe link on the right rear.
Larson's car.
Larson's done.
Nemechek had lost that track position, able to drive through, avoid the incident.
Yeah, Larson just got back on the lead lap. Haley was fast all weekend. Spire's been great tonight. His chance at a good run is gone.
Be interested to see how much this impacts Briscoe.
And he might have got through there okay without too much.
Yeah, I actually think maybe a little bit of damage to the nose, but I agree with you, Dale. I didn't see a lot of pushing and banging on the wheels.
It's a wild wreck.
We might have had one the lap before. They got 3 wide, and the 9 got in there, and they got it all squeezed. I think that's what people forget is that these speeds, you just have to pick a slot, try to find your way through.
Coming across here. Finish track. See how the racetrack is coming.
Script for Bell right there.
Does that mean I have to take my shirt off?
Get through there.
He backed it way.
Retire the hat?
Caution number 6. Free pass goes to Josh Berry. He returns to the lead lap. Scored 26th on the board.
Tough day for Larson.
Larson is
2
on the
DNFs. Indy and now Charlotte.
And the last time we had a caution, it was for Zane Smith, who got into the wall. He's with Trevor.
Yeah, I'm here with Zane Smith, who had that huge impact up at turn 2. What happened there, Zane?
Yeah, I mean, just tried sliding up and getting the preferred lane, and then got a little free, and then just got finished off by the 88. And so, unfortunate, but I had a really good Benetton floor tonight. Just ever since that break, I just got really tight, and then our balance wasn't really the same, and then you're kind of put back in traffic, and your car just isn't really driving the same. So just unfortunate, but really appreciate Benetton and everyone at FRM. I've had a really good year so far. So you're always gonna have the bad ones that come along with it. So we'll bounce back in Nashville and have a good run there.
Thank you, Zane. Glad you're okay.
Solid young driver. Mentioned Larson's in the garage. Crew chief for things.
And just a reminder, in today's world, you have the ability to repair these cars. You're not out of the race automatically like you have been in the past if you get assistance to the garage, but it's still a limited list of components you're allowed to change. You just can't change everything. And I spent some time in NASCAR this week and kind of go over this. The other thing they reminded me is that once you get back in the garage, it's their responsibility to look the car over, make sure structurally they also believe the safety things that need to be intact are still intact. The 12 of Ryan Blaney, it's not been a year. He's already had 4 DNFs this season. This is trending towards the 5th. Let's listen into the radio.
Good. 99, not clear. Sorry.
The fact that he has that many DNFs and he's still 5th in points is actually pretty impressive.
Racetrack, it just runs everybody out of room, but you absolutely see his point. As far as just
And no wins.
Suarez thought he was clear at the 19. But it just run out of too tight a spot for 3 race cars right there, and everybody's racing hard on a restart. Doesn't want to give up any positions.
So I'm not sure which is more frustrating because I think probably they're equally as frustrating. Some years you just don't have the speed. That's not been Ryan Blaney's year. Now tonight, maybe they didn't have the speed, but it's been the year of if it finishes impressive, right? If you look at his last, 5 races, 2/3, 2/5, and a 37th, right? Like he's there. He's always there. He has great pace, even when other Fords or even other Penske Fords don't seem to have it. But it's either like a top 5 or into the thing, seems like for Blaney.
13 races into the year, 5 DNF. The man that won this race 2 years ago. Halfway through our 3rd stage in the Coca-Cola 600. Tonight, we race to remember.
Honoring the fall. Sergeant Robert Robbie John Wandorf Jr., United States Marine Corps and Army.
Technical Sergeant Scott E. Duffman, United States Air Force. Thank you.
Sergeant Brett Gornowitz, United States Army.
Staff Sergeant Wantre Tyrone Bradley Sr., United States Army.
Staff Sergeant Bobby C. Franklin, North Carolina Army, National Guard.
Corporal Reynold Armaz, United States Marine Corps.
Staff Sergeant Sean Gregory Landris, United States Army. It's an honor.
All right, Byron held on to the lead on that last restart, just cleared Hamlin off turn 4 when the incident took place behind him, just outside the top 10. Again, 4 cars collected. At least 3 of those will be done for the day. Kyle Larson, Daniel Suarez, and Ryan Blaney. Justin Haley also collected, continues on, but he's currently a lap down. We'll see if he has least enough damage to be able to continue on of the 4 involved in the incident. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in 24th place will get the free pass as being the first car lap down at the time of the caution. Joey Logano's working himself closer to getting the free pass in 26. Not a good day for Penske. That is true. From last Sunday to this week, but specifically today, Joseph Newgarden, DNF, Indy 500. Scott McLaughlin crashes before the race starts. Will Power doesn't even finish inside the top 10, I don't think, if I remember correctly, from the leaderboard at the end of the race. And then you go to the Coke 600 here today. Joey Logano's been a lap down in 30th most of the race. Austin Cindric is like 10 laps down. He's still on the racetrack, but he is currently, 11 laps down in 37th, and now Ryan Blaney's out. And Blaney was the only competent car that Penske had in this Cup race here today. Joseph Newgarden in the 500, I think, got as high as 6th place after starting in the last row before he had a mechanical issue, a fuel pickup problem following the second to last green flag pit stop in that event earlier today. So, yeah, Team Penske, they're on a really, really bad run here. Probably the worst Indy 500, Coke 600 performance combined between the 2 races for Penske as a whole. I mean, that could be the case. They've won, like 20 Indy 500s? He doesn't run bad at Indy very often. He meaning the team owner, Roger Penske, and then here in the Coke 600, got a few wins there as well. Keselowski in 2020, Ryan Blaney 23.
All right, William Byron, Denny Hamlin, on the front row for the restart.
All right, setting up for the restart. We'll have 49 laps to go in stage 3 out of, again, 4 here tonight at the Coke 600. Byron Hamlin front row, green flag back in the air. William Byron has led for nearly 200 laps. Probably actually has eclipsed 200 laps led in the race. I'll check that in a moment, but first the restart. Gregson up on the high side, 3 wide, trying to get by a couple cars, the 43 and the 16. Denny Hamlin very close to clearing off turn 2 for the race lead. Tyler Reddick, 3 wide, around the top side of the racetrack, is able to pull into third as well. William Byron in the 24, clear of Denny Hamlin. It's amazing how well Byron rolls the bottom through 3 and 4. He did the same thing on the last restart. Hamlin was holding on strong on the outside. Byron clears by several car lengths off the exit of turn 4, pins that car down onto the paint on the inside of the racetrack, does what he needs to do. As soon as he pulls clear, he's right back up in the middle to upper groove of the racetrack for the rest of the way. Carson Hocevar going for second place on the inside of Denny Hamlin in the 11. Painted down on that white and blue line on the inside of the racetrack, and the Chili Chevrolet will not be able to stay alongside Hamlin for very long. Denny is clear for second and has his eyes set after our leader Byron once again. Top 5 following the restart. Byron in the lead, Hamlin second, Hocevar third, Tyler Reddick in fourth, and AJ Allmendinger back up to 5th yet again. Chase Elliott, race high, 6th place position. 7th for Ross Chastain, Noah Gragson, 8th, Ryan Preece, 9th. He's in the top 10 for the first time. Chase Briscoe, our pole sitter, back in the top 10 for the first time in a while, in 10th. Chastain now getting by Chase Elliott through turns 3 and 4 for 6th place, all clear on the exit of the corner. Lead for Byron, about a half a second over Hamlin. Hocevar to the top side of the racetrack. Hamlin through the middle. Carson might have a decent run down the backstretch to close that gap in the 11 car before turn 3 entry. Hocevar to the bottom of the track. Hamlin to the middle to upper groove. Byron actually ran the bottom that time through 3 and 4. First time in a while outside of the opening lap on a restart that he took to go to the inside line. And 24 cars on the lead lap. Quite a few of them all of a sudden out of the race now. Johnson, Zane Smith, Ryan Blaney, Kyle Larson, Daniel Suarez. And here's Blaney with Trevor Bayne outside the infield care center.
It looked like things were finally going their way when that caution happened.
They got back close to the top 10, and then just, I don't really know. I see replay. I feel like we're just tight off the floor, 3 wide, and just kind of bounced off each other. And unfortunately, we not going to finish, but appreciate Body Armor Chill for everything that happened and for everything for this weekend and Memorial Day weekend special. And
I think you're right.
Hocevar for second again underneath Denny Hamlin. He couldn't pass him the first time, trying it a second time. Through turns 1 and 2, he's going to be close to clearing wide. Exit of the corner, can't do it. Denny Hamlin still has the fastest lap of the race. It's still his lap from 210. Lap 210, that is. We're currently working lap 258. Now 259 at the start-finish line. A battle for seconds, allowing for Byron to get out ahead a little bit more than what he was on Hamlin in the first half of the stage, prior to the Zane Smith caution, which kind of bunched everything back together for a brief moment. And obviously the caution soon after on the next restart. I just sent a picture to my sister, a screenshot of Zane Smith's car for this week. Her dog, name of Mocha, that is on Zane Smith's driver's side door. And then she sent me a text saying that he better win tonight. And I have yet to put the unfortunate news that that car will not win because it is done for the day. But needless to say, I thought that was kind of funny. I wanted to add that on there. I don't know if I have any pictures of that dog, but it looks identical to the dog on Zane Smith's driver's side door tonight, the French Bulldog specifically. William Byron, meanwhile, is out in front. Denny Hamlin, after being under pressure from Hocevar for second, is slightly pulling away from him. Hamlin running quicker laps than that of our race leader, William Byron, again, and should be on the attack shortly. Kyle Larson standing with Trevor Bayne now.
I can hear everything I'm thinking, so no, it's just, I don't know, I saw smoke and I tried to get left through the infield and I just didn't get far enough left, so
Yeah, I got tagged and into our night, so just a bummer of a day all around. Just from some mistakes. To get us, back to where we were so much in the last 100 laps, and just needed to kind of chip away at it from now on, and I thought we could still end up okay, but yeah, just not the day that I wanted, but huge thank you to Rick Hendrick, Rick and him. And we can run it back someday.
Well, we had fun watching you try to make the 1,100 miles. Thanks, Kyle.
Larson.
We have a stat tracker on exactly how many miles he completed today. I don't think he completed 500, did he? Well, just over 300 in this race. He got okay, so he did complete over 500 combined because I think he got to about halfway in the Indy 500. But yeah, I don't think that he was probably between 500 and 600 miles complete total on the day. Tough break for Kyle Larson. Innocent bystander in that last incident, that's for sure, but was put back there because of an incident of his own doing earlier on. Meanwhile, during that Kyle Larson interview, Denny Hamlin took over the race lead away from William Byron, passed him outright a few laps after the restart. Byron working the outside of the racetrack still. Hamlin and Lane off the wall through 3 and 4, just off of the bumps from the inside. And Hamlin starting to put some separation between himself and the cars behind him. Carson Hocevar is close behind the 24. Byron going to look to challenge for second place here shortly as well. Decent ways to go in the Coca-Cola 600. 135 laps left. That means we got about 35, 36 laps to go yet in stage 3. Race lead for Denny Hamlin. 0.3 of a second. 0.6 back to Carson Hocevar in third. Fourth place is Tyler Reddick at 1.4 seconds off the lead. 1.8 seconds for AJ Allmendinger in fifth. Ross Chastain at 6th place is 2.2 seconds back. Chase Elliott is 2.6 seconds back in 7th. Chase Briscoe 3.9 seconds off the lead in 8th. 9th, 4 seconds back, Noah Gragson. And Ryan Preece battling for that 9th spot is in 10th, 4.1 seconds off the lead as well. Carson Hocevar almost clear for second place on Byron on the exit of turn 4. Not going to be able to side draft him down the front stretch. He'll have to remain in line behind him. Definitely going to have to make some adjustment changes at 24. He hasn't really been in dirty air much today with all the laps led outside of slight lap traffic he's had today. But the way the caution's laid out, for the most part, well, I guess he was in lap traffic after green flag pit stops a little bit earlier on. With the last couple of cautions coming out when they did, I think they'll be good on fuel to the end of the stage. So Byron really needs to hold on here. Otherwise, he could be in danger of restarting a little bit too far back by the time we get into stage number 4 and might not have as much of a shot at the win as it was looking through the first half of the event. John Hunter Nemechek and Ty Gibbs, couple Toyotas battling on screen. Bottom of the screen, that's for 15th. Nemechek's really fallen back into the second half of the race. Was up in the top 5 for a lot of the first half of this one. A couple of slow pit stops, and it looks like they're just falling behind a little bit on strategy. Maybe not strategy, just a setup, and lost a little bit of time too. Speaking of losing time, the gap between first and second is now 0.8 of a second. Again, Denny Hamlin out in front. He led 3 laps during green flag pit stops all the way back in stage 2. Outside of that, though, he hadn't led up until now. 11 laps led for the number 11. 214 for William Byron out of 268 so far. 2 for Hocevar during green flag pit stops. 1 for Tyler Reddick of the drivers in the top 4 that have led. 1 for Chase Briscoe. 5 for Christopher Bell. See who else has led today. 34 laps for Kyle Larson towards the beginning of the race. Those are the drivers who have all led in this event. It says 21 lead changes on our leaderboard. I don't think that's right. I don't think we've seen 21 lead changes today. I'll be curious to see if there's a race update on Amazon Prime Video's coverage throughout the course of this one, because I don't think we've seen that many. I know we've had a couple sets of green flag pit stops, but I don't think we've seen that many lead changes. 21 with a guy leading 214 out of 270 laps right now. I would like to think that that's not the case. Our numbers could be inflated a little bit. The squeaky toy, yeah, it was that dog, Frank. It was that dog, actually. Squeaky toy for the win. Maybe in another race later this year. Maybe a super speedway. He'll run that paint scheme, and we know the Fords are pretty quick with the next gen car and super speedways. Great stuff. Yeah, it was a squeaky toy. Gregor Bradley saying, please no 11 and 22. All right, so Byron trying to do what he can to not lose too much touch of the 11. Doesn't want to fall too far back in the running order. Carson Hocevar has not been able to make a pass on him yet. Hamlin getting enough of a gap to in front of the 24. He's able to run the high side, maybe in the dirty air, and not lose as much ground compared to if he was right on the back bumper of the 11 or within a closer length behind him. Just over 3 hours into the Coca-Cola 600 tonight, NASCAR's longest race, 600 miles. Denny Hamlin is our race leader again. William Byron second. Third for Carson Hocevar. Tyler Reddick fourth. A.J. Allmendinger rounding out the top five in fifth. Briscoe eighth. Noah Gragson ninth. Christopher Bell in 10th. 11th is Ryan Preece. Austin Dillon in 12th. Chris Buescher 13th. 14th Eric Jones and 15th John Hunter Nemechek. Kyle Busch 16th, Ty Gibbs 17th, 18th for Todd Gilliland, Brad Keselowski 19th, and 20th is Michael McDowell. 21st, Shane Van Gisbergen, Josh Berry 22nd, Bubba Wallace 23rd, last car in the lead lap. And Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 24th, Joey Logano 25th, Cole Custer 26th, Ty Dillon 27th. 31st, Riley Herbst 2 laps down, Alex Bowman 3 laps down in 32nd, Derek Kraus 10 laps down in 33rd, and 34th is Austin Cindric 11 laps down. 13 laps down for Josh Bilicki in 35th, and then 36 on back out of the race. 5 drivers have DNF'd thus far. Daniel Suarez 36th, Kyle Larson 37th, Ryan Blaney 38th, Zane Smith 39th, and Jimmy Johnson last and 40th. Of our full 40-car field for the 2025 Coca-Cola 600. Our live commentary coverage continues on KRC. You're listening live, full flag-to-flag coverage. Full 1,100-mile coverage from the Indy 500 earlier and the Coke 600 ongoing. Our chat poll will end at the end of stage number 3. We have 164 votes so far. 38% took Kyle Larson for the win. He's out of the race. 36% took somebody other than Larson, Byron, or Reddick. Reddick, Byron have been in the top 5 the whole time, with Reddick currently in 4th, Byron in 2nd. Byron 19% of the votes, 7 for Reddick, as that is ongoing. Again, that will close at the end of lap 300 in about 25 laps time.
This man, debut race, NASCAR on Prime, Coca-Cola 600, 66 running from Charlotte Motor Speedway. Been a competitive race throughout the field. William Byron dominating stage 1, stage 2, getting the win there. But he is now second in the running order because middle portion of stage 3, it has become the Denny Hamlin show.
Well, we got this 11 car out front, but the 24 is still kind of hanging in there. Actually closing the gap.
How about this? Joe Gibbs Racing has led more laps tonight than they had this season combined on a mile and a half. That's crazy, isn't it? But there you see the gap. 24 getting back in it, bringing Carson Hocevar with him.
Gibbs controlled this race with HMS last year. Was Christopher Bell winning. But yeah, the 11's fast, gets the lead. But here comes the long run speed of the 24 creeping back into the picture. We're coming up to 22 laps in the stage.
Byron ain't done yet.
Just hanging around. Look at that 24 closing the gap on the 11. Now he's the one that'll have to worry about the defense that maybe Denny Hamlin's going to throw at him. We heard, when we were looking at the 24 car, we think that he was much looser on balance than Denny. Denny was able to fire off and run that fastest lap earlier in the race because he had a more comfortable car on the early run. But he gets tight as the run goes, and the 24 starts to really in because the 24 is still turning right now late in this run. And he's closing quick.
Closing quick, the 20 William Byron drives first race. Another thing, another innovation we want to point out is this right here, the burn bar. What is this? This is basically how much fuel William Byron is burning. AI will take a look at throttle position and RPM of every driver in the field during the first stage, kind of baseline. What we expect 100% burn would be, which is as fast as you could go at top speed. The best lap time later in the race, later in the run, with strategy dictates that you need to save a little gas. That bar will go down and give you an idea. And here you have William Byron with a run on Denny Hamlin.
And Denny got really loose right there in turn 4. Had a big moment. Had to do a little blocking down the front straightaway, a little defense out of him.
Your body language was a dead giveaway. Something exciting was happening on track.
Byron's like, I got an opportunity. Body language, my leg is bruised from the I'm sorry.
Dan was dancing in his seat like the cars were dancing on the track.
I have a new fuel tool. I'm trying to explain. I'll get a Charlie horse.
What's up, Marty?
Kenny Hamlin has that lead, and just as you talked about that, Junior, this has been the characteristic of the 11 car all evening long. Yes, as you mentioned, very quick on the short runs, but the car gets a little bit tighter on the longer runs. We're seeing that happen now. Kenny Hamlin in the lead for 19 more laps in the stage, Trevor.
William Byron seeing a little bit of dirty air for the first time all race after seeing 214 laps. Now he's trying to chase down Vinny Hamlin and take a listen to this audio. William Byron fighting that tight condition for the first time all night. As Dale mentioned, he was free earlier, Marty.
Trevor, we have seen Carson Hocevar in this position before. 118 laps to go. He is running third. Clearly has a very quick car. Can he, though, make it work in stage 4 here at the Coca-Cola 600? The young man has tons of speed, but can he finish off the race? We're about to find out and maybe become another first-time Cup Series winner in the Coca-Cola 600.
Hey, you know what? We've already gone past the 400-mile mark, so he's already starting to deliver later in the span of a race than what we've seen a lot of times throughout the balance of 2025.
Also for Hocevar, I want to go back to Texas where his teammate McDowell had a shot at running in the top 5 and kind of gave it away when he lost second place off return 2 and wrecked the car. I'm sure that there was a large conversation amongst everybody in the organization talking about, hey, when we have those opportunities, we have to take them home. This is a young team, maybe not as large as some of the other organizations out here running as good or better than some of the big teams. Maybe that's sunk into Hocevar tonight to where he can go out there, even though he knows he's got a good enough car to take the win, fight these guys for the win. If that's not possible, can he bring it home in third? Can he bring it home in second? Without taking the big risk and getting himself in trouble. Dive to the inside of 24 here. William Byron going for the lead a few laps ago. Kind of faded off a little bit.
And look bottom of your screen. Pop to Brad Keselowski, 14th.
Wow, that's a big recovery.
Down, got a free pass, just hanging in, bulldogging it. And they came down pit road at lap 240. And that's when they got that free pass. So he's doing a nice job.
Out with the car in front of Brad Keselowski right here off the in-car camera. Kyle Busch. Started last, steering problems, spun out once today, hate this car earlier on the radio, got to the wall at another time, and here he is 13th. Welcome to the 600. Stay around long enough. Pretty sure he still hates this car, though, Steve. Oh, well, he could be running where the 24 is. I think he would hate it.
Trevor?
Yeah, the 6-car Brad Keselowski that you mentioned, Adam, fighting back from getting that lap down early on. He said earlier that he felt like the speed of the car was really, really good for how bad the balance was. If they could fix that and have something for him, now he finds himself all the way up to the 14th position moving forward.
I had 2 crew chiefs in the garage tell me the goal is make sure we're on the lead lap for the final stage. Then we feel like we're in the game. We got something to work with.
Up top, the battle's tight back up again. Kenny Hamlin allowing the 24 to close. You have to wonder, maybe, Steve, is how hard did he run it? Did he be running just hard enough to stay in front of this 24 to be able to save a little fuel?
Well, here's the challenge. If you run hard and burn fuel, you're going to have a slower pit stop. You have to put extra fuel in it. Remember, we pitted with 60-something laps to go in this stage, so these guys are all going to need dang near a full tank. That sticker is longer than tires. So every pint of gas you save is going to speed up your pit stop. Getting to the bottom of the race.
That 66 is about to stall out. I think we're going to get a caution.
24 is going to drive down across that plate, trying to get clean air for exit.
I don't think Balicki's going to make it back to pit road.
Got a good opportunity down here. Got to kind of guess where Denny's going to go.
11 to go, stage 3. Here's
Oh,
Byron inside.
Denny almost got against the wall.
It's tight too. Denny got slipped a little bit. Then he gassed it up right in the left rear quarter panel at 11, and it kind of made that 11 get tight as well. Back here again on the inside. got a little good position here. He's going to have some side drag down the front straightaway. Good momentum.
He's got him.
Away to so that he doesn't get side drag.
I think he's got him.
William Byron said,
Carson.
I want to sweep.
Oh, Byron almost got against the wall.
Stage 24 back in the lead. Look at Hosabar.
It's amazing how strong that side draft is, Dale. You pointed out perfectly. As soon as that front bumper had crested the rear bumper of the 11, it's almost like he reached out and just pulled him back.
Now Hosabar's trying to take second away. He's not going to be able to do it. Denny's going to clear easily down the front straightaway. Time to go into stage.
Danny was thinking he had control of the race, and he's now giving it back to the 24. Christopher Bell, Chase Briscoe on the bottom of the screen. Two more are Joe Gibbs Toyotas, 8 and 9.
Chabelle up to 8th. They pitted at 249. All the other guys up there pitted at 239. You're talking about fuel burn. How long this next pit stop will be? Those 10 laps, what does that equal when we talk about potential fast stops on this next cycle?
Well, absolutely. You can run about, we'll call it 3. It's a little over 3 laps a gallon, right? So if you have 10 laps better, you're going to take 3 gallons less gas. That's a solid 1.5 seconds on the pit stop, 1.6 seconds on the pit stop. So if Bell can drive up there far enough and stay close enough, he can cycle his way right up into the mix.
I feel like a puppet now. You know, on NASCAR Live, we got to watch Steve as a bartender talking to the puppets, explaining race strategy and fuel loads and tire wear and all that. That was really good, buddy.
Well, I appreciate it. I've got a lot of text that if the puppets can understand it, I feel like I have to now. So,
Great battle right here between AJ Allmendinger and Chastain for fifth as we close in on the finish of this third stage. About 3 seconds behind the leader. AJ's done a good job all night long, just taking what's given, staying out of trouble. But Chastain too. Top of the screen, we still have a car that looks like he's so much faster. Drive by and take the lead, and now here's Denny fighting back, almost as if he's the better race car. Oh, the 24 is so loose. Look at him. Denny's going to drive to the inside here.
5 to go, stage 3. You want to be in control of the race. It's so
Hosabar's got to run.
Samar tucked up.
3 wide.
Top spot.
Oh, Hosabar got loose down there on the bottom.
Byron wheel and outside lane. Hamlin is there. This is incredible late in the stage.
Hosabar had such a good shot right there because the 11 and 24 kind of slowed themselves down on corner exit. But he turned sideways. Byron's going to run the top here. Clear the 11. Man, that was fun to watch.
oh, I don't think it's over. Got a bit more to go. I think we're going to get another bite at this. What a battle. Yeah. But you said it, Adam. They want to control the field to this next set of pit stops.
Yep.
It's 600 miles. And tonight we've been rained so much. And the competition has been so intense. And look at the onboard camera right into the eyes of Denny Hamlin.
It looks like he's
Look into his eyes.
Okay. He's 44 years old. And boy, I'll tell you what, he feels like a young man right now.
He had those kind of drivers, generational talents. Like Bobby Allison here again, they can succeed and win races well beyond their 40th birthday. And this guy is one of them. Just an incredible race car driver. The 24s, it's 30 air right here, struggling with that flat car in front. It's going to give Denny an opportunity with 2 to go.
Who is that? SVG?
Oh, Denny's in the same.
No, I don't know who that is.
Look at the eyes of Denny Hamlin. I'm not sure he's blinking. I mean, look at him focus. He's staring ahead. I love those clear visors on the night races.
7, Justin Haley.
They go around Justin Haley, the lap car. Going to be 1 to go on the stage this time as they come back to the start-finish line.
Oh, Hamlin lost time through 3 and 4.
Get one shot. He's going to have to get something going.
I think Hosabar's got a better shot at second than Hamlin does at the stage win now.
To get it going, he lost some speed down there.
Oh, jeez.
some adversity to battle through for William Byron in stage 3. Actually lost the lead, but gathered up, drives on, continues strong on the long haul. Undefeated in stages this weekend, swept the Xfinity stages yesterday. 3-0 tonight in 600. William Byron wins it. Hamlin second. Hocevar third. Reddick continues in the top 5. Chastain ends up 5th. Allmendinger, Bell, Elliott, Briscoe, and Priest get points. Third driver.
So Byron wins the
600.
hold on.
Give it to William Byron in eventful stage 3. We're heading to the 4th quarter of NASCAR's longest race.
Yeah, here we go. Strap up. It's been a good race so far. It has been intensifying, especially at those top 3 positions. William Byron, Denny Hamlin, Carson Hocevar all battling late for the stage 3 win, those closing 20 to 25 laps. Very testy battle, a couple of lead changes. Hamlin got by Byron. Byron got back by Hamlin. 3 wide to the bottom with Hamlin holding up the 24 in a side draft on the front stretch. Carson Hocevar tried to take them all over, and he got loose. Was unable to keep up with the top 2. Hamlin stayed side by side for about another half a lap before Byron won that battle. William Byron has won the first 3 stages out of 4 tonight in the Coca-Cola 600. Kyle Larson scores 0 stage points. Larson's regular season points lead has gone from 35 to 5. And with Larson locked into a finish outside the top 36, he's going to score 1 point. He's currently in the 37th position right now out of the race still, following an incident earlier in stage 3. So William Byron should take over the points lead unless something crazy happens here down the home stretch. Byron, the winner of the Daytona 500, trying to win the first 2 crown jewel events to start the season. If the Winston Million was still a thing, Byron would have a shot at it. He would have to get through this one, and then he would have to get through, well, I guess, no, he didn't win the Southern 500, did he? He finished 2nd. Oh, my gosh, he would have been close. Well, my bad, the Southern 500's later this year. He finished 2nd in the Spring Darlington event. So, yeah, he would have a shot at the Winston Million if that was still a thing in this day and age of NASCAR. Instead, we've got the $1 Million Bracket Challenge, which will be coming up here in a couple of weeks. Seeding starts with this Amazon Prime race. All 5 Amazon Prime races will gear up the seeding for the top 32 seeds, which would be the top 32 in points. So if you're 33rd, 34th, 35th, 36th in points, you will not be qualified for even a chance to get in. And, you know, Brad Keselowski outside the top 32 in points, definitely the biggest name off of there. There's a few others as well trying to get their way in. And have a shot at that $1 million bonus during the season. We had a $1 million bonus on the line last week. William Byron winning, or sorry, not William Byron, Christopher Bell winning the Coca-Cola. I'm all over the place. You can tell I've been streaming for about 9 hours a day. Christopher Bell winning the All-Star race last weekend at North Wilkesboro. So once again, under caution in the Coca-Cola 600. Pit road will be open this time by 100 laps to go. We'll have our second diecast showing of the evening as soon as we get through these pit stops. William Byron has led over half the race on the lap side of things. About 2/3 of the race or more, up to how many laps we've completed so far. He's led well over 200. Byron, Hamlin, the rest of the leaders onto pit road. Probably the second to final stops of the night.
Carroll will decide everything, and Rudy Fugle says, "Go on me, William. You're going to go on me," which means they're going to add a little bit extra after the 4 tires go on.
As you see, Tyler Reddick wanted to be a little looser, but was afraid of a too aggressive of a change, so they're going to go back slightly on the last adjustment. Just air pressure for Tyler Reddick, or fresh tires and Goodyear fuel. Or, excuse me, snow fuel, Marty.
Goodyear fuel.
On, I just got 2 loose ones. They got clean air. They did not.
Hamlin.
With the 11 car. Meanwhile, Carson said,
"Oh, contact in the pits."
Called it, Trevor. The 11 didn't wait on fuel, and look at that. They won the race off pit road.
There's a lot of Christopher Bell in there making contact. There were 3 wide as Chastain left his box. Second time Chastain left his box to have contact with another car, Ryan Blaney earlier, and now Chase Elliott this go around. Third and final diecast showing, well, not third and final stage of the first three leading into the fourth, if that makes any sense. Here is the other diecast showing. Dale Jr.'s on the Amazon Prime diecast, and this is actually a 2009 Coca-Cola 600 car that I have of Dale Jr.'s. It's the National Guard paint scheme from that year, Memorial Day weekend. National Guard, huge with their paint schemes on race cars over the years in this race, and this is a camouflage car. Always a huge fan of camo. Hence the camouflage Ryan Blaney hat that I have right here, which I'm also wearing this weekend specifically because it is Memorial Day weekend. So there is a reason for me wearing this one. And that is the diecast showing. Again, this is from 2009 Car of Tomorrow with the wing. And it's the only number 88 Dale Jr. diecast I have. I have a few of his 8 cars. I got a few of his Busch cars, a 3, an 81. But I only have this 88 specifically. I want to get a Hellman's 88 car of his as well, but always like the Hellman schemes over the years. I might even try to find a Brad Keselowski 88 Hellman scheme from his Xfinity / Busch years, nationwide years in the late 2000s. Denny Hamlin wins the race off of pit road with his 4-tire stop. He did not wait on fuel like a lot of others did. So he's hoping that he can make it to about halfway. Carson Hocevar second off of pit road. And William Byron loses 2 spots, but he is probably as close to topped off on fuel compared to the 77 and the 11 around him. It's like Alex Bowman staying out to try to get the wave around to get one of his 3 laps back. It was 4 down, so it'll be 2 down now. He's still trucking along in the 32nd place position. He's outlasted a few other cars that have DNF'd, so battling for as many points as he can get. Still winless this season, so he'll need all of them he can get until he gets through with the first win this year. If he can break through to victory lane in the regular season to lock himself into the playoffs. Yeah, Bill Elliott was the only one that ever won the Winston Million. It was the very first year they had it, too, and then they didn't have another winner after that, and so they got rid of it after so long, and I wish they had something similar to that nowadays. The $1 to $2 million with inflation, we'll make it $2 million if somebody can win 3 of the 4 crown jewels or more of the year. Byron won the Daytona 500. He hasn't won since, but he's got a real shot to win the 600 here tonight. He's led the most laps. He's ran top 3 the whole race and currently in 3rd. Lost 2 spots after winning the first 3 stages. Lost 2 spots on pit road here, waiting on fuel. But that was by design. So that tells me that the 11 is definitely going to be the first car off of pit road, or onto pit road if we go green most of the way through this final stage. He'll probably be the first in. He wants that track position, though. Can't blame him. He's able to lead quite a few laps at Stage 3, despite finishing second in the stage as he did Stage 2. He was as many as almost 10 seconds off the lead, so great changes made to the 11, the 77 to get him closer to the 24 as this race goes on. 94 laps to go in the sport's longest event, almost 3.5 hours in. We started at 5:30 Eastern today, so we are 4.5 hours into our stream and ongoing on top of the 4-hour Indy 500 stream earlier. So I did my math wrong. We've streamed for about 8.5 hours today. So far, it's been a long one. Long couple of ones. Roughly 40-minute hold at the beginning of the Indy 500. Close enough to 9 hours. We'll get there eventually. I don't know if we'll eclipse 10 hours. Went for about 4:15 earlier, and now we're at 4.5 here. Hour 15 minutes to get these last 97 laps in? I wouldn't think so. But with the post race included, we might hit 10 hours of streaming on the channel today. It'll be close. Definitely be the longest since the Rolex 24. Nothing will top that unless we go for another Rolex 24. Then we might beat it by a couple minutes or something. But here we go. Hamlin Hocevar, front row for the restart. Byron Reddick, row 2. Row 3 will be Christopher Bell and Ross Chastain. Final stage. We'll have 93 laps to go on the restart out of 4 stages in tonight's Coca-Cola 600. Green flag in the air. Hamlin launches on the inside of row 1. Byron struggles to get going, and if he can't get going, he might even lose third spot to Tyler Reddick. Reddick pushes Hocevar on that outside lane as Carson tries to take the lead into the first turn. Oh, Hocevar's got it. Oh, he's blowing up. Oh, no. Problems for Hocevar. Cars dodging him down the back straightaway, and a wreck ensues after the fact as Chris Buescher gets hit from behind. He's up against the wall. Hocevar slides down. A good night to an end. I think he missed a shift considering they were getting through the gears on the restart. But there was a lot of smoke coming out of the front of that race car as he boiled off into turn 1, and the caution flag is out again.
To second, and on the doorstep of competing for his first career victory, blows up and sits idle.
Right on the restart.
Other cars collected in this as well.
Didn't make it 600.
Cars suffered some damage, but let's take a look to 77 here on the inside. A long race. Drivers talk about how it tests the mental focus, but also the machines.
Really, all the drivers behind him did an amazing job, and then finally we run out of real estate here, and Buescher gets collected in it.
Yeah, the 23 as well.
Is it Gibbs that hit
Is all
Buescher
with some right front
from
damage.
behind?
Bubba Wallace.
Blows up from almost the lead.
Engine failure, Steve.
Second.
Oh, it's kind of, and it's a restart. You're going through the gears. You're shifting.
That's what I was wondering, in the H pattern, the old, 4-speed, you would think maybe a missed shift or a sloppy shift with the sequential. It seems like they're not even really lifting off the gas anymore. That seems to be and should be relatively bulletproof.
Yep.
Plus, I believe Carson, if he felt like it was driver error, his radio communication would have been a little different. I have enough respect for all of these drivers that can tell you like it is. But watch this right here on board. Bottom. Well, he doesn't want to hear this now early in his career, but I've seen enough out of this young man and Spire that he's going to have more of these. He's going to have more opportunities to win races. This one's going to sting, but it was very impressive.
Hey, but a lot of stage points tonight. 15 for him. That helps minimize the damage. And here's the other thought as he climbs out of the race car. Average running position for him tonight, 9.4. That's after he started in the 39th position. It speaks to how solid they were all night long.
So there's two things when we talk about experience. There's track time. You get that by laps, simulator time, all of the above. And then there is race experience. And what he just was able to do all night, restarting in the top 2 or 3 rows with William Byron, with Denny Hamlin, with the Bells, with the Reddicks, that's information, Dale. You can't get off video. You can't get off a book. You can't have a conversation with an experienced driver. I really believe you have to fill that bucket of knowledge on your own. And that's what Carson, he's a more valuable race car driver after this DNF than he was before the race started today. The stats won't show it, but what he did tonight has definitely filled his information up, and he'll be better next week.
And this caution also helps Denny Hamlin's cause. They're trying to save fuel, trying to get those caution laps, trying to be able to shorten.
Helps Byron because he's back on the front row again.
Where along in the stage, he's out there riding around, shutting the car, cycling the engine, saving that gas.
Yeah, right. The gamble was with 100 laps to go, and now the gamble looks like it's paying off.
A caution of the night comes out early in stage 4. Disappointment for Carson Hocevar. Blowing up on the restart.
Dang. That's a tough break for the kid. He was having a great night. I mean, top 3 he was top 5 for a large portion of, obviously, the second half of the race. He started back at 39th, last row, and he was able to get to 12th before the end of stage 1. And that went along, and I told you guys from that point that he had real speed that could contend for the win of this race. There are very few cars that could go and pass that many cars in that short of amount of time on any track with this next-gen car and how equal everybody is from top to bottom. So the fact that he was able to do that and that quickly I knew he would be a competitor, and there he was on the front row for a restart to begin the final stage and gets collected in an incident. Bubba Wallace is pulled onto pit road as well. Not sure what happened with the 23 exactly, but he is back in the garage area. So early end for Wallace's night also. That was actually before the Hocevar deal because it looks like Hocevar scored 31st in the running order, Wallace 32nd. So maybe he pulled off track right before the restarts. Look down on the leaderboard here. Maybe as they were going green. I don't know what happened with the 23, but he's done for the day. Got against the wall a little earlier on. Less than 90 to go now. We're back to Hamlin and Byron on the front row again, but Hamlin the control car for the second straight restart, and Byron will likely be outside of row 1, trying to do what he can to hang with Denny Hamlin. Can Hamlin charge the entry into 3 as hard as Byron was able to? In a similar circumstance when Byron was on the inside on restart, Hamlin on the outside, if they are to stay side by side, entering turn 3 on the opening lap when we get back to racing. That's my question. Yeah, great run for him. That hurts him in points, though, too. I mean, if he didn't win, considering he was 20th, 21st in points, he could have broken into the top 16 today, but a DNF again, the 4th of the season now. Obviously, nothing of his own doing tonight. It's going to drop him back further in points instead.
The IHOP surprise move of the race. Focus here, Kyle Larson.
Yeah, it's been a tough night for Kyle. Just got back on the lead lap when this accident right here is going to take him out. There he is trying to get through contact with the 99 of Suarez. Going to destroy the right rear of that car. And we'll never know really what this team could have been able to accomplish with the opportunity to sort of rebound like they did. They had the speed to get up there and get it done. Out early tonight.
I'm surprised what we've seen here in Charlotte, only because as we talked off the top of the broadcast tonight, the level of motivation after the disappointment in Indy, and he came out, hungry early, right? Starts on the front row driving incredible, and then once it got away from him, they got behind the 8 ball, eventually involved in another accident, as you talked about, and not able to recover. But here's a driver that's got 3 wins in the bank, and going to be a player over the course of the balance of 2025. We do the choose here. Hamlin inside, Byron outside. It's fitting. Now these two back on the front row.
Christopher Bell quietly back up to 4th.
Two, actually. Austin Dillon and Brandon Keselowski. Keselowski's worked hard to get himself up into the field here after a tough night. Austin Dillon, quiet all night long. But this guy right here finds his way into the top 10 finishes at this racetrack. Somehow, some way. He's just clean, not a lot of mistakes. We see a lot of other teams have trouble. And he'll have this 3 car in the top 10 late when it counts. Even though they really don't have the speed, good racecraft out of this car. Horses for horses. It's funny, right? Austin Dillon, Richmond jumps out. Charlotte jumps out. There's certain tracks where he just always finds a way.
Joe Gibbs Racing. Talk about their struggles on mile and a half. 3 cars inside the top 10 for the restart as we look at those ranks on restarts.
Yeah, William Byron, number 1. He's done nothing but improve that ranking tonight, as impressive as he's been. We'll see if Hamlin can defend against the number 1 guy in the series.
Hamlin driving for Coach Gibbs. That means he should be good on meetups, right? I mean,
man, they used
about
Cowboys.
Those names, Dale.
They used Cowboys as a code word earlier in the year. I just don't know. Nothing makes sense.
That was highly controversial.
Should have been.
All right, here we go. 87 laps left. Green flag back in the air. Reddick gets a good push to the back of the 11 of Denny Hamlin. Byron doesn't get a push from behind by Bell. He's too far back, so Byron's trying to stay tight to the 11's door and does not work. AJ Allmendinger up the middle, 4 wide. Something happened with Chase Elliott where he did not get going well in the restart. Slowed up quite a bit in the middle groove of the racetrack, and he loses a few spots. So Denny Hamlin leads, William Byron in second. He charges hard on the bottom of the track through 3 and 4 again, but this time he was behind Hamlin and pulls alongside of him, not letting the 11 get away. Hamlin leads that lap at the line. Byron's just so good in 3 and 4 on the restarts. Restarts on the bottom of the track on that end of the speedway, even from second. He's able to charge to the inside of Hamlin, and now, through turns 1 and 2, he's clear high to the outside of the track. He'll break the draft down the back straightaway to the bottom, back to the top. Hamlin going to try to get back after him, but now he's got a rear view mirror full of his 45 car of Tyler Reddick, who not is able to get to the inside of Hamlin there, but was very close. Outside of Hamlin, JGR's been struggling all night. All of a sudden, you look at the leaderboard, you got Bell in 4th and Chase Briscoe in 7th. Outside of Hamlin in 2nd, of course. 3 wide further back, it looked like Michael McDowell was in the middle groove. Couple cars around him. Reddick with a slide job through 3 and 4. He'll get up in front of Hamlin, and is maybe Hamlin trying to conserve his tires in the long run a little better? Maybe not, because he's crossing over Tyler Reddick on the exit of turn 4. Bottom of the racetrack, they're side drafting each other a ton as they battle hard for position. Speaking of battling hard, AJ Allmendinger and Ross Chastain are all over that 20 of Christopher Bell. They're both going to get by him. Bell on defense with his teammate Briscoe now just behind. As Hamlin and Reddick continue to stay side by side for second and lose time to the 24, it's really allowing for Chastain and Allmendinger to get up there as well. Chastain had a runner-up at Texas on a 1.5 miles a couple of weeks ago. He started dead last in this race after crashing in practice. He's in a backup car, and slowly but surely, he's worked himself up into the top 5. Reddick clear down the back straightaway from the run off the high side from turn 2 on Denny Hamlin, who's just behind him. Hamlin transfers his run down to the outside through 3 and 4, and Reddick down around the bottom. Maybe more of a defensive line by Reddick if Hamlin was going to try to get underneath with a crossover, so Hamlin will get the run on the front stretch, and he'll take to the bottom of the track in 1 and 2 instead. Hamlin still has the fastest lap of the race from lap 210. Ross Chastain actually ran his quickest lap of the race at lap 315 just 3 laps ago in the restart. He's all over Hamlin for 3rd, and can Chastain steal one here tonight? Byron, bottom of the track through 3 and 4. He had a lot of success there on the restarts and the get up to speed laps all day. So maybe trying something for this final green flag run to run down to the bottom of the track and on that painted white-blue line for a little extra grip, even as we get a handful of laps and more into the longer green flag side of things. And if it stays green to the end, it's going to be an 87-lap run. We will have at least one more pit stop tonight. Will that be under green or caution? We'll have to wait and see. But caution with right around 60 to go in the stage, which was the Zane Smith accident, which knocked him out of the race. Zane finishing 39th. It's a great battle going on for 4th now behind Chastain. He's lost a little bit of ground from the top 3. Chase Briscoe trying to get back in the top 5. He tries a slide job on AJ Allmendinger. Up the racetrack, very tight between those two cars, the 16 and the 19. They'll side draft each other aggressively on the front stretch as a result of the lost momentum. And Christopher Bell right behind both of them, looking for them both to make a mistake and slide on by again. Briscoe once more slides up the track, but he's not clearing the crossover. And Allmendinger with a run on the high side will have his nose out in front into 3 and 4. Up on the top portion of the screen, Denny Hamlin gets back by Tyler Reddick for 2nd place as he tries to charge again after the 24 of William Byron, not letting the 24 get away or to fall too far back in traffic following the restart after dropping to 3rd when he initially was the leader on the restart. 2 laps after the fact, Byron was able to get by him for the lead. And now here we go, 24 and 11 to battle again. These two were 1-2 at Darlington. This race kind of reminds me a bit of Darlington, where William Byron led well over 80% of the laps of the race. Here he is tonight. He won the first 3 out of 4 stages. He's by far led the most laps, but it was Denny Hamlin late in the race. Had his car working a little bit better than that of Byron. Was able to pass him late. Hamlin first, Byron second. Here is Hamlin in second, charging after Byron late with a little bit less than 75 laps to go, or right around 75 laps to go here in a couple laps. Byron a lane off the wall, more defensive line that time. A little bit off of the bumps on the very top side of the racetrack. Hamlin stuck behind him, nowhere to go. Chastain is up to 3rd. He just got by Tyler Reddick through 3 and 4 that last time by as Reddick loses time to the top 2. Definitely coming down to the wire. We still got 75 laps left. We haven't even seen the final pit stop of the race yet. Well, this has been getting good ever since the middle going to stage 3. I mean, the whole race has been good, I think. Really, from the start of stage 3, and that battle, pretty much the entirety of the stage, between Byron, Hamlin, and Hocevar. Hocevar drops out with an engine failure. Now it's just Byron and Hamlin, but Chastain all of a sudden in the 1, he's really come to life. Again, race high 3rd place spot for him. He's less than a second off the lead. That last lap, Chastain was actually a little bit quicker than our race leader, William Byron. They both ran 41, or sorry, not 41s, but 30 4-1s. Chastain dropped off a little bit that last lap to Byron. Byron, quickest car on the racetrack that last time by. Actually, Chase Briscoe in 5th was the quickest car that last lap, 30.51. Hamlin getting cleaner on the nose. He's so close to the left rear of Byron. He's there. Off turn 4. Side by side again. 24-11. This time the 11's on the bottom. The 24 up high. Nearly making contact on entry into turn 1 as Hamlin squeezes Byron. Hamlin charges the corner so hard on entry. Well clear by the exit. And Denny Hamlin leads again at Charlotte. 2 to 3 car lengths ahead of the 24 as they work themselves into turns 3 and 4. 72 laps to go this time by at the line. They did make a little bit of contact, it appeared. It was more than a side draft. He didn't squeeze him against the fence, though, so there's that. Not going to hurt either car too much. Lost momentum enough for Byron that Hamlin gets through to the lead, though. Chastain's still about a second off the lead. He's only half a second off of Byron. Hamlin tried to put himself a little bit of a gap between himself and the 24 on the last green flag run, and Byron ran him right back down and got back by him again before the end of stage 3. Can he do that again here before we get to pit stops? It's going to be tight because we're probably about 20 laps away from seeing those green flag pit stops take place. Mike Pfeiffer, welcome to the stream. Would have been a good race if it wasn't on Prime. Well, it has been a good race. It just, fortunately, not to the viewing expense for all viewers and all NASCAR fans out there. Chastain is really starting to lose time to the top 2. Byron trying to keep himself within that half a second gap of Hamlin. He was a half a second back at the line the last time by exactly. 70 laps to go in the Coca-Cola 600 on Prime Video right here live on KRC. We'll go through the full field running order, then we'll take a quick break of our own. Again, Denny Hamlin is our race leader. William Byron 2nd. 3rd for Ross Chastain. 4th, Tyler Reddick and Chase Briscoe in 5th. 6th is AJ Allmendinger. Christopher Bell 7th. Austin Dillon 8th. Brad Keselowski top 10 now. 9th. And Eric Jones 10th. 11th for Michael McDowell. Chase Elliott 12th. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 13th. Josh Berry 14th and 15th. For Ryan Preece. Kyle Busch has rallied after a spin to 16th. Noah Gragson 17th. Shane Van Gisbergen 18th. Jonathan Nemechek 19th. And 20th, Todd Gilliland. 21st, Joey Logano. He's back on the lead lap. Ty Gibbs in 22nd. Chris Buescher 23rd is the last car on the lead lap. He was involved in the last incident. Ty Dillon's the first car lap down in 24th. Cole Custer 25th. Cody Ware 26th. 27th for Connor Zilisch. 28th, Alex Bowman. 29th, Justin Haley, and 30th, Riley Herbst. 31st, Austin Cindric, Derek Kraus, 32nd, Carson Hocevar out, 33rd, out, Bubba Wallace in 34th. On track, 26 laps down is Josh Bilicki in 35th, and then the rest of the cars out of the race as well. Daniel Suarez, 36th, Kyle Larson, 37th, 38th for Ryan Blaney, 39th, Zane Smith, and Jimmy Johnson, 40th. Side by side for the lead again in the Coke 600. Byron actually cleared Hamlin off turn 4 for the race lead that last time by. Hamlin tries to cross over to the bottom of the track through 1 and 2. Not going to be able to get there. And again, the 11 passes the 24. The 24, handful of laps later, gets him right back after it looked like he was starting to slip away. Byron's car coming to life, and Hamlin's now going to have to press just a little harder to keep up with him as we're about 15 laps away from green flag pit stops. You're listening live to the Coca-Cola 600 on KRC. $177 votes on the chat poll for who you think was going to win today's Coca-Cola 600. 37% of those votes took Kyle Larson. Well, unfortunately, he's going to end up with a 37th place finish out and done for the night. 35% took somebody other than Byron, Reddick, or Larson. Hamlin would fall under that category. Chastain is also starting to put a charge here later into the green flag run from third, closing in on Hamlin for second all of a sudden. That battle will continue onward. William Byron, who was my pick to win the race, 19% for you guys that took Byron to win. He has led the most laps. He has won 3 of the first 4 stages. Looking for the clean sweep. Can he get 70 points today on Larson, who will only have 1? He will literally flip the points lead from down 35 to up 35 if he is able to win this race based off the points scored him versus coming into the night points leader Larson. Byron lost it for 1 race, looking to get it right back. The only other 2 races Byron has not led in points this season was after the first 2 races of the year when Ryan Blaney was leading in points after Atlanta and Daytona. It's been a great season for the 24 on a consistency basis. He's had several top 5 finishes outside of his Daytona 500 win, looking for win number 2 here today. He's out in front, but only by about 2 to 3 car lengths over Denny Hamlin. Hamlin does not want that 24 to drive away. Chastain's only 0.6 of a second back now in third. 2.5 to Tyler Reddick in fourth. Chase Briscoe also a 2.5 back in fifth. Reddick and Briscoe battle for that 4th spot ongoing on screen.
Is in much fun, everybody. 63 laps to go. We're inside the fuel window. If you hit down, you put bacon. I would expect 5 laps or so. We're going to see green flag pit stops, and it will be a duel. On, off pit road will have to be crypto clean, the pit stop clean. The only advantage, if there is one of being second, is maybe you could peel to pit road first. Now, 1 lap sooner, that could leapfrog the leader on pit road.
And here's the other thought, 2.5 seconds the margin when you look at the leader back to 5th. So everybody kind of in this game right now, and depending on when you come, the tires and all that, you can really make a move here in this final little stretch of the race, Trevor.
Yeah, with this cat and mouse going on with Denny Hamlin and William Byron, the spotter has become crucial for William Byron. Every corner he's feeding him information about exactly where that 11 car is running, so he can shut that air off to the car behind him, Marty.
Trevor, final stops coming up very shortly. And remember on the run before this one, Denny Hamlin told Chris Gale, when I'm out front, I'm too free. He tried to hold on to the lead, was not able to do that, and he told Gale on the radio after he lost the lead to Byron, I need to be more tight. I have to be tighter if you want me out front. And I tell you what, these two get to racing each other, Adam. Guess who's right behind? Ross Chastain. He's now in third.
He is just laying in wait. You're exactly right, Marty. In a very good position is Ross Chastain.
Let's not forget, last time off pit road, we saw a variance of pit stop times. I'm equating that to how much fuel was on board. Hamlin the fastest, so he had the least. Does he need extra fuel? Byron was there for 10.4. He has the most. Allmendinger, Briscoe, you kind of see the variance. Longer pit stop, more fuel in, shorter pit stops. You left the pump without getting full. We'll see if it pays off. The opposite here on this next wave.
And the other thing is, we've been here a long time tonight. We talk about the drivers, but the pit crews as well. I mean, you have to be buttoned up, no mistakes here.
Well, NASCAR Insights. I've been quoting those ranks all night about restarts and defense. Well, let me throw pit crew rank. Well, tonight, Denny Hamlin, number 1. Trevor.
Austin Dillon found himself inside the top 10 here. We saw this in stage 2 with the 3 team being one of the first cars to hit pit road. They're going to see if they can get a tire advantage here early to end this stage.
So Dillon from 8th, first to pit road.
Early, hey, I told the puppets this at the beginning. Remember,
the puppets.
Pit too early, a caution could hurt you. Pit too late, old tires will get you. Let's see right here, John Hunter, Nemechek. Oh my gosh, boy!
A little bit of debris on the racetrack. That's knocked the right front off of this car. Was having a great night. Good speed. That's just mostly rubber.
Scored 13 stage points. That's so good for him.
Yeah. So what I was saying about the 3 was that just, try to use those questions. It's not a big advantage like Darlington or Miami. We have a ton of fall off, but it's still over a second faster. Every lap you have new tires.
We saw that mistake there about the 42, and this is the time of the race where you're getting beyond what you traditionally do for the 400, 500-mile events. This is where the mental mistakes start to show up for some teams.
Fatigue.
Pit road as well. This is a long, long race. Tough on equipment, tough on the mental side of it. We'll see if some of these drivers start showing us that.
The 3 keys to me on this cycle of pit stops: execute, 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 right?
So easy to say. So hard to do. AJ Allmendinger trying to get around this 45 to the inside here. Just can't do it. Great job for Conley tonight.
See Bell right behind him. And then it's Brad Keselowski. Think about all the bad luck they have had. The wrong side of the points, but it's come to play tonight. Had a lot of things thrown at him. The man that won this race in 2020 in the game and in line for a great finish.
Now, if you're asking, look, if new tires are faster, why don't you just pit now and put them on? Very simply, length of track, time on pit road. Pitting under green here puts you down a lap. Upton Dillon Curley is one last lap. If the caution comes out, the strategy is of no benefit. He'll get the free pass, be back in the lead lap, but no track position because of it.
AJ just find enough race car to be able to get up there and get up beside the 45. Christopher Bell back there in the 20. Finally getting that track position back that he lost early in the race. He just doesn't have the speed to equal his teammate Denny Hamlin. Doesn't have that speed that he had last year to help him win this race. But I think they've improved slightly on the 1.5 mile stuff. Looks like he's coming to
3 Gibbs cars inside the top 7.
Second, all yellow, down one.
Bell was 7th, gives up the spot. He will make his scheduled green flag stop here.
That's not going to shake the leaders. Adam Stevens, bottom left of your screen. I think this call is smart, Marty, but I don't think it'll have the leaders come with him.
Boy, see, that was a late call from Adam Stevens, who was in the middle, entering turn 3, and you heard the call on the radio when he fell to pit road.
Here comes Byron and Hamlin.
6, and here comes William Byron to pit road, right in front of you, Trevor.
William Byron hits pit road. Kenny Hamlin's right behind him. These guys are going to be battling on pit road to see which Victor gets the advantage. 4 tires to fuel on William Byron.
With the Hamlin reiterated it for scale, not this pretty tough. It's like small.
Oh.
They should not have to hold it. They do, though, because you can't, when they're able to get it plugged in. So, it recycles out.
Leaders pit 52 laps to go.
Oh, they're going to be side by side leaving the pits.
As they come off the pit lane.
They don't need to be single file. They can run side by side.
Oh.
Up through the gears.
Wow.
First 2 cars off pit road. This could be for the race win. And once we get a yellow, I think these guys are doing it. Look at the acceleration out of the 24.
Ross Chastain takes over the race lead. He'll still have to come to the pit lane. A number of other drivers behind him in that same position. But once it cycles through, these 2 will be 1-2. Here's 24 radio.
Copy, yes. You understand, Brandon, the spotter.
That's communication. Rudy Fugle to the spotter. Spotters will wave so you don't get run over. And he basically gave him the green light. If you see the 11 waving, we're cutting with them. I love Rudy Fugle being direct, making it happen. That was a battle. Let's talk real quick about Keselowski, McDowell, Elliott, Jones, Ferry, Busch. What are they looking for? A yellow. They're trying to flip. Dale and I talked about the gamble we made in 2011. We ran out of gas. This is the same type of gamble. Their chance to win the race.
Oh, Reddick speeding on pit road.
Towards the end, I don't hate the call for any of those guys, especially Elliott. Had a great consistent year. He needs a win.
Well, Keselowski, think about where he is. I mean, a win would be monumental for this group.
See on the lower left of the screen, too fast exiting for the 45 of Tyler Reddick. Who served this penalty, and that'll probably ruin any opportunity at a good result.
Look at these drivers that have cycled up inside the top 5. Eric Jones going to pit. Puts Kyle Busch up in 4th. Shane Van Gisbergen is there. Celebrate where they are, but realizing they're still going to need a trip down the pit lane. Byron is now 10th in the running order in front of Hamlin by that much.
And I really believe, even with a yellow, because I'm not sure these guys will pit, everybody in front needs to. This is it. 48 laps to go. We've talked about how long the race is. We've talked about everything that happened. The last time down pit road, if you can believe it, the 2 cars that are here, the 24 and the 11, the exact same pit stop time. Trevor.
Well, guys, in my career, I remember always focusing on pit entry. How far could you drive in and beat the other guy? But right there, we saw William Byron get a 10, 15 car length advantage on that outlap coming back to the green flag. What do you think about that, Dale Jr., getting off pit road with all the speed that he can?
It's a very, very bumpy pit exit. This whole track, we talk about all the bumps, what bumps everywhere, even on the apron. Now, I spun out on that apron when we first came here to test the next gen car. But it's impressive to see what he can do to that, as far as beating Denny Hamlin, one of the veterans, off the apron and extending that lead. Now he's just got to drive his heart out. Hope that he can stay ahead of the 11, let this cycle finish out. Great ad by Turner. Let's take another look at this. This is side-by-side post-pit stop. Byron and Hamlin. Hamlin is really kind of at the door of Byron as they leave pit road. But then when they get to that last yellow line, it's unbelievable, the acceleration. Check this out, Dale. The 11 pulls out. The 24 is there. We've talked to some guys, and look right here. I don't know if the 24 downshifts, grabs first, and then upshifts to second, but I mean, this is an impressive acceleration for the 24.
Yeah, I was more impressed with the second half of that around toward the exit of 2, where it's really roughly they're gaining speed right here. This part right there, he's driving away. Look at Denny struggling to be able to throttle up. 24 car gapped it right there, gets comfortable. Now he just has to focus on his lap. Every corner, making a perfect lap.
They say football games are won in the trenches, right? Offensive line versus defensive line. Adam, Cup Series racers, they can be won on the final restart.
I think Hamlin's holding back right now. He's a second and a half behind Byron.
They're one of the
Maybe saving his tires for the finishing stretch of the race.
Did William Byron study leaving pit road? Did he try to practice things we never see on a Saturday? Is that what makes the difference now that we're here?
Start to see some of these guys up there make pit stops. Brad Keselowski gave up the lead. He came down. Chase Elliott been taken over the top spot. He will now come. Shane Van Gisbergen does the same. Puts William Byron, Denny Hamlin back up inside the top 5, and eventually they will go back on point when everyone gets their service, Marty.
Hail Mary over for Chase Elliott and Alan Gustafson. They tried all they could. Chase said a couple of months ago, he said, I just need to be better on the restarts tonight. 4 tires here. Then that's it. Will hand the lead back to Byron once Ty Gibbs comes out to throw here in just a moment.
Ty, the last one, running it long. Everybody else has come down, made their pit stop under green.
And if you're going to run this strategy, commit to it. Run until you need fuel. Because the longer you run, if the caution comes out, now the question is, Byron, Hamlin, Chastain, they may come and get tires again. It's been 10 laps. They might say, man, we got to have fresh tires. Somebody's going to pit. So I love the gamble, and I love the all-in aspect, right? The 54 is trying everything. This traffic in front of the 24 is not what he wants to see, though.
And he's been matching lap times with the 24, but yeah, that's a lot of traffic for the 24 to get around. It's going to allow Denny to close that gap just a little bit. There's Denny back there, top of the screen.
'41 Cole Custer.
This will be a tough challenge for Denny because he's had the short run speed, but the 24s had the long run speed. So
Tyler Reddick is one of those cars.
When the 24s,
I don't think he's going to let the 24 go at the 11 back there.
Okay, money down. Pass it. Oh, man. Only enough better long run speed than you got.
That's a good pit talk. Yeah.
I just go to the pressure of this race and how the 24 team has really done an outstanding job of delivering in every situation, hitting it out of the park on pit road, the level of concentration over the long haul for William Byron on track. Been dominant tonight, lead 251 laps, sweeping the first 3 stages and now trying to close the deal.
Last lap, he's 2 tenths better than Denny, even going through that traffic. Almost 2 seconds between the 2 cars. Ty Gibbs still out on the racetrack, hoping for that yellow flag before he has to come to pit road. There's the 54 off of turn 2.
But you see the lap time, right? 31.8 to 37. So, he's losing well over a second a lap. The only way this pays off is that yellow. But there is a pathway. I can tell you, there is something they're looking for. They're looking for a yellow. Drivers been behind the wheel for a long, long time, right? Maybe somebody will make a mental error, make a mistake.
Well, when you get inside of 40 laps to go, if you get one caution, You might get 2, 3, or 4. And here's Byron.
Don't say that, Adam.
Ty Gibbs goes by. And even
What are you doing?
Gibbs comes down and makes his pit stop. Byron is back.
It's like the reverse commentator, Jinx.
Dude, well, what a pair they've done, right?
He's asking for it.
William Byron Sport Team Twins have been with Rudy Fugel. They work together in the Truck Series. They have this understanding of one another. Tons of respect, tons of trust. I had a nice long conversation at a charity event I was at with William Byron after their disappointment at Darlington. Remember, they had that race won, and a mistake on the green flag pit stop, running a little too long, cost them that. Him and Rudy had a little heart-to-heart about what went wrong, what he needed, what we think. Didn't point fingers, just a heart-to-heart. And I think it only galvanized the relationship more. And then here it is, green flag cycle. You heard him yell to the spotter about where they're going to pit. You have to wonder if that Darlington's loss gave them the confidence to execute as well as they did on this cycle tonight.
You talk about the missed opportunity at Darlington for William Byron. Who won that race? Denny Hamlin.
Oh, yeah. You don't know that better than me? That crew chief down there who got beat. He knows how those go down.
You know, it's funny. I was talking to Rudy Fugel in the garage earlier today. I said, "What do you think?" He said, "Well, we got as good a chance as anybody." I think it's a little bit better than that.
Denny was a little bit quicker than last lap by. He's closed it down to 1.6 seconds.
I think Reddick is slowing Byron down a little bit.
In that 11 car.
35 to go.
Another 10, down to 1.5 seconds.
Let's get a few updates on these drivers running up front. To start with William Byron and Trout.
Yeah, not much to report from William Byron right now. Just trying to be smooth, run every lap he can while taking care of the tires in case Denny Hamlin puts up a challenge here later.
Party. Denny Hamlin sitting in second. And if you look at the long-term picture for Joe Gibbs Racing, Trevor, we've talked about their intermediate struggles. This was a massive step forward, especially for the 11 team. They had a terrific car in Kansas, had a mechanical failure. Denny Hamlin with it here. Still 34 laps to go, but a second and a half behind. Ross Chastain, how about this evening for that one team? Fastest car in practice yesterday. They wrecked that car. Spent almost the entire evening, only had 3 hours of sleep building this backup car, and they have driven it from 40th up to 3rd for Ross Chastain. To some very positive signs for that race team. And Chase Briscoe, speaking of the good fortune for Joe Gibbs Racing, maybe his best race from the 19 car overall. They had that penalty early in the race after the tire gets locked here on pit road, but he has driven back up through the field as well right now. And Ty Gibbs trying to make it last as long as he can. Just lost another spot to AJ Allmendinger, but if they get that caution, they could greatly improve where they could finish tonight. Trevor.
Yeah, Brad Keselowski up to 7th. We saw him very deep in the field earlier. They keep making this car better. And if you remember, he was one of the last cars to pit in this last cycle. So he's gradually marching forward. He has a little bit better tires right now than anybody else. Right behind him, Austin Dillon, who's in a similar scenario. Started way back, has worked his way forward. He's on the opposite strategy. The first car to hit pit road in this cycle, Marty.
Trevor Christopher Bell battling with Austin Dillon there and gets the 8th spot momentarily. They quite haven't had the speed as their teammate Denny Hamlin or Chase Briscoe, as Junior pointed out a moment ago. But Bell will look back at 2 restarts tonight where they lost a ton of track position, but still, as Adam Stevens won it coming into the race, Kim, a step forward for the 22.
Nice rebound by Michael McDowell. Remember, way earlier in the race, he missed his chip box, had to come down a second time. They lost a ton of track position, so great rebound for them. I talked with crew chief Travis Peterson. He said, you know, we used to come to a mile and a half, and I felt like I had a tan behind my back. Now I feel great. I feel like you got something on the mile and a half. Right now, running top 10 for Michael McDowell.
Just outside the top 10, the 60 of Ryan Preece, the great first year with RFK continues. Had struggles early, had an issue on pit road. His tire care actually struck by Ty Gibbs. Yet they recovered. He's all the way back up to 11th, making the most of this opportunity, continuing a hot start.
And right behind him, Noah Braxton. Noah ran so well early in the race. They lost a little track position, trying to bring it home, though, in this number 4. Noah's just been such a hard charger. Let's listen to Denny Hamlin, though.
All right, well, I'm going to give you an update. We're totally screwed up on fuel here. None of the second man put any fuel in, so we got about 15 more we can go.
Oh.
So we got your fuel before this. If we don't, we're going to launch it like the bridge.
And Adam, that is a radio for Denny Hamlin. They did not, that second can that we talked about did not go in. They did not get any fuel from the second can for Denny Hamlin. And you heard Chris Carroll say, we can only run 15 more laps, Steve. So that's the situation for Denny Hamlin. Either hoping for a caution or they're going to have a problem and have to come back down pit road.
All right, let's take a look at this pit stop. 2 cans. I've already said this whole strategy was to try to do it on 1 can. Hamlin comes in. Now he's a little long on the driver. Gas man slides to his left, plugs in. Everything looks good. Now we're going to plug the second can in. We're going to freeze it after it gets plugged in right there. Look at the mess. I'm going to zoom in. You see the fuel spilled out? Cans banged up against it. Let's spin it forward again. He tries to go in. He's tipping it up, down. Stop there. The fuel is in the hose, right? If we back that up, this fuel shouldn't be in this air hose right here. I'm going to zoom in right here. Watch this clear hose. As he tries it one more time, you see fuel come up in there.
I thought I noticed that earlier, but
Say that the plug on the
I didn't think I knew enough to say anything.
the wrong way. It didn't get engaged. When the vent fills up with fuel, it doesn't work. Let's take another look. Our friends have built us a great animation. First look here inside the Prime Garage. The fuel can. How does it work? First of all, it's very hard to do. It's well over 100 pounds. The plug very tightly from the female to the male side. There's a plunger on the can as well. When they engage, everything happens at once. This is like the 80s, the old school can man at the back of the car. We don't have that anymore. The yellow arrows are the fuel going in. The blue arrows is the air coming out as you zoom out a little bit. You see the blue arrows, so they eventually go up into the can. Well, I can tell you, when that is sealed perfect, when it cracks, the yellow and the blue, they go together. Yellow, blue, makes green, makes bad. Fuel doesn't go in the car. It's like taking a gallon jug, flipping it over, and having it blub, blub, blub. Nothing happens. That's what just happened to Denny Hamlin.
And it also lost the position right here to Ross Chastain. You have to imagine maybe Denny Hamlin's on a fuel saving situation right here, losing tons of speed right there, getting tight behind the 1 car, but I don't even know if they know how much they need to save to be able to get this car to the end. They're going to flip it to the 1 switch and try to go till it runs out of gas. But he's got the vent just a little bit.
Oh, yep.
See, when look, Denny Hamlin been falling flawless all night long. When we get down to the late in part of this race, he gets thrown the challenge, and now look what's happening on the racetrack. Reddick, whoa!
Wow.
Holy moly! Reddick destroys the right front of his car.
That was right in front of the leader.
Oh my God!
Oh my goodness.
I'm glad we got
Right
Foley.
in front of the race leader. That's incredible.
I'm glad we got a Foley.
I thought something else was coming. Woo! That's crazy.
I will say, let's just watch this again.
That's unbelievable.
It has to-
How is that not a caution?
So look, just a quick reset. I know a lot happened there with Hamlin, but Chastain in second now, and he's run a little quicker.
The fact that Reddick's still running too is kind of amazing.
Almost wrecked in front of him. Yep. But Byron Logan has to take a breath. 22 to go. But now Chastain, think about this. Great in practice, blows the tire, wrecked. Marty's told us multiple times, 3 or 4 hours of sleep, worked all night long on this car, delivered it, and here is this opportunity to win. In a year that has been down for Trackhouse, this could be a unbelievable night.
Hey, but how many times have we seen in this race a turning point for a team and their season? They want to get it going in the right direction. They haven't been terrible, but they know they're not where they need to be. If you go out and battle back through the tough times like they have, working all night long to put this backup car together, if you pay it off with a victory, game changer for everybody involved with that one group.
The one is absolutely faster. He was 8 seconds back 20 laps ago. Drove up now within a second, 8/10 back. We know he's fast. We also know he had a tire failure in practice. We have an idea of why that might have happened.
Oh boy.
We're running the fastest laps we ran all night long. There's no more load in this race car than there is right now, but he is flying.
The only thing is we've gone quite a ways into this run now. They've ran about 30 laps.
Can the tire and the air pressure they're running withstand everything that this car's putting it through?
He's closing.
Didn't happen. He couldn't do it in practice. I know they probably, sized it out a little bit better and think they're in a good spot. This one car is flying though, but he's there. I mean, yeah, he wants to leave it. But not like big chunk. Where is the speed going in this 24 car late in the run?
Well, we talk so much about the importance of playing.
19 laps to go in the Coca-Cola 600. I'll take over for pretty much the rest of this race now. Denny Hamlin dropping to third in a fuel mileage situation for him where they don't think that they have gotten that car full of gas during the last set of green flag pit stops. We last restarted with about 77 laps to go in this. No, 87 laps to go in this race. So quite a long green flag run to the checker. Definitely going to be one of the longest ones of the day, but it's still shaping up for a good run to it. Ross Chastain has been quickest car on track for the last several laps past Hamlin, since Hamlin's had to drop back and save a little bit of fuel, but he's still closing in on a race leader, William Byron, as well. We have, I got to refresh the chat here. We had over 200 people in here, over 250 now. Greatly appreciate everybody tuning in. Our like goal was 100. It looks like we're only one away there as well. Quick shout outs to those of you tuning into the stream I haven't shouted out yet. Ronnie Sisk, Paul Bergeron, John. I might not have shouted out Delbert Wilson from earlier. Thank you for tuning in, and many others obviously watching. Here we go to the finish. William Byron, Ross Chastain. 16 laps to go. Chastain had a huge run off turn 4 that last lap. He'll take to the outside, but a lap car, Todd Gilliland, is going to be up there. Byron had to go to the middle groove to get by the 34 of Gilliland, so a slight bit more straightaway speed down the back by the 1 of Chastain. He'll pass Gilliland on the straightaway versus Byron in the corner, so that was less time for Chastain to get by the lap car compared to the 24. Big run through 3 and 4 for Chastain in the middle. You can tell the 24 of Byron is struggling with his race car compared to the driver closing in behind. A block high, a block lead slides the rear tires on entry into the corner. Byron pushes a little bit tight by exit. Nose to tail are the top 2 in the Coca-Cola 600 with just 14 laps to go. This race hasn't really yielded all that many cautions, so for 600 miles to come down to this, quite an impressive drive. Byron started up towards the front. He's dominated. He led all 3 stages, won all 3 stages. He's led damn near 300 laps. 274 as of right now with 14 laps to go. Ross Chastain hasn't led a single lap yet. He started dead last in this race. It has been a very slow, methodical climb to get to where he's at right now and get himself in contention for what could be his first win of the season. He missed the playoffs a year ago because he didn't have a win in the regular season. So looking to rewrite the wrong, he's right around the playoff cut line as we entered this race halfway through the regular season. So this would be a huge upstart for Trackhouse Racing. It'd be their first win as an organization this year as well. Byron just doing what he needs right now. He's not a driver that makes a lot of mistakes, if any at all, in these kinds of situations. So Chastain is going to have to just straight up beat him, which could happen because we know Chastain tends to try to find that limit, and he's searching for it right now. 12 laps to go. Hamlin to pit road. He's short on fuel.
His advantage, the 11. Hamlin on
wow.
Obviously running out of gas.
Hamlin out of gas. 12 laps early, he's out of fuel. I can't believe they were that short. But again, the second can they tried to engage on that last pit stop, just they couldn't get the nozzle secured as Steve Letarte was breaking it down. I can't break it down as well as he was a little bit ago. But they did not get the gas in the car, essentially. Denny Hamlin will fall off the lead lap here. Splash and go. He's just getting lapped by the top 2 as he exits pit road on the apron through 1 and 2. Tyler Reddick going to lose another lap after he hit the wall several laps ago. He's a couple laps down. He also had a speeding penalty on pit road here in the final stage while running in the top 5 pretty much all night before then. Byron gaps Chastain that last lap just a little bit as they exit turn 4. A little bit better speed off the exit of 4 than what it was turn 2 that last time for Chastain. 10 laps to go in the Coke 600. Third place, Chase Briscoe, is 6.9 seconds off the lead. It is just these 2 if it stays green to the finish. AJ Allmendinger runs in 4th, and Brad Keselowski, looking for his first top 10 of the year, is running 5th, just a couple tenths behind AJ. Michael McDowell, impressive in 6th spot right now. Out of nowhere, haven't really talked about him much tonight, but he's quietly in 6th. Chase Elliott is 7th, Christopher Bell 8th, Ryan Preece 9th, Austin Dillon rounds out the top 10. We'll obviously go through the full field finishing order when we get to the checkered flag as well. Hamlin's the first car lap down in 18th. If a caution is to come out, he would get the free pass. Joey Logano, I believe, is the last car on the lead lap, I think I just saw. Although that shouldn't be accurate because I think he just went a lap down that last time by. Or is about to. No, never mind. He's right in front of the leaders, actually. So I'd imagine that he is not going to be an easy pass. He has been running the inside line of the track, so Clean Air still in the nose for the 24 up to this point. Logano in the middle groove, so really Chastain couldn't go a lane off the wall. Had to choose the outside behind Byron. Forced to be in the dirty air in that wake behind the 24, and again he loses ground at 1 and 2. It does seem like Chastain rolls the exit of turn 4 better than he does turn 2 anyway. He seems to lose a little bit of ground in the 24 car on that end of the track and then gains it back and then some through 3 and 4. He's got a big run after Byron this time off turn 4. As they head for turn 1, the gap is about 3 car lengths. Chastain committed to about a lane, maybe a lane and a half lower through the center of 1 and 2. Then Byron, again, he really struggles on that end of the racetrack. Briscoe still losing time to the top 2. These two are the quickest cars on the racetrack currently outside of Hamlin, who just hit pit road. Byron wiggled. He went a lane off the wall. He was in the dirty air behind Joey Logano in the 22. And that is allowed for Chastain to close. He's on the back bumper. Chastain now looks to the inside through 1 and 2 for the lead. He slides wide. Byron just enough room, but he gets into the fence off of turn 2, and Chastain's out in front with 6 laps to go. Unbelievable. Ross Chastain to the lead off turn 2. Can Byron get him back? But it doesn't seem like he's got the car. Not just because he got against the fence off the exit of the corner a couple laps ago, but now he just doesn't seem to have the car anymore. He might have been in the dirty air behind Joey Logano, which caused the slight bit of a wiggle through turns 3 and 4. Therefore, Chastain had the run, and he wasn't going to pass up the opportunity to make the pass through 1 and 2. Kind of crowded the 24. He didn't touch him, though. Byron did get up against the wall. And Byron's... Ross Chastain running the outside of the racetrack, so now Byron's going to have to get it done in a different line. Again, Byron's been a little better in 1 and 2. Seemed like he got a little bit higher than Chastain did that time. He gains a little bit of ground down the back straightaway. The race might not be over yet. You can tell the 24 is getting just a little bit closer to the wall than the one of Chastain. He gains in 3 and 4 there too. You can definitely tell there's a lot more commitment for the 24. But does he have enough time, or did he lose too much time beforehand? Because now there's just 3 laps left. The gap is about 3.5 to 4 car lengths as they rotate through 1 and 2 again. Almost a lane off the top for Ross Chastain. He's given a little bit more clean air to the nose of the 24 than he probably should. But maybe his car's not as comfortable to run as close to the wall as Byron. Byron charges hard through the center of the corner through 3 and 4 as he goes to the middle groove. Chastain back around the top. Exit of the corner. Chastain should have more straightaway speed down the front. 2 laps to go in the 600. Chastain on the wall. Byron just a little bit higher. Learning from maybe his teammate Kyle Larson. As they exit turn 2 down the back straightaway, he'll try to get a run in the draft. Chastain doesn't feel like breaking it. They guard on entry again into that middle line. Clean air on the nose. Corner exit speed goes to Chastain, who gets the run up the 24 degrees of banking on the outside. Crowd on their feet. 1 lap to go here in the 600 at Charlotte. Ross Chastain has about a 2-car length gap on entry into turn 1. William Byron as close to the wall as you can get without touching it through the center of 1 and 2. And he's up against the fence off turn 2. He's going to lose a little bit of momentum down the back straightaway, and that's going to be all she wrote as they enter 3. Without a big mistake, it's going to be Ross Chastain exiting turn 4 to win his first career Coca-Cola 600. Byron's second, 6 seconds off the lead. Back in third will be Chase Briscoe. AJ Allmendinger fourth, and Brad Keselowski will round out the top 5 with his first top 5 and first top 10 of the season. Chase Elliott in 6th. Last lap pass on Michael McDowell for that spot. McDowell ends up 7th. Christopher Bell 8th. Ryan Preece 9th. And Noah Gragson, solid night all night. He rounds out the top 10. Congratulations to the Watermelon Man. Ross Chastain, margin of victory 0.6 of a second. Total time on the race 4 hours, 25 minutes, and 7 seconds. 8 cautions, 34 lead changes. What a race. And Chastain gets it done. 6th career win in the NASCAR Cup Series, his 4th consecutive year with at least 1 win. And again, he's going to get it done, but this time for the first time at Charlotte and the first time again in the Coca-Cola 600. Unbelievable. 17 cars finished on the lead lap in the race. In total, it looks like we had 8 of them DNF of the 40 that started. I'll go through the full field finishing order. Here in a few moments, you'll get to listen in on an interview with race winner Ross Chastain.
When you think about the career that this young man has had, Chastain has worked hard to stay involved in this sport, to keep those opportunities coming. He's driving for lower funded teams, racing in the Xfinity Series and at the Cup Series, hoping for that opportunity to show what he's capable of. And since he's gotten that opportunity, he is shining behind the wheel of the Trackhouse Chevrolet. Disappointment right there for William Byron. The car to be all night long. One of our keys to victory was long run speed, and he seemed to be the car that had it. But at the end of the race, when it really mattered, it's outdueled there by Chastain. That's tough to take because of how big this race is. How important.
Home game, right? I mean, so close to a win in a big race at your home track.
Got to feel for that guy.
Byron in second. Briscoe wins the pole. Up and down night for him. Comes back to third. AJ Allmendinger top 5. Brad Keselowski. First top 10 of the year. He ends up 5th, leading laps for the first time this season.
Ross is taking a ride all the way around this place. And he's soaking it in, and he should.
It's a big win. Maybe the biggest of his career.
Got some up and down moments. Trying to find that consistency. When they give him the race car, he gets the job done. Show off right here in front of the fans. What a great crowd we had tonight here in Charlotte. They saw an awesome race.
One of the longest burnouts you'll see on the front stretch. You can tell Chastain's excited about this one. A winner of the Coca-Cola 600, and him being a lifelong NASCAR fan, this is definitely one he's probably had circled on the race car driving bucket list for a long time. Once we get that interview from Chastain, you'll get to listen into it. I would imagine it'll be sooner rather than later. What a win for Ross Chastain. Byron ends up second. He was my pick to win. My streak is over. My streak of 5 consecutive race win picks is over. I had Alex Palou in the Indy 500. I thought I was going to get them both. Slight wiggle costed Byron. Never got a chance to get back to Ross. Chastain did not lead many laps of the 400 today. From last to first. Started last, finished first. You don't see that with the next-gen car. Maybe because it was 600 miles, he had about an extra 200 miles on a 1.5 mile track to get it done. 8 laps led for Ross Chastain here tonight. 283 for Byron. He won stages 1, 2, 3, but finishes second in the final one of 4.
What an for Chastain and Trackhouse Racing. From worst to first, they somehow get it done.
What a night.
I gotta tell you, Ross, when you started 40th today, did you think that this was even possible?
Last to first.
See, I'm going to soak this in.
You should.
Did I? Yes. When I left the shop last night, I went over, sat in this car for the first time. It was about 10 o'clock when I left. They worked till 2:30. They were back at 5:30 this morning. Most of them drive 30, 45 minutes home. Little shower, I think. I don't even know if they slept back there at 5:30 to get this thing ready. And that's the dedication it takes from Trackhouse. There was people there that had their Saturdays off yesterday, and they came in. And for this jockey Chevy and the McRae family to carry them.
You got his picture.
He was riding with me, Mr. McRae. His family's here with Allie and mom and sister, brother. That's what this weekend's all about, is to think about and remember the ones that sacrificed so much for us. Al Neese, my truck team owner, Marine veteran, so happy to drive for him. Thought we were going to get one on Friday night, but for tonight, Trackhouse, Team Chevy, Busch Light, the Moose, Acceptance Insurance, Wendy's. I gotta look, it's been so long, I feel like. The McRae family told me to be a sponge. That was something that their dad told them a lot, and I gotta tell you, I didn't feel much like a sponge tonight. I was rattling around out there, but to drive on that final run in the World 600 and pass two cars that have been way better all night. Phil Surgeon wanted me to pit 2 laps earlier. I went 2 laps longer just out of a little bit of confusion, and man, that paid off at the end. These Goodyear Eagles held on longer because they were a little bit fresher, and holy cow, we just won the World 6.
Walk me through the highs and lows of the weekend, Ross, because you were in the turn 3 and
Straight.
4 wall in the middle of practice, and then somehow you wind up in victory lane. How did you, first of all, get through that moment Saturday and then pull off the final pass on William Byron tonight?
Well, how did I do that? My team built me another car. For about an hour and a half, we thought we were going to have to fix the primary, and that would have been fine. And then NASCAR said, no, there's something bent too much, so go build another one, and we did.
Backup
That's
car
how
from
we did it.
last to first.
The field tonight was just stayed in it. I didn't get too happy when I was passing cars. I didn't get too sad when we caught that first green flag cycle on the wrong side of it. So with the goal of eating one of these Intezat and Florida watermelons, this thing's fresh from Florida. It just came up from our family farm
Good plug.
this week. Last week, I guess, it came up.
It's a long interview.
And for the Florida watermelon industry, that's your watermelons you're getting right now. So you all better go buy a dang watermelon to celebrate. I want to see videos of smashed watermelons. I would flood the social. But I passed them because my team went and built me a car, and they were there all night, Marty.
What a statement win for Trackhouse Racing and Ross Chastain. His first ever crown jewel victory. He gets it in the Coca-Cola 600, Trevor.
Awesome. Trevor Bain standing with second place finisher William Byron.
The race yesterday led 283 laps, won 3 stages. Right at the end, though, with 8 laps to go, what was going through your mind as you tried to form an attack and go after that one car there?
I was just defending, but it was just, yeah, I mean, he was catching me, and I was trying to just defend, and I was getting a little bit tight, so, and then just the scenario there with kind of the cars we were around, and it was tough. So, yeah, he got around me, was able to get to the bottom, and cleared me off of 2, so, disappointing, yeah, just to lead that many laps, and such a great effort by our whole team, and, yeah, I guess just could have anticipated that last round a little better. I ran in dirty air for a long time and heated my tires up. And then we lost a chunk of time in the 45, about crashed in front of us, and just yeah, sucked. So yeah, we'll just keep going and keep trying to put races together like that.
We saw you the last couple laps against the wall, trying to do everything you could there. You know, watching this weekend for you, this is a home race. What did it mean for you to lead so many laps here at the 600, and again to win your first race here at Charlotte this weekend? First Xfinity race, sorry.
Yeah, it'll be good in the long term, I guess, but really wanted this one. So yeah, just a bummer, right? But try to learn from it, and yeah, it was tough there at the end. I mean, he was catching me, and I was trying to just defend, and just not quite enough. Thanks, William.
Denny Hamlin finishes 16th after a fueling issue on the last stop left him short of gas for the final run. Denny, how do you come to terms with it?
Well, you can't change the results, so you have to live with it.
Do you have a conversation with the team? What does the next week look like for you?
I mean, they're the pros. I mean, I'm not a pit guy, but I tried to do everything I could for the national and did clear the team. We had a great car, fun battling up front. I mean, it was a heck of a battle there, and would have liked to seen it through, but unfortunately just didn't get enough gas in it and had to come back in.
53 laps led tonight for Denny Hamlin.
And Denny Hamlin does have the Xfinity fastest lap in the race. That gets him a driver's point. How about 4 consecutive top 5 finishes for Denny, followed by 4 consecutive outside the top 10? Coming up.
Woes continue for the 11 team as they ride on into the next week. Next week they'll be at Nashville Super Speedway. That race obviously going to be live on Amazon Prime Video. You don't have that, you can tune in right here. Again, we have live NASCAR commentary streams like this every NASCAR race weekend for Truck Xfinity Cup races as well as Cup practice and qualifying. We had the Indy 500 earlier today. With it being Memorial Day weekend, we had ARCA earlier this week as well. Big weekend on the channel. Still a couple more minutes left. We got to go through the finishing order, pre-race predictions, how they ended up spanning into the finish, and then we'll highlight the Fantasy League and see who won that for tonight before hopping off the air. Ross Chastain with the race win yet again here in the Coca-Cola 600. William Byron in second, Chase Briscoe third, AJ Allmendinger in fourth, and Brad Keselowski's first top 5 of the year in fifth. Chase Elliott in sixth, Michael McDowell seventh, Christopher Bell eighth, Ryan Preece ninth, and Noah Gragson 10th. 11th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., where did he come from? He was a lap down. He was a lap down and got the free pass at the end of stage 3, and he finishes 11th. Great turnaround for Ricky. He came in 14th in points, too, and that's going to be huge for him. Josh Berry finishes 12th. Eric Jones, 13th, sorry. 14th for Shane Van Gisbergen. A great run for SVG tonight in the Coke 600. Best oval race, really, by far. In the Cup Series. Kyle Busch had a spin earlier. He finishes 15th. Denny Hamlin 16th, as you heard from him moments ago. Ran out of fuel late. Team did not get it full under the last green flag pit stop. Joey Logano ends up 17th. He was 30th for a lot of the first half of the race, so they did what they could to turn that car around. He was the highest finishing Penske Ford. Todd Gilliland, first car lap down in 18th, so 17 again, finished on the lead lap. Ty Dillon 19th. Austin Dillon 20th. I'm not sure what happened to Austin. He was in 10th. Heading into the green flag pit stops and ends up 20th, so I really don't know what happened there. Colt Custer ends up finishing in 21st, 22nd for Chris Buescher. Connor Zillich 23rd, not bad in his Oval Cup debut. Ty Gibbs 24th, Cody Ware 25th, Tyler Reddick 26th. He was top 5 at the end of the first 3 stages. He got against the wall late, also had a speeding penalty on pit road during that final stop. Lost 1 lap because of the speeding penalty. Lost a second lap because he got against the wall pretty hard, trying to hold off Byron to keep from going 2 laps down with about 40 laps to go or so. John Hunter Nemechek, 27th place finish, which is surprising because he scored 13 stage points tonight. He was top 5 after stage 1, top 10 stage 2 again, and started to fall back as we got into the nighttime sky. Just seems like that 42 team fell behind on the racetrack. Riley Herbst, 28th place finish. Alex Bowman broke a toe link after spinning and making contact with the wall back at stage 1. He finishes 29th. Justin Haley in 30th. Austin Cindric 31st. Derek Kraus 32nd. And then again 33rd on back DNF tonight. Josh Bilicki finishing 33rd. Carson Hocevar, man, what a tough break for him. He blew an engine. He was on the outside of row 1 on a restart to begin stage 3. Motor blows up as they're getting up to speed. And he was battling Hamlin for the front of the field at that point in time. You wonder if he could have had a shot to win this race. Definitely did up until that engine failure. Bubba Wallace DNF just before that, finishing 35th with a mechanical issue. He pulled off the track. And then Daniel Suarez, Kyle Larson, Ryan Blaney, all DNF'd in the same wreck. 36, 37, 38 for them. Zane Smith crashed very hard at the beginning of stage 3, so luckily he was okay. He hit head-on into the back straightaway wall after a spin off turn 2. And rounding out the 40-car field in a 700 start, Jimmy Johnson got in an incident in the early going of stage number 2. So that is the full 40-car finishing order. Pre-race predictions had Byron for the win. He was one of our 2 must-haves. Tyler Reddick was the other. I mentioned Reddick was top 5 first 3 stages tonight. Unfortunately finishes 26th. That's going to be the first Coke 600 in Reddick's career. He's finished outside the top 10. He was 5 for 5 coming into the night. Looked like he was going to go 6 for 6. And sped on pit road, like I mentioned already. Got against the wall on top of it. Went from 1 lap down to 2. And obviously too late in the race to have any sort of a shot. Plus the damage to come back. Byron finishes in second. He won the first 3 stages. Solid pick for the fantasy league here today. We'll take a look and see who topped our fantasy league for this weekend. Very close to getting the 6th straight race win pick on the channel. I had a run. I don't think I'll ever get 5 in a row again because it is, I mean, we all know racing very well. It's so hard to predict a winner on any given week. So for me to do it 5 weeks in a row, I'll give myself some credit there. Granted, I'm counting the Indy 500 from earlier today and the Open on top of the All-Star race last week, but still, I mean, 5 in a row, I'll take it. And then to end that streak with a 2nd place run for Byron, my average finish is still up on the year. Brad Keselowski, one of the don't haves, finishes 5th. Really a Mr. Where Did He Come From story for him tonight. He was running outside the top 20 in a lap down at one point in stage 3. Ends up getting the free pass at some point in time with those cautions that came out in the middle of stage 3. We had a couple of them back to back. One of those 2 yellows, he gets the free pass and he just starts clawing his way forward. Again, a top 5 run for Brad. He very much needed it. 33rd in points coming into the night. But the way it started and the way he looked all weekend leading into it, I did not see that coming. Joey Logano, I did see a bad run coming for him. He was 29th in practice yesterday, and you can tell by the unload speed because in the daytime with the similar track temps and the similar conditions with the racetrack is what we saw in practice yesterday. He was 29th pretty much right out of the gate again. He went a lap down in stage 1. He was a lap down all the way until stage 3. He got the free pass. So him and Stenhouse got the free passes with the stage brake caution and then the Carson Hocevar engine failure caution right at the beginning of the stage. That's how he got back on the lead lap, but he finished his last car on the lead lap right in front of the leaders, 17th for Logano. So 1 for 2 there, 1 for 2 on the must-haves, and the sleeper picks, I go 1 for 2 also. Ty Gibbs tried to come back, got as high as 13th after running outside the top 20 for most of the first half of the race. He qualified really well, just didn't have the speed I thought he was going to have for this one. 24th. He was very fast in practice yesterday. He was top 10 all last year through the 600 after a great qualifying effort, but fell behind too early. Not the case for Gibbs. Meanwhile, it looked like the other 3 Joe Gibbs cars, at least by the final stage, did have speed. So just wonder where that might have been for the 54 tonight. My other sleeper pick, AJ Allmendinger, he ended up with a top 5 run, 4th, and he ran pretty much 4th to 6th the entire race. He never really fell behind that. Never really got up in the top 3. Solid job on the restarts. His pit crew might have lost a spot or 2. He would gain them back on the restart. He didn't fall behind. And great job by AJ Allmendinger. Definitely his best race of the season as well. So momentum going forward for him. We'll see how he does in Mexico City here in a couple of weeks. Next weekend, again, Nashville Super Speedway. And he's had some good runs there as well, if I'm not mistaken. Another intermediate track where that team has been great. This is the 3rd top 10 on a 1.5 mile for him. Already this season through the first 5 of them. So with Byron winning the 3 stages, that gives him now 7 stage wins on the year, 6 stage wins on the year. He doubled it. He went from 3 to 6 in one night. He will take over the points lead as well from Kyle Larson. He was 35 down coming into the night, and he ends up scoring 65 points total, winning the first 3 stages and finishing 2nd in the race. Xfinity Fastest Lap Award goes to Denny Hamlin again, as mentioned on the broadcast. And we'll take a look at that lap time real quick. Lap 2:10, he ran his fastest lap, 29.367 for the bonus point, but obviously taken out of a shot to win the Coke 600 again. Short on fuel to the end of the race. So predictions split pretty evenly down the middle. Time to look at the Fantasy League. You can join our NASCAR Fantasy League on the NASCAR.com website or the NASCAR mobile app. You get a chance to win 2 tickets to any NASCAR race if you're choosing the following season, excluding the Daytona 500, if you win our regular season and or playoff championship. We'll have 2 separate champions, so if you're not in the league already now, you can join for your chance to win when the points reset for the final 10 races. Get a gist of how the league works from now until then. So you see on our screen here, Fantasy, top, tab, click on that, and then it'll be Fantasy Live on the left. So NASCAR Fantasy Live. The name of our league is KRC League. KRC in all caps, space, capital L on league. I'll put that name in the chat here. KRC League. There we go. And my team for this weekend, I had Hamlin, Reddick, Byron, Busher, Bell. Bell ends up getting a top 10 finish with an 8th place run. Byron second with a ton of stage points. Tyler Reddick scored a ton of stage points but didn't get a good finish. And Denny Hamlin, same thing. A ton of stage points, 16th on the finishing order side of things. Kyle Larson was in my garage, so I don't burn a start up for him. He fell behind early. His car just did not look good after he had gotten against the wall back in stage 1. Led 34 of the first 35 laps, spun. Clipped the wall a little bit. A couple laps before that might have affected the handling on the car. Then the spin might have damaged the diffuser as he slid down across the inside of the racetrack. Didn't make contact with anything, but maybe the transfer from the turf to the Charlotte Roval configuration there in the infield, or the quarter-mile oval in the infield, kind of caused some sort of damage because, again, that 5 car just wasn't the same. I think he only got back up to about 23rd. Was as far as he got. And he lasted for about another 200, 250 laps before he eventually crashed out. On the head-to-head picks this weekend, I had Reddick over Blaney, beat him. Byron over Bell, beat him. Bowman did not beat Kyle Busch with his early incident. And Larson and Hamlin, Kyle Larson did not beat Denny Hamlin, so 2 for 4 on the head-to-head picks. Enough about me. Time to look at who won the Coke 600 in our fantasy league this week. Inside Uranus, congratulations, 241 points, top points getter this week. Finishing second with 231 was Evan, 48-48. P-Shat Motorsports with 229 at third. I finished in fourth with 225, and Sauce Mafia and Austin Dillon Fan 220, rounding out our top 5. Thank you, as always, for watching this stream here today. Actually, before I get to the thank yous, next week's start times, let's get those first here. I'll look up on my phone for a quick second to see what the start times will be for next weekend. We'll be live for Truck, Xfinity, and Cup action. All 3 series will be at Nashville Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Cup practice and qualifying will be live on the channel here. That will also be on Amazon Prime Video, just as the race next Sunday will be also. So we'll kick things off with the Craftsman Truck Series race at 8 p.m. Eastern next Friday night. That will be our next live commentary stream, 150-lap race. NASCAR Xfinity Series race will be at 7:30 p.m. Eastern, also under the lights at Nashville. That will be, again, Saturday. Cup practice and qualifying will be earlier that afternoon at 4:30 p.m. Eastern also. And it will be a Sunday night Cup race next weekend, 7 p.m. Eastern. So back-to-back Sunday night races here on the channel. And for Prime Video to start their section of the NASCAR season. So those are our start times. 3 straight primetime streams next weekend on the channel. Appreciate you tuning in through this weekend's live commentary coverage. All 6 of them. Biggest weekend we've had on the channel since the Daytona 500 when it comes to the amount of live commentary streams throughout the course of the week. And we'll be back for 4 more again next weekend over the course of 3 days. So can't wait for that one. Can't wait to see all you guys and gals back in the chat as well. Appreciate the mods for helping out. We had a lot of bots throughout the course of both of the streams today with the Indy 500 and the Coke 600. So huge shout out to you as well. Thank you all for hitting the like button. We did get to our like goal of 100 on the stream. We're on the road to 7,000 subscribers. So if you haven't yet hit that subscribe button, please do so. I feel like some streams I kind of say it too much, and then some streams like tonight, I really hardly said it at all. I don't know that fine line. I don't want to, wear myself out saying the same thing over and over again, but it really does help the channel out a ton, and we get new viewers engage with the channel on these live commentary streams every weekend. Ability for myself in front of a bigger audience to try to perform on these live commentary streams so I can only grow my repertoire into living my dream and hopefully broadcasting real races in the real NASCAR realms down the line. As far as the races next week, I'll see you. Nashville Super Speedway. We'll be right here on KRC yet again. Thanks for watching, everybody. Throughout all of today's coverage, just over 10 hours of live commentary coverage we have eclipsed between the Indy 500 and the Coke 600. Thank you all for watching. Have a good rest of your Memorial Day weekend, and I'll see you next Friday.